He was standing on the rooftop when his phone stopped ringing. Not because it died, not because he turned it off, because every person he had left, every soldier, every contact, every man who had ever feared his name, had run out of answers. Kim Young-kwang stood at the edge of the Manhattan skyline on a Thursday night, and for the first time in 22 years of running one of the most feared organizations in the northeastern United States, he felt the specific weight of a man who has everything and cannot buy back the one thing that matters. His son had been missing for 72 hours. 72 hours, 3 days, 432 minutes of silence from a 17-year-old boy who had never once been invisible in his father's world. Not because Kim had kept him close, but because Kim had worked so hard to keep him far. Private schools, quiet neighborhoods, a last name that didn't appear on any document connected to what his father actually did. All of it. Gone. And no one had found him. The police had been notified through the right channels, with the right pressure applied by the right people. Nothing. His men had searched every dock, every warehouse, every known rival location within 200 miles. Nothing. $3 million had been quietly moved to information networks that had never failed him before. Nothing. Kim Young-kwang turned from the skyline and walked back toward the group of men assembled on that rooftop. 7 of them, each one a specialist, each one visibly uncomfortable in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. And the silence that fell when he looked at them was the kind that happens when powerful men realize they are about to fail someone more powerful. He was about to speak when the door opened. Not slowly, not hesitantly. Just opened, and a voice came through it that did not belong to any man on that roof. "My dog can find your son." Every head turned. The men reached for weapons. 2 of them stepped forward. One of them actually laughed. A short, involuntary sound that he immediately regretted when Kim's eyes moved to him. Standing in the doorway was a child. 9 years old, small, dark-skinned with natural hair pulled back and eyes that were doing something unusual. They were not wide with fear. They were steady, focused, moving around the rooftop the way a person's eyes move when they are calculating, not when they are scared. Beside her, sitting with the practiced calm of an animal that has learned to read rooms, was a Belgian Malinois. Tawny and lean, with ears alert and a gaze that somehow inexplicably was already pointed at Kim. The girl's hands were folded in front of her. She did not move from the doorway. She did not repeat herself. She simply waited. Kim Young-kwang looked at this child for a long moment. Around him, men were shifting, muttering, exchanging glances that said the same thing. Who let a child up here? And why is she still standing? But Kim was not looking at her the way his men were. He was looking at her the way he looked at things that surprised him, with interest. "Who are you?" he said. Not a question. A command shaped like one. "Amara," she said. "My mom is Sharon Michaels. She's downstairs. She told me to wait, but I didn't." One of the men exhaled sharply. Kim did not move. "Your dog," he said. "Rex," she said. "He's a certified trailing K9. He's tracked across 17 confirmed search operations. He's never failed a live scent trail under 96 hours old." She paused. "You have 72. Silence. "You're searching in the wrong place," she said. The man who had laughed earlier did not laugh this time. If you are still watching this story, if something in your chest just tightened the way it does when a child walks into a room full of dangerous men and refuses to be small, then you already know this story is going to ask something of you. It's going to ask you to sit with it. Subscribe so you don't lose it, and tell me in the comments, what did you feel in that moment? Not what you thought, what you felt. Because the people in this community don't just watch, they pay attention. And there's a difference. The woman at the bottom of the stairs had not moved since Amara disappeared through the door. Sharon Michaels was 38 years old, and she had spent most of those years learning how to read rooms before she entered them. Military background, K-9 training and handler certification. 4 years working with a federal task force that specialized in organized crime infiltration before she left. Quietly, carefully, and with the kind of exit that people arrange when they know too much and want to stay alive. She had built something modest after that, a small private security consulting firm, 3 employees, contracts with corporate clients who needed threat assessment and didn't ask too many questions. A 2-bedroom apartment in Crown Heights where Amara did her homework at the kitchen table and Rex slept at the foot of the bed. A life that was deliberately unremarkable, and she had almost kept it that way. But 2 days ago, Amara had been sitting at that kitchen table doing exactly what she always did, half reading, half listening to the news playing low from Sharon's laptop. And she had looked up and said very calmly, "Mom, that's the man whose son is missing. I know where he might be." Sharon had closed the laptop. She had looked at her daughter for a long time. "No," she had said. And Amara had looked back at her with those eyes that had never fully understood the concept of backing down and said, "Mom, the dog knows too." Rex had lifted his head from the floor and looked at Sharon. That was 2 days ago. Now Sharon was standing at the base of a staircase in a building she had no business being in, listening to silence from the floor above, and doing the specific math of a woman who knows how bad an idea is and has done it anyway because the alternative was worse. She heard footsteps on the stairs. Not Amara's. Heavier. A man appeared, mid-40s, sharp suit, the particular posture of someone who manages other dangerous people rather than being dangerous himself. He looked at her the way people look at things that don't fit. "Mr. Kim will see you," he said. Sharon picked up her bag and climbed the stairs. The rooftop was colder than she expected. Even the men arranged around it had rearranged themselves since Amara's entrance. She could tell by the way they were positioned, slightly off from where they would naturally stand, recalibrated around the presence of a child who had apparently disrupted something. Kim Young-kwang was standing near the center of the space. She had seen photographs. They did not prepare you for the stillness of him. Most powerful men filled rooms with movement, with the noise of their own importance. Kim was the opposite. He was the kind of man who made the room come to him. He looked at Sharon the way he had looked at Amara, assessing, unhurried. "Your daughter," he said, "told my men they were searching in the wrong place." "She said that to me 2 days ago," Sharon replied. "If you waited 2 days. I spent 2 days trying to talk her out of coming here." Something moved behind Kim's eyes. Not amusement, recognition. "She told you the dog would find him. She told me Rex already had a scent direction. From a news photograph, the fabric of the jacket the boy was wearing in his last known public appearance." Sharon paused. She noticed he was wearing the same jacket in the background of a photograph from a fundraiser event 3 weeks earlier. She matched the scent profile from the family's public Instagram. There was a video of the son and a dog. Rex responded to the screen. Kim was very still. "She's 9, he said. "I know," Sharon said. "Believe me." Amara, who had been standing quietly beside Rex near the rooftop ledge, looked over at this exchange and then looked back at the dog. He apparently satisfied that the adults were finally communicating at the appropriate level. One of the men near the back, broad, with the kind of jaw that suggested he had never in his life been told no and survived the experience, crossed his arms and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "We're doing this? We're actually doing this? We brought in a woman and a child and a dog because our own people couldn't." "Hansu," Kim said. The man stopped. Go downstairs. A pause that lasted exactly 1 second longer than it should have. Then Hansu uncrossed his arms and walked to the staircase without another word. Kim looked back at Sharon. 30 minutes, he said. Show me what you have. Sharon looked at Amara. Amara was already unclipping Rex's lead, and what happened in the next 4 minutes would later be described by 2 of Kim's men, independently to people they trusted, as the strangest thing they had ever seen in a career full of strange things. Rex moved, not frantically, not in the excited, scattered way that untrained animals move when they catch a scent. He moved the way water moves when it finds a channel, with direction, with inevitability, following something invisible and absolutely certain. He went to the staircase door first, stopped, turned, went to the eastern edge of the rooftop, pressed his nose briefly to the ledge, then turned again. Away from the river, away from the docks and warehouses where Kim's men had been searching for 3 days, and pointed with the specific orientation of his entire body toward the financial district. There, Amara said. Kim looked at the skyline in the direction Rex was facing. Glass towers, corporate headquarters, the kind of Manhattan that had nothing to do with the Manhattan he operated in. My son has no connection to that area, he said. I know, Amara said. That's why no one looked there. She pulled out a folded piece of paper from her jacket pocket, a printout, slightly crumpled, and held it up. On it was a screen grab from what appeared to be security footage. Grainy. Timestamp in the corner. This is from a traffic camera, she said. On Fulton Street, 48 hours ago. That's your son's jacket. Kim crossed the rooftop in 5 steps and took the paper. He looked at it for a long time. His face did not change, but his jaw tightened. Where did you get this? He said. Then I submitted a public records request to the DOT camera system, Amara said. It takes 48 hours to process. I submitted it the same day I told my mom. She paused. She said no for 2 days. The camera response came this morning. Sharon, watching this exchange, felt the specific emotion of a parent whose child has just been simultaneously mortifying and extraordinary. She pressed her lips together and said nothing. One of Kim's men, younger, quieter than the others, with the look of someone who was actually processing what was happening rather than performing skepticism, leaned forward and said, the footage was supposed to be clean. We had someone scrub all camera records in the search radius. You scrubbed the records in your search radius, Amara said without looking up from Rex. Fulton Street was outside your radius. You assumed he went toward the water because that's where people go when they don't want to be found in your world. But he wasn't going somewhere to hide from your world. He was going somewhere specific. Kim placed the printout carefully on the ledge in front of him. My son, he said slowly, was arguing with me 4 days ago about the direction of the organization. He asked me. He stopped. What did he ask you? Sharon said. Kim looked at her. The roof was very quiet. He asked me if fear was the only thing I knew how to build. No one said anything for a moment. Then Amara said matter-of-factly, he wasn't running away from you. He was running towards something. There's a difference. Rex knows the difference too. Scared people's scent goes in circles. Your determined people's scent goes in a line. Kim Young-kwang looked at this 9-year-old girl for a long, unreadable moment. Then he said to Sharon, we move in 20 minutes. Your team leads. Sharon looked at him. My team, she said, is me, my daughter, and a dog. I know, Kim said, and that's why I said your team leads. In the elevator going down, one of Kim's men, the younger one, whose name was Ji-ho, and who had been watching everything with the quiet attention of someone who had survived this long by paying better attention than everyone else, leaned toward Sharon and said very quietly, "Does she do this often?" Sharon looked at Amara, who was telling Rex something in a low voice, her hand on his neck, the dog listening with the seriousness of a colleague. "Define often?" Sharon said. Jiho nodded slowly, either as if this answered something. They moved out into the night. The convoy was 3 vehicles. Black, unmarked, the kind that moved through Manhattan without calling attention specifically because they looked like they belonged to someone who didn't need attention. Sharon rode in the second vehicle with Amara and Rex. Kim rode in the same vehicle, which Sharon noted and filed away. He was watching, not directing. Watching. This was not a man who trusted easily. This was a man who was choosing in real time whether to trust at all. She understood that. She had been that person once. "Can I ask you something?" Kim said halfway through the drive. Sharon looked at him. "The federal work," he said. "You left 4 years ago." She kept her face even. "You did research." "In the last 40 minutes, yes." "That's fast. I'm motivated." He looked at her directly. "Why did you leave?" Sharon was quiet for a moment. Outside, the city moved past, the specific nighttime brightness of Manhattan, all that light going nowhere in particular. "Because I was good at finding people," she said finally, "and I stopped being sure that everyone I was helping find deserved to be found." Kim absorbed this. "And now you came here," he said, "to find my son." "My daughter came here," Sharon said. "I followed my daughter. Those are different things." In the front seat, Amara had turned around and was looking at Kim with the frank appraisal of a child who has not yet learned to make her assessment of adults less visible. "You love him?" she said to Kim. "Your son. You just don't know how to show it in a way he can feel." Kim looked at her. Amara," Sharon said. "I'm just saying what's true," Amara said, turning back around. "Rex can smell grief. It smells different from fear. You've been grieving since before he disappeared." The car was very quiet. Ji-ho in the front passenger seat appeared to be studying the dashboard with considerable intensity. Kim said nothing for the rest of the drive. They parked 2 blocks from a parking structure on the edge of the financial district. Concrete, unremarkable, the kind of structure that existed in every city as a functional thing no one ever looked at closely. 7 levels. Corporate building access on the east side. Rex was out of the car before the door was fully open. He went straight. No hesitation, no casting for scent. He had it already, had apparently held it the entire drive, and the way trained trailing dogs hold a thread of smell, the way musicians hold a note, continuous and certain through all the noise. "He's been here," Amara said, jogging slightly to keep up with Rex's pace. "Recently, within the last 24 hours. Kim's men fanned out around the perimeter. Kim walked directly behind Amara and Rex, which Sharon noticed again and filed away. He was not delegating. He was present. They went to the 3rd level. Rex slowed, stopped, turned to the left toward a section of the structure where the lighting had partially failed. 2 of the overhead fixtures dark, the 3rd flickering in a way that made the space feel deliberately unlit rather than accidentally maintained. Amara stopped walking. She was looking at the ground. "That's wrong," she said. Sharon came up beside her. "What?" Amara pointed. And on the concrete floor, barely visible in the flickering light, was a scattering of small metallic wrappers. Snack packaging. The kind you'd get from a vending machine or a convenience store. "That's honeydew melon candy," Amara said. "Korean brand. My friend's mom buys them. They're not common here." She looked up at Kim. "Is that something your son eats?" Kim had gone very still. "Yes," he said quietly. "It's placed wrong," Amara said. Look, they're spaced, like someone put them there deliberately, not like someone dropped them while walking. Someone arranged them to be found. Sharon crouched and looked at the wrappers without touching them. The spacing was too even. 4 wrappers, in a loose arc pointing. She turned and followed the direction, toward the stairwell. He left a trail, Sharon said. And he wanted to be found, Amara said. She said it the same way she had said everything else, plainly without drama, as if she were reading something visible that the adults around her simply hadn't looked at yet. He wanted the right person to find him. Someone who would understand the trail instead of walking past it. Kim made a sound that was not quite a word. Sharon straightened and looked at him. His face, for the first time since she had met him 40 minutes ago, was not controlled. Something had moved through it. Not weakness, not collapse, but the specific expression of a person who has just understood something that should have been obvious, and is reckoning with the cost of not having understood it sooner. He knew you'd look for him, Sharon said quietly. He just wasn't sure you'd look in the right way. Kim looked at the candy wrappers on the concrete floor. Then he looked at Amara. Keep going, he said. They went to the stairwell. Rex was already at the door, sitting, looking back at them with the patient authority of an animal that has completed its portion of the work and is waiting for the humans to catch up. Sharon pushed the door open. The stairwell was clean, functional, and on the wall beside the second-floor landing someone had pressed a small adhesive note, the kind you'd find in any office building, pale yellow, about 2 inches square. On it, in neat handwriting, were 4 numbers. Sharon photographed it before anyone touched it. Jiho leaned in and looked at it. That's an account number format, he said, partial, and the last 4 digits of a wire transfer reference. Kim's expression shifted. That's internal coding, he said. His voice was different now, not lower exactly, but denser, the way a voice gets when it's carrying more weight than usual. From our financial structure, the format isn't public. He would have had to. He stopped. He got into the internal records. He wasn't just hiding, Sharon said. He was documenting. He found something, Jiho said. He was already on his phone. If that's what I think it is, tell me, Kim said. Jiho looked at his phone for a long moment. Then he looked at Kim with the expression of a man who is choosing his next sentence very carefully because he knows it will change something permanently. There's been a series of transfers, Jiho said. Small, irregular, structured specifically to avoid internal reporting thresholds. I noticed an anomaly 3 weeks ago and flagged it. Han-Soo told me it was a legacy account being closed out. The name sat in the air. Han-Soo, the man Kim had sent downstairs. Kim said nothing. He's been managing the transfers personally, Jiho continued. Destination accounts linked to a shell corporation registered in Delaware. I couldn't trace the beneficial ownership without... He stopped. Without access, I don't have. My son has that access, Kim said. Yes, Jiho said. Sharon watched Kim absorb this. She had seen men receive bad news in many different ways over her career. Some exploded, some went cold. Some deflected immediately into action to avoid feeling anything. Kim went still in a way that was different from his usual stillness, and his usual stillness was controlled. This was the stillness of someone who is standing on ground that has just shifted and is deciding whether to move. How long? He said. The transfers started 14 months ago, Jiho said. 14 months. Kim closed his eyes for exactly 2 seconds. Then he opened them and looked at Amara, who was sitting on the stairwell step beside Rex, her hand moving slowly over the dog's back, watching Kim with the careful attention of a child who knows that the adults in the room are handling something important and has the rare maturity not to interrupt it. You said he wanted to be found, Kim said to her. Yes, she said. By me? Amara looked at him for a moment. "By the version of you he still believes in," she said. The stairwell was very quiet. Somewhere above them, and in the levels of the parking structure, a car started and pulled out. The sound moved through the concrete and faded. Sharon looked at Kim and said carefully, "He didn't go to law enforcement directly. He didn't take the evidence public. He didn't disappear to protect himself. He hid in a location connected to your financial district activities and left a trail designed to be followed by someone trained in tracking and search." She paused. "He engineered this. He engineered it so that you would have to come find him, so that finding him would force you to see what he found." Kim turned away from them. He walked to the small stairwell window that looked out over the street below. Just the sidewalk, a few people, the ordinary life of a city that had no idea what was happening in this concrete stairwell. His shoulders were very straight. Sharon recognized that posture. She had seen it in other people who were holding themselves together from the outside in because the inside had already gone somewhere complicated. Jiho looked at Sharon. Sharon looked at Amara. Amara looked at Rex. Rex put his head on Amara's knee. "He's still in this building," Amara said quietly. "Rex hasn't released the trail. He's still here." Kim turned back from the window. Something had settled in his face. Not peace, not resolution. Something harder and more honest than either of those things. The look of a man who has made a decision that he knows is going to cost him something significant and has decided to make it anyway. "Find him," he said. "No, and if you've been watching since the beginning, if this story has moved something in you that you don't usually let get moved, I need you to do something right now. Not for the channel, for yourself. Have you ever had someone in your life who hid from you not because they were afraid of you, but because they needed you to prove you would look? Drop it in the comments. Just one word, one sentence. Whatever it was. Because the people watching this right now are not strangers. They are people who have lived something. And this is the place where that counts." They went up. Rex led them to the 5th level of the structure. Not the top, not the bottom. The specific middle anonymity of a floor that people drove through without stopping because there was always parking lower down or higher up. In the far corner behind a support pillar, there was a car. Older model, unremarkable, the kind of car you rent with cash. The windows were fogged slightly from the inside. Rex sat down. Sharon put her hand on Kim's arm, briefly a restraint, not a comfort, and stepped forward first. She knocked on the window. A long pause. Then the window came down. 17 years old. Kim's jaw, Kim's eyes, Kim's particular quality of stillness, but younger and currently wearing the expression of someone who has been sitting in a cold car for 30 hours preparing himself for a conversation he doesn't know how to have. He looked at Sharon, then past her, at Amara and Rex, then at his father. Kim Young-kwang looked at his son. The boy's name was Min-jun. He had his father's name and his mother's warmth, and right now his eyes were doing something complicated, moving between wariness and relief, and the specific exhaustion of someone who has been braced for impact for so long that the impact almost feels like a kindness when it finally comes. "You brought a dog," Min-jun said. His voice was rough. He hadn't slept. "She brought the dog," Kim said with a slight movement of his head toward Amara. Min-jun looked at Amara. Amara looked back at him with her customary directness. "You left good evidence," she said. The candy was smart. Most adults would have walked past it. Min-jun blinked, then unexpectedly cracked, not into tears, into a short, disbelieving sound that was almost a laugh and was clearly the first thing resembling a laugh he had produced in several days, and in which he immediately pressed his mouth closed against as if he wasn't sure it was appropriate. Jiho, standing near the pillar, made a sound that might have been a cough. Sharon felt the specific physical sensation of tension releasing in small increments across her shoulders. "Get out of the car, Min-jun," Kim said, not harshly, quietly. The door opened. Min-jun stood. He was slightly taller than his father, the height of a boy who isn't done growing yet. And he was holding a manila folder against his chest with both arms crossed over it, the way someone holds something they've been protecting for days and aren't ready to let go of. He looked at his father. "I found the transfers 8 weeks ago," he said, without preamble, without softening, gamble. "And I went into the internal financial records because I was trying to understand how the organization was structured, not to cause problems. I wanted to understand." He paused. "And I found Han-soo." Kim said nothing. 14 months, Min-jun said. "He's been systematically moving money through shell accounts, not to a rival, to himself, and attached to the Shell Corporation." He stopped. His jaw worked for a moment. "Dad, it's not just money." Kim looked at the folder. "The corporation has subsidiaries," Min-jun said. 2 of them are logistics companies. They've been used as infrastructure for—" He stopped again, swallowed. "Trafficking. People trafficking, through the ports, using our network, using our reputation as cover." The parking structure was very quiet. "Han-soo has been running it for 14 months, Min-jun said. "Under your name. Under the protection of your organization. Without your knowledge." He looked at his father directly. "At least, I hope, without your knowledge." Kim looked at his son for a long moment. "You thought I might have known," he said. "I didn't know," Min-jun said. "That's why I didn't go straight to you. I needed to know if you were in it or if you'd been used." His voice was steady, but his hands, Sharon noticed, were gripping the folder hard enough to white his knuckles. "I needed evidence either way, and I needed it before I made a choice I couldn't take back." Kim took a single step forward. Min-jun held his ground. Father and son stood in the dim light of a 5th-floor parking structure, and between them was 14 months of betrayal that neither of them had created, and both of them were going to have to carry. "You should have come to me," Kim said. "I needed to know who I was coming to," Min-jun said. A beat. Then Kim said very quietly, "And now?" Min-jun looked at him. "The folder has everything," he said. "Account numbers, transfer records, names, shipping manifests, dates." He paused. "Enough to dismantle it completely. Enough to hand to the right people and make it stop." "The right people," Kim said. "Yes," Min-jun said. "Which is a conversation we need to have. Because the right people might not be the people you usually call." Sharon, who had been standing slightly apart from this exchange with the professional awareness of someone who knew exactly what the right people meant in this context and exactly how complicated this was about to get, made a quiet sound. Both Kims looked at her. "I might know the right people," she said, and Kim looked at her for a moment. "The federal work," he said. "I left on good terms," Sharon said. "Mostly." Min-jun looked at Sharon, then at his father, then at the small girl standing beside a Belgian Malinois who was sitting calmly in the middle of a mafia family crisis at 11 o'clock on a Thursday night. "Who are you people?" Min-jun said. "Amara Michaels," Amara said. "This is Rex. He found you." Min-jun looked at Rex. Rex looked back at him with the self-possessed calm of an animal that has done its job completely and is prepared to be appreciated. "Thank you," Min-jun said to the dog with complete sincerity. Rex's tail moved once. Jiho, who had been quiet for several minutes, spoke up. "Han-soo knows we've been looking. He doesn't know what we found. But when we don't come back with nothing, he'll run," Kim said. "Or he'll accelerate whatever he's planning," Jiho said. Kim looked at Min-jun. "How many people in the organization know what you found?" "No one," Min-jun said. I came to you just—" He stopped. The long way. Something shifted in Kim's expression. The smallest thing, almost invisible. But Sharon saw it, and she thought, watching the two of them in that dim light with the city moving invisibly below, the boy had engineered the entire thing. His disappearance, the trail, the location. Not to escape his father, but to force his father to come looking in a way that couldn't be explained away or managed or redirected by the machinery of power that Kim usually operated. He had made his father choose, and Kim had chosen. He had gotten in a car with a child and a dog and driven toward the truth. That choice was already made. What came next was consequence. Sharon was the one who said they needed to move, not loudly, not with urgency that would spike the adrenaline of 7 armed men and produce decisions nobody could take back. She said it the way she said most things. Flatly, clearly, with the particular authority of someone who has been in enough tight situations to know that calm is not the absence of urgency. It is its management. "We have a window," she said. "Hansu doesn't know what we found. He knows you came out tonight and you haven't reported back. That's maybe 2 hours before he starts making decisions of his own. We use the 2 hours or we lose the window." Kim looked at her. "What do you need?" he said. "A secure room. Your financial records and a full access, not the version that's been presented to you. Jiho." She looked at Jiho. "Teed, can you pull the original transfer architecture without Hansu knowing the system has been accessed?" Jiho's expression was the expression of a man who had been waiting to be asked exactly this question. 20 minutes, he said. "We have a contact," Sharon said carefully. "At the federal level. Someone I trust. Someone who will handle this in a way that prioritizes the victims of the trafficking operation above everything else, including the political value of whoever they can prosecute." She paused. "That's a condition. Non-negotiable. The people who are moved through those ports are the reason this gets handled correctly. Not as leverage, not as evidence inventory, as people." Kim was quiet for a moment, then agreed. Minjun, who had been listening to this exchange with the expression of someone watching a negotiation he had imagined in the abstract for weeks, suddenly become real and fast-moving, looked at his father. "Just like that?" he said. "What?" Kim said. "You just agreed immediately." "Your alternative is what?" Kim said. "I negotiate, I protect the organization at the expense of what Hansu built inside it?" He looked at his son directly. "I didn't know, Minjun. I want to be clear. I did not know." Minjun held his father's gaze. "I know," he said. "Now." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't the completion of anything. It was something more honest than both. An acknowledgement between two people that the ground had shifted and they were both standing on it and neither of them was going to pretend otherwise. Sharon recognized it. She had had a version of that conversation once, with someone who mattered, at a moment when honesty was the only thing left that cost something real. She picked up her bag. "Then let's go," she said. They moved out of the parking structure in a different configuration than they'd entered. Minjun now with them, the manila folder held against his side, Rex walking close at Amara's heel with the quiet purposefulness of a dog that has shifted from search mode to something that felt, if you were paying attention, like protection. In the elevator down, Minjun looked at Amara. "How did you know where I was?" he said. "Actually." Amara considered this with the seriousness she gave to all direct questions. "The news photograph of your jacket," she said. "You were wearing it at a public event 3 weeks ago. Same jacket as your last known appearance. I pulled a scent association for Rex from a video on your family's social media. There was a moment where you were holding a dog. Your face was close to your sleeve. Rex locked onto the jacket's fiber scent signature." She paused. Then the traffic camera request confirmed direction. Minjun blinked. "I'm 17, he said. "You're 9. "I know," Amara said. "That's impressive." "Rex did most of it." Rex, hearing his name, looked up and then immediately looked forward again, apparently satisfied. Minjun looked at Sharon. "Is she always like this?" he said. "I've been asking myself that question for 9 years, Sharon said. "I don't have a better answer than yes." Minjun almost smiled, and the almost smile lasted approximately 1 second before the elevator opened, and the reality of the next several hours reasserted itself. They went to a secondary location, a floor of a midtown building that Kim used for meetings that didn't appear in any calendar. Secure, minimal, the kind of space that existed specifically for moments when everything had to be managed away from everywhere it was known. Jiho had his laptop open before they arrived. By the time Sharon sat down, he had the transfer architecture pulled and was already mapping the shell corporation structure against the logistics subsidiaries. What appeared on the screen was not complicated. That was the first frightening thing about it. Most sophisticated financial crime was elaborate, layered, obscure, designed to require forensic accountants and months of analysis. What Han-Soo had built was the opposite. It was simple, clean lines, direct transfers through 2 shell accounts to 2 logistics companies that existed on paper and in function, with actual shipping operations attached to make them credible. The simplicity meant he had been confident. Confident that no one was looking, confident that Kim's name was sufficient protection. "He used the reputation," Kim said, looking at the screen. His voice was controlled but barely. "Yes," Jiho said. "He ran it under cover of the organization's known activity so that anyone who encountered it in a port inspection or customs review would back off immediately." "Yes." "How many?" Kim said. "How many people?" Jiho looked at the manifests that Minjun had included in his documentation. He was quiet for a moment. "Based on the shipping volumes and the dates," Jiho said carefully, "I would estimate the operation moved between 40 and 80 people over 14 months. Some of the manifests are incomplete. The full number requires forensic analysis." He paused. "The contact Ms. Michaels mentioned, they would have access to Port Authority records that could complete the picture. 40 to 80 people. Through ports protected by Kim's name, over 14 months. Kim stood up from the table and walked to the window. He stood there with his back to the room looking at nothing, and the silence he occupied was a different quality of silence than any he had produced that night. It was the silence of reckoning, not with danger but with consequence. Sharon watched him. She had made a judgment call 2 days ago, and when Amara had looked up from the kitchen table and said she knew where the missing son might be. Sharon had spent 48 hours arguing against coming here, had catalogued every risk, had understood exactly what she was walking into and exactly what it could cost her. She had come anyway because her daughter had looked at her with those eyes, and because underneath the professional risk assessment, Sharon had understood something that she hadn't said out loud. The boy had disappeared, and the people moved through those ports had disappeared too. Some things required showing up. "Make the call," Kim said without turning from the window. Sharon pulled out her phone. The contact's name was Park Seung-yeon. She was a federal task force senior investigator, and she and Sharon had history that was complicated and professional, and built on a mutual respect that had survived Sharon's departure from federal work 4 years ago. They had not spoken in 14 months. Sharon had maintained that silence deliberately, not out of hostility but out of the careful discipline of someone who had stepped away from a world, and understood that partial returns were more dangerous than none. She had hoped she would not need to break that silence. She dialed. Seung-yeon picked up on the second ring. "Sharon," she said, not surprised, which meant Sharon realized that Sung-yeon had been watching something that connected to tonight. "You know why I'm calling," Sharon said, a pause. "I have a working hypothesis," Sung-yeon said carefully. Does it involve a logistics subsidiary registered in Delaware with port access in 3 northeastern states? Sharon looked at Kim's back. "It does," she said. "And the party providing documentation is motivated," Sharon said, "to make this stop cleanly and completely with full priority given to the welfare of anyone moved through the operation." Another pause. Longer. "That's a significant ask," Sung-yeon said. "I know what I'm asking," Sharon said. "I also know what's on the table. Min-jun Kim spent 2 weeks documenting this from inside. The records are clean, sourced, and detailed. Ji-ho Lee can provide the internal financial architecture. The organization's principal is prepared to cooperate." She paused. "This doesn't need to be a prosecution spectacle. It needs to close the network and find the people." Silence on the line. Then Seong-yeon said, "I need 3 hours to position assets." "You have 2, Sharon said. "Hansu Park is mobile and he will be aware something has shifted within the hour." A breath. 2 hours, Seong-yeon said. "Send me a location." Sharon ended the call and looked around the room. Ji-ho was still at the laptop. Min-jun was sitting across the table from him, the manila folder open between them, going through documents methodically. The behavior of someone who has been doing this alone for weeks and is experiencing the specific relief of having help. Amara was in the corner with Rex, both of them apparently asleep, though Sharon had long ago stopped assuming that either of them was actually asleep when they appeared to be. Kim had turned from the window. He was looking at Min-jun. Min-jun was bent over a document, marking something with a pen, the lamplight catching the side of his face. And for a moment, watching Kim watch his son, Sharon saw something pass through Kim's expression that had nothing to do with organization or empire or the calculated decisions of a powerful man. He looked like a father. Just that. Just a father looking at his child across a table in a difficult room, grateful in a way that had no strategic dimension whatsoever. She looked away because that moment belonged to them. A hand touched her sleeve. She looked down. Amara, who had apparently not been asleep, was looking up at her with the expression she used when she had something to say that she wasn't sure was her place to say. "What?" Sharon said quietly. "Hansu was at the rooftop meeting," Amara said. "I know. He went downstairs when Mr. Kim sent him away." "I know. He was on his phone before the elevator door closed," Amara said. "I saw him through the gap." Sharon was very still. "He was already making a call," Amara said, "before we left, before he could have known what Rex found." Sharon processed this. "He wasn't reacting," she said slowly. "He was moving something," Amara said, "or someone." Sharon stood up. She crossed the room to Kim in 4 steps and said very quietly and very directly, "Hansu made a call from the elevator when you sent him downstairs, before we found anything. That means the moment he was removed from the room. The moment you demonstrated that you were prioritizing finding Min-jun over keeping your usual structure in place, he interpreted that as a threat." Kim's jaw tightened. "He has a contingency," Kim said. He has something," Sharon said. "I don't know what, but Seung-yeon's 2-hour window may be shorter than we thought." Kim looked at Ji-ho. Ji-ho was already on his phone. "This is the moment. Right here, right now, in this room where a man is choosing between protecting everything he built and protecting what that building was supposed to be for. Where I need to ask you something directly, not politely, directly. Team Kim. He made a mistake by building something that someone could hide inside. Team Min-jun. He did what most adults couldn't. He chose truth over safety. Where do you stand?" Drop it in the comments. This isn't a poll. This is a reckoning. And if this story is making you think about the people in your life who built empires with cracks in them, subscribe. Because next week it gets harder. Jiho had contacts inside the Port Authority. Not formal contacts, the informal kind that exist when two people have been operating adjacent to each other long enough to have mutual interests. He made 3 calls in 11 minutes, each one brief and coded in the shorthand of people who don't say what they mean on phones. When he put the phone down, his face was careful. "There's a shipment," he said. "Listed as commercial cargo, scheduled for departure from the port of Newark at 0400, 6 hours from now." He looked at the documents in front of Min-jun. The manifest company is one of the subsidiaries. The room went quiet. "That call Han-soo made," Jiho said. He was accelerating the timeline, and he knew something was wrong, and he moved the departure forward. Kim stood up from his chair so smoothly and so suddenly that 2 of his men who had been stationed near the door instinctively straightened. "We have 5 hours, he said. 4.5, Sharon said. "Seung-yeon needs positioning time and she needs it to be clean. No advance contact from your side that contaminates the operation." Your men do not go to that port," Sharon said. Kim looked at her. "If your organization appears at that port," Sharon said, "the operation becomes about you. The people in that shipment become evidence in a case about Kim Young-kwang instead of people who need immediate assistance. Seung-yeon's team handles the port. That was the arrangement." "And Han-soo," Kim said. "Seung-yeon will find him," Sharon said. "The financial documentation makes him the central target. He has nowhere to go that the paper trail doesn't follow him." "That's not the same as having him," Kim said. "No," Sharon said. "It's not." They looked at each other. The particular tension in this moment was not the tension of people who disagreed. It was the tension of people who agreed about the destination and were negotiating the cost of getting there. Sharon understood the impulse. She had felt it herself. The desire to reach past the procedure and the protocol and handle the thing directly with hands with certainty. But she also knew what that cost. "Let Seung-yeon work," she said. "Trust the process you set in motion." Kim said nothing for a moment, then quietly, "I've spent 20 years building structures that don't require trust." "I know," Sharon said. That's why your son had to disappear to make you use it." The sentence landed in the room like a stone into still water. Nobody moved. Kim looked at Sharon for a long moment. Then he looked at Min-jun, who had looked up from the documents and was watching his father with the expression of someone who has rehearsed a difficult conversation so many times in their head that when the moment arrives, all they can do is be present for it. "I heard you," Kim said to his son. Not about the documents, not about Han-soo, about the question his son had asked 4 days ago, standing in a room with his father who controlled a city, asking if fear was the only thing he knew how to build. Min-jun was very still. "I'm not going to pretend it's simple," Kim said. "What I built and how I built it. I'm not going to stand here and give you a speech about redemption because that's not something I've earned yet." He paused. "But what you found, what you did with it, that required something I apparently failed to teach you because you figured it out yourself." Min-jun looked at his father. "What?" he said. "Courage that doesn't need an audience," Kim said. Something in Min-jun's face shifted. Not dramatically. The way things shift when something that's been braced against pressure for a long time is allowed, just slightly, to release. He looked down at the documents. Then he slid the full folder across the table toward his father. "Then let's finish it," he said. Jiho forwarded the financial architecture to Seung-yeon's secure channel at 11:47 p.m. The documentation Min-jun had compiled, 8 weeks of quiet, careful. The solitary work done by a 17-year-old who had understood that the evidence had to be unimpeachable. Accompanied it. Seung-yeon's response was 4 words. Moving now. Stand by. The next hour was the specific particular difficulty of waiting when action is impossible. Kim's men had been repositioned, not to the port per Sharon's condition, but to a configuration that surrounded Han Su's known locations and residences without making contact. A cordon that didn't yet exist officially but would make it very difficult to move without being observed. Ji-ho monitored the financial system for any further transfer activity. Min-jun sat at the table and ate the first time in 30 hours, a convenience store meal that one of Kim's quieter men had produced from somewhere apologetically, as if the inadequacy of a triangle sandwich in this moment required acknowledgement. Amara ate half of a rice cracker and fed the other half to Rex, who accepted it with the grace of an animal that has learned to eat what's available without complaint. Sharon drank coffee that was too strong and stood near the window and watched the city the way she always watched things, looking for the thing that was moving when everything else was still. At 12:34 a.m., Seung-yeon called. "Hansu Park is in custody," she said. "We intercepted him at a secondary location attempting to access one of the shell accounts for a full withdrawal. He didn't make it." A pause. "The port operation is active. We have the manifest and we're moving on the shipment now." Sharon closed her eyes for 1 second. "How many?" she said. "We don't have a full count yet," Seung-yeon said. "The manifest lists 37 units. You and I both know what that means." Her voice was steady in the way voices get steady when steadiness is a professional requirement. "We'll know more within the hour." "The documentation we sent," Sharon said. "Clean," Seung-yeon said. "Methodical. Whoever compiled it." A pause. "They knew what they were doing." Sharon looked at Min-jun across the room. "He's 17, she said, a beat of silence. "Tell him," Seung-yeon said carefully, though that it mattered. Sharon ended the call. She stood for a moment in the particular weight of what had just happened, not the resolution of it, because resolution was hours and weeks and months away for the people on that ship and for every layer of consequence still to come, but the arrest, the port, and the movement of a machine that had been running in the dark for 14 months stopped. She walked to the table. "Han Su is in custody," she said. "The port operation is active." Ji-ho exhaled. Kim closed his eyes briefly. Min-jun looked at the table in front of him. At the empty space where the folder had been, now transferred to Seung-yeon's chain of evidence. Sharon looked at Min-jun. "Seung-yeon said to tell you it mattered," she said. "What you documented. She said to tell you it mattered." Min-jun looked up. His face did something complicated and unguarded that 17-year-olds do when they've been carrying something heavy long enough that they've forgotten it's heavy. And then someone acknowledges the weight, and the relief of being seen is momentarily stronger than the discipline of not showing it. And he pressed his mouth together, looked away. Kim, who was watching his son, made no sound. But he reached across the table and placed his hand briefly on the back of Min-jun's neck, the way you do with someone you love and rarely touch. And Min-jun went very still and didn't pull away. It lasted 3 seconds. Then Kim withdrew his hand and said practically, "Ji-ho, begin the restructuring protocol." And Ji-ho, who understood that this was how Kim moved through the world, through action, through structure, through the next necessary thing, said, "Yes, sir," and opened his laptop. Amara from her corner said, "Rex needs water." One of Kim's men scrambled to find a bowl. Sharon sat down. Outside, the city was doing what it always did, moving, indifferent, full of lives that had no idea what had just shifted in their vicinity. and 37 people on a ship at the port of Newark who would wake up in a different circumstance than they had anticipated. A man in federal custody who had believed for 14 months that the name of Kim Young-kwang was sufficient protection for anything done under its shadow. A boy who had been sitting in a cold rental car for 30 hours waiting for his father to come looking. A father who had come. Not perfectly, not without cost, but present, which was the thing that had been asked of him, and the thing he had provided. And sometimes that is the entire story. Not always, not in every case, but sometimes. Rex found his water bowl, drank deeply, and sat back with the composed satisfaction of an animal that has completed its mission and found the world in acceptable order. Amara watched him. Then she looked at Kim, who was standing near the window again, the same posture as earlier in the evening overlooking the city. And she said very quietly, in the particular voice she used when she said things that were true, and she knew they were true, and she was simply reporting them rather than performing them. "You didn't just find him tonight." Kim turned. "He found you back," she said. The room was very still. Kim looked at this 9-year-old girl who had walked into a meeting of armed men and not been afraid, who had tracked a scent across a city and found a boy who had wanted to be found by the right person, who had seen grief in a powerful man before anyone else in the room had thought to look for it. He looked at her for a long time. Then he walked across the room and crouched in front of her, not to be at her level, but because it was the gesture that was true. And he said, "You didn't find my son." She looked at him. "You found the truth, and you brought it to the only person who could do something with it." He paused. "That required trust I had not earned." Amara considered this with the seriousness she gave to all important things. "Rex trusted first," she said. "I just agreed with Rex." Something in Kim's face, controlled, powerful, accustomed to being the most formidable thing in any room, broke open in a way that was not weakness and was not vulnerability and was not anything that had a clean name. It was simply human. He stayed crouched for a moment. Then he stood. The dog rested quietly at the girl's feet, and somewhere across the city at a port in a ship, 37 people were being counted and documented and given water, and the beginning of the long, difficult, necessary process of being found. If you are still here, if you made it to the end of this story, then you already know this wasn't just about a missing boy. This was about what we build and what we hide inside it, and whether the people who love us can see through it to find us. Have you ever built something that hid you from the people you needed most? Have you ever been the one who went looking anyway? Say it in the comments. This community doesn't do performative, it does real. Subscribe not because the algorithm needs it, but because you found something here that you want to keep finding. And come back next week, because the next story begins with a janitor who overhears 4 words in an elevator that bring down a senator, and those 4 words are not what you expect. Stay close. The gift box had a gold ribbon. She should have known. David had never given her anything that didn't cost her something, but she pulled the ribbon anyway, in front of 300 people in the only dress that still fit her body. And when the room saw what was inside, the laughter told her everything she needed to know about why she had really been invited. A maternity girdle. Size X, XXL. "I actually tried to buy her a dress first," David said conversationally, like he was telling a story at a dinner table. "Went to the store, gave them her measurements." He paused, letting the timing breathe. "And the woman behind the counter looked at me and said, 'Almozer, is this for a hippopotamus or a person?' The room detonated. I said..." He wiped a fake tear. "I'm still not sure." 300 people laughing, all at once, all at her. And she stood completely still while the sound washed over her like something scalding, while the shame found every soft place inside her and pressed. Every mirror she had avoided, every dress that wouldn't close, every morning she had looked at herself and decided not to look anymore. He looked at her now with the satisfaction of a man who has landed exactly where he aimed. "The girdle was the compromise," he said. "You're welcome." He had planned all of it. The box, the microphone, the crowd. He'd every detail designed to make one woman feel in front of 300 witnesses that she had no business existing in her own body. It almost worked. He made one mistake. He did it in front of the wrong man. The ballroom of the Grand Meridian Hotel in Atlanta smelled like white roses and borrowed elegance. Everything was curated. Everything was careful. The kind of wedding that costs more than a house and means less than a handshake. Cynthia Morgan stood near the entrance wearing a deep burgundy wrap dress, the only style of dress that still fit her body at 7 months pregnant with triplets. She had bought it the day before, stood in the store for 22 minutes trying to decide if she should come at all. She came because the invitation had been hand-delivered, not emailed, not texted, hand-delivered with her name written in calligraphy and a note inside that said, "I think it would mean a lot to have you here. No hard feelings." David. She should have recognized that for what it was. David Osei was not a man who extended olive branches. He was a man who handed you something that looked like one and then laughed when you realized too late what it actually was. She knew this. She had known this for 3 years of a relationship that slowly taught her the difference between being chosen and being kept. David didn't love her. He collected her. And when she became inconvenient, when she came back from 6 months in Seoul carrying a body that had changed and a silence she couldn't explain, he replaced her with a woman named Simone who laughed at all his jokes and never asked questions. Cynthia told herself she was coming to this wedding for closure. She was not. She was coming because some part of her still needed him to see her and feel something. Regret, shame, anything. Some proof that she had mattered, and the universe was about to teach her an expensive lesson about what happens when we seek validation from people who were never qualified to give it. She found her seat at table 11, far from the front. She noticed that. She also noticed the women at nearby tables glancing at her stomach and then looking away too quickly. She had learned to read those looks, the ones that calculated and judged and arrived at conclusions without asking a single question. And she ordered water and sat straight and told herself she was fine. She was not fine. She was 7 months pregnant with triplets by a man who was currently somewhere in Atlanta and may or may not know she was carrying his children. And she was sitting in a ballroom watching her ex-boyfriend marry someone else. And somewhere beneath all of her dignity and composure, a 19-year-old version of herself was screaming. But Cynthia Morgan had learned in the last 7 months that the loudest thing a woman can do in a room full of people waiting for her to break is simply refuse to. So she sat, she breathed, she smoothed her dress. And then the program started. The ceremony was 30 minutes long. Cynthia watched it from behind careful eyes. David looked handsome in his white suit. Simone was beautiful in the way that women are beautiful when they've spent 8 months preparing to be photographed. And the vows were generic. The officiant stumbled twice on Simone's last name. When they kissed, applause filled the room. Cynthia clapped, not because she felt it, because she refused to be the only person at table 11 sitting on her hands. The reception began. Music. Champagne she couldn't drink. Food she couldn't fully taste. Speeches from David's friends that all in some way were really about David. The man loved mirrors. He had simply found a way to make an entire wedding into one. And then, 40 minutes in, David took the microphone. This was not on the program. The DJ lowered the music. David's best man, a heavy-set man named Kofi, who had always made Cynthia uneasy, grinned from the side of the stage. David cleared his throat. "I want to take a moment," he said, "to thank everyone who showed up today. Real ones, people who've been in my corner, people who didn't run when things got complicated." He paused for effect. He had always been theatrical. "No, but I also want to acknowledge someone who I personally invited because I believe in radical grace." Cynthia felt the first cold thing move through her chest. She didn't know why yet. "Cynthia Morgan, can you stand up?" "Don't." Every nerve in her body said don't. But 300 heads turned toward table 11, and the social gravity of a room full of eyes is a force that even the most grounded people struggle against. She stood, the dress stretched slightly across her stomach. 3 months from now, she would have 2 girls and a boy. Right now, they pressed against her ribs and her lower back simultaneously, and she had not slept more than 4 hours in 2 weeks, and she was standing in front of a room full of strangers because David Osei pointed at her. "There she is," David smiled. "Everyone, this is Cynthia. We dated for 3 years, and when I decided to move forward, she had a hard time accepting that." He tilted his head. "Actually, she told me she was coming today to support me. That's what she said, support." Laughter from a few tables near the front. "She reached out multiple times," David continued. "I won't go into detail. I'll just say that some women need more time than others to accept when something is over." The room was warm with it now, with the particular cruelty that only works when the audience is already on someone's side. Cynthia's jaw tightened. "That's not—" "Please hold on." David raised a hand. He smiled at the crowd. "I actually have something for her, a gift, because that's the kind of person I am." Kofi appeared from the side carrying a white gift box with a gold ribbon. He brought it to Cynthia's table and set it down. The room watched. Cynthia looked at the box, looked at David, looked at Simone, who sat at the head table with the expression of a woman who had rehearsed her reaction to this moment. She should have walked out. She didn't open the box. She didn't have to. David's voice came from the speaker above her. "Open it, Cynthia, don't be shy." She looked at him for a long time, then she pulled the ribbon. Inside the tissue paper was a maternity shapewear girdle, industrial, wide. The tag read XXXL in large black font, clearly visible to the table next to hers, which had already raised 2 phones. The laughter started soft, then it spread. David tapped the microphone twice. "Some women," he said, his voice sliding into the register of a man who has planned this, who has wanted this, who has arrived at this moment through preparation, "don't know when to stop eating, or when to stop chasing men who've already moved on." The room, the laughing room. Cynthia's fingers released the box. "I'm going to be honest with everyone tonight." David walked the stage slowly. "She reached out 6 weeks ago saying she was pregnant. She told me, get this, she said she was carrying triplets." He let the word land like a punchline. Triplets. And she was implying, "I never said they were yours," Cynthia said. Her voice was quiet. It cut through anyway. "That there was a possibility they were mine." He spoke over her, which tells you everything you need to know about how she lived while she was supposedly traveling in Korea. He looked directly at her. "Tell them, Cynthia, who's the father?" Right, because it is definitely not me. And this was the moment. The room leaning in, the phones recording. The laughter not quite as loud now, because even people who enjoy cruelty sometimes need a second to calibrate whether what they're watching has crossed a line. Cynthia stood very still. She had cried in hotel bathrooms. She had cried in her car. She had cried in the dark with her hands on her stomach, and no one in the world who knew the full truth of what she was carrying. And she had used up all of her tears in private. She would not use any here. Her chin lifted. "I came," she said carefully, "because I believed you'd grown." "And you're still wrong about men." David smiled. The glass shattered. Nobody saw him set it down. That was the thing. He had been holding it for the better part of an hour, standing near the back wall of the ballroom in a black suit that cost more than the table settings, and nobody had paid him any attention because he had not wanted them to. He had a talent for that, for taking up space without announcing himself. Park Seok-chul did not announce himself. He arrived. When the glass hit the floor, the sound was small, but the silence that followed it was enormous. He moved from the back of the room toward the stage, and as he walked, something changed in the air. The way it changes before weather, and the way it changes in rooms that have suddenly become too small for what's inside them. The people he passed stepped back without meaning to. Not because he pushed, because something in the body registers danger before the mind catches up, and the body moves accordingly. He was not a large man. He was not yelling. He was not running. He walked like a man who had already decided what came next, and was simply closing the distance between himself and the moment. David saw him coming. For the first time tonight, David's composure flickered. "Sir, this is a private. You will apologize to her." Seok-chul's voice was low, accented, absolutely without performance. It was the voice of a man who had never once said something he didn't mean. David blinked, looked at the crowd, recalibrated. He was on a stage with a microphone and 300 witnesses, and the social math of the room was still on his side. He believed that. He believed that numbers meant safety. I don't know who you are," David said, "and that will change." Security. And this is the part nobody expected. Not the crowd, not Kofi, not the security personnel who started moving from the sides of the room. Not even Cynthia. Seok-chul reached the stage in 4 more steps, and when David raised the microphone slightly, not as a weapon, just as a prop, just to maintain the theater of this, Seok-chul took it from his hand the way you take something from a child, calmly, without struggle, because the child was never going to win and part of them knew it. He held the microphone. He looked at David, and he hit him, clean, direct. The sound of it arrived before the visual registered. David stumbled back into the floral arrangement behind the stage, and the gasps from the crowd were the loudest thing in the room for exactly 3 seconds. Then the security team surged forward, and Seok-chul let them grab his arms because he had already done the thing he came to do, and now he was looking past all of it. Past the chaos, past the shouting, past David's voice rising in outrage, looking directly at Cynthia. She was standing at table 11, one hand on her stomach, not crying, not moving, just looking at him like a woman who has seen a ghost she prayed every night would appear and now doesn't know what to do with the fact that it did. Say her name with respect. He was not yelling. He was shaking, visibly, not from adrenaline, something else. To say it, if you've ever watched someone you underestimated reveal a depth you weren't prepared for, if you've ever been in a room when power shifted without warning, drop a fire below right now. Because this story is only beginning, and it will take everything from you before it gives it back. If you're new here and this already has your heart rate up, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Subscribe. Because the people in this community don't watch stories like this. They live them, and they pulled him off the stage, not without effort. 3 security personnel and David's best man, and even then it was less that they moved him and more that he allowed it. His eyes still on Cynthia, his jaw working like a man chewing on words he'd been holding for months. David was back on his feet, There was blood on his lip. He touched it with 2 fingers and looked at it, and the performance cracked entirely. What was left underneath was meaner. "Who are you?" he shouted. Who sent you?" Seok-chul didn't answer. "Is this him?" David turned to Cynthia. "Is this the father? Is this who you were with in Korea?" He laughed, but it was the laugh of a man who had lost control of his evening and was trying to reframe it as still being on purpose. "So what is this? He shows up here to... What? Threaten me? Because you told him I embarrassed you?" Cynthia was still standing at table 11. Her face was doing something careful and complex, yet with the expression of a woman running multiple calculations simultaneously. She looked at Seok-chul. She looked at David. She looked at the phone still recording. "I need to sit down," she said to nobody in particular. "Cynthia." Seok-chul's voice, even restrained by 2 men gripping his arms, was directed at her and only her. "Look at me." She did not look at him. "Are these my children?" The room. The absolute stillness of it. David laughed. "He doesn't even know. And she didn't even tell him." "Are they?" Seok-chul wasn't asking David, wasn't asking the room. He was asking her. And his voice was stripped of everything except the question. Raw in the way that voices get when someone has just understood something that has rearranged them completely. Cynthia sat down. "Cynthia." Softer now. "I am not doing this here," she said. "Then tell me where." "I'm not doing it anywhere tonight." And the silence that followed had 3 layers. The crowd's silence, which was the silence of people who have watched something escalate past entertainment into something that made them uncomfortable in their own stillness. David's silence, which was the silence of a man recalculating whether his evening had made him look powerful or simply cruel. And then there was Seok-chul's silence, which was the most dangerous kind. The silence of a man who has just received information he will now have to figure out how to survive. He didn't know, and the whole room knew before he did. The security team escorted him out. He went without resistance because resistance was no longer the point. Outside the ballroom in the wide corridor with its marble floors and ambient lighting, he stood with his hands at his sides and his chest still moving too fast, and a man named Jun-ho, his right-hand man, his shadow, the only person in Atlanta who had known he was here tonight, appeared beside him. Sir, don't." "The team is..." "I said don't." Jun-ho went quiet. Seok-chul looked at the closed ballroom doors. Behind them, the sound of David recovering his microphone, the sound of an MC attempting to redirect the evening, the sound of 300 people trying to decide how to feel about what they had just witnessed. "How long have you known she was here?" Seok-chul asked. "I found out this morning." "This morning." He repeated it without expression. "True, and you waited until I was already inside. You would have made a decision before you had full information." This was true. Jun-ho had survived this long because he understood which truths to deliver in which sequence. "She's 7 months, Seok-chul said. It was not a question. He had seen her. He had done the math. He had arrived at a number that connected to a specific week in Seoul, a specific night, and a specific morning when he had woken up and found the bed empty and a note on the nightstand that said only, "I'm sorry. Don't look for me." He had not looked for her. He told himself it was because she had made a choice and he respected choices. He told himself this for 6 months. He looked at Jun-ho now. "Triplets," he said. Jun-ho said nothing. "She was going to let me not know." Still nothing. Seok-chul turned away from the doors. His hands were steady now, and that was almost worse than the shaking. "Find out everything about the man on stage, who he is, who paid him, who told him what to say." "Sir?" That was not organic cruelty. He straightened his jacket. That was coordinated. Someone wanted me to see that. Someone needed me to know she was here, pregnant, unprotected. He looked at Jun-ho with eyes that had gone completely flat. Find out who benefits from me being reactive tonight. Jun-ho already had his phone out. Inside the ballroom, Cynthia Morgan sat at table 11 and looked at her water glass and refused to let a single person in that room see her hands trembling. She made it 40 more minutes. She made it through the cake cutting, which she did not watch. Through the first dance, which she watched with her eyes slightly unfocused in the way you look at something when you're actually looking at nothing. Through Kofi's toast, which included a joke about some people not being able to let go that got enough laughs to confirm that David's narrative had settled over the room like weather. She made it. And then the room tilted. Not metaphorically, literally. The ballroom shifted to the left in her vision, and the ambient noise compressed to a single flat tone, and she thought, with the clinical detachment of someone who has just accepted an emergency, "Oh, this is what's happening now." She put her hand on the table. Her phone was in her clutch. She reached for it. The table tilted again. The woman next to her, a stranger, 50s, natural hair, who had been carefully not looking at Cynthia all evening, turned and said, "Are you all right?" "I just need—" Cynthia started. She didn't finish the sentence. Her blood pressure, which had been elevated for 3 weeks and had spiked tonight in ways that she had felt but managed, finished what the evening had started. She went down slowly, not violently. He'd one hand still on the table, the other on her stomach, and the last thing she heard before the sound went away entirely was the woman next to her calling for help. The call came through on Jun-ho's phone while they were still in the corridor. He looked at the screen, looked at Seok-chul, made a decision in approximately half a second. "There's an ambulance being called for a woman inside. Pregnant woman," she collapsed. He didn't have to say the name. Seok-chul was already moving. And here is what nobody in the Grand Meridian Hotel ballroom expected to see at 11:47 on a Saturday night. Park Seok-chul moving through a crowd of 300 wedding guests at a speed that was not quite running but was not walking either. With the focus of a man who has shed every other concern in his life and has one remaining point of orientation in the universe. Security tried to stop him at the ballroom doors. They did not stop him. He found her on the floor near table 11, Yika on her side, the stranger with the natural hair holding her hand and talking to her quietly while a hotel staff member knelt with a phone pressed to his ear. Cynthia's eyes were open but unfocused. Her other hand was still on her stomach. Even unconscious, even failing, she was protecting them. He went to his knees. "Cynthia." Her eyes found him slowly. A long journey across a short distance. "You shouldn't," she started. "Don't." His hand went to her face, not taking, holding. "Don't say anything you'll regret. I was handling it. I know. I didn't need—" "Cynthia." Very quiet, very close. "I know." She looked at him for a long moment. Behind them, David Osei stood at the edge of the gathering crowd, his new wife at his side, the ruined evening arranged around them like debris. The paramedics arrived 4 minutes later. In those 4 minutes, Seok-chul did not move from the floor beside her. He held her hand. He said very little, but he had the expression of a man who has just looked directly at something he had been avoiding and found it larger than he prepared for. When they brought the stretcher, he stood and stepped back. She looked at him from the stretcher. "You broke a man's face at his own wedding," she said. Something moved through his expression. Not quite a smile. The place where a smile lives in a man who has forgotten how. "He deserved it. That's not an argument." "No," he agreed. "But it's a fact." She closed her eyes as they rolled her out. He followed. Nobody at that wedding would fully agree on what they had witnessed that night. Some would say it was a jealous ex-boyfriend crashing a wedding. Some would say it was a woman who had been humiliated by a man who wasn't worth her time. Some would look at the footage they'd taken on their phones, and there was a great deal of footage, and feel in the way that people sometimes feel when they've been complicit in something, in a low and uncomfortable sensation that would take them a few days to name. They had watched a man publicly strip a pregnant woman of her dignity for entertainment. They had laughed. The footage would not stay private. But that comes later. The hospital was quiet, with the specific quiet of late nights in medical buildings where the urgency is real but the volume is low, where crisis and bureaucracy coexist in the same fluorescent corridors. Lee Seok-chul sat in a chair outside the assessment room and did not move. Jun-ho arrived 20 minutes after him, found him there, and sat nearby without speaking, which was one of the more valuable things Jun-ho did. A doctor came out at 1:15. "Are you family?" Seok-chul looked at him. "Are you family?" the doctor repeated, "and tell me her condition." The doctor, to his credit, recognized something in the man across from him that redirected him toward practical information. Blood pressure spike. She's stabilized. We want to monitor her overnight. The triplets are all showing normal heartbeats, but given the gestational age and the stress event, we're recommending limited activity and close monitoring going forward. "Triplets," Seok-chul said. "Yes, did you know? 2 girls and a boy?" The doctor paused. "We haven't confirmed. She always said 2 girls and a boy." He wasn't talking to the doctor anymore. He was talking to something past the doctor. She said it like she already knew. The doctor waited a respectful moment. "She's asking for no visitors tonight." "I know. So, I'll be here." He looked at the door to the assessment room. "I'll be in this chair. She doesn't have to see me. I'll be in this chair." The doctor glanced at Jun-ho, who offered no help. He looked back at Seok-chul, made a decision. "I'll check back at 3. He went back through the door. Seok-chul leaned forward, put his elbows on his knees. He laced his fingers together and looked at the floor. Jun-ho, quietly. "The man at the wedding? David Osi, mid-level finance. He's not the origin of this." "I know. Someone in Seoul." "I know," he exhaled. "They needed to know she was my weakness. They needed to confirm it. They couldn't surveil me in Korea, so they manufactured a situation here." He looked up. "Who runs the Daijin operation now?" "Officially, Ro Tai-seong. But the money is older than Ro. You find the money." He leaned back. "Tonight changed the calculation. They got what they wanted. They know she matters to me. So we respond. He looked at the door again. "But not tonight." Jun-ho nodded, stood. "I'll start from Seoul." "Jun-ho." He stopped. "She left to protect me." Seok-chul said it like a man trying out a sentence he had just constructed and needed to hear out loud to confirm. "That's why she left. Someone threatened her and told her I would be killed if she stayed." Jun-ho was careful with his expression. "That's a theory." "It's not a theory." He looked at his hands, still marked from the evening. "She didn't take anything from my apartment when she left. She left her jewelry. She left the photograph from Jeju. She left in 3 hours in the middle of the night, which means she was scared, not angry." He paused. "She was protecting me. She was 7 months pregnant and sitting in that room tonight alone because she thought it was safer for me if she disappeared." His voice did something at the end of that sentence that it didn't usually do. Something human and unguarded. "If that's true," Jun-ho said, "then she was right to be afraid. The threat was real." "I know. Someone had access to her." "I know. Which means someone was watching her long before she left Seoul." "I know. He stood, straightened his jacket. Which means I have to go to war. He looked at the door one more time. After. At 2 a.m, a nurse came out to check the corridor and found a man in an expensive suit asleep in a plastic chair with his head tilted back and his arms crossed and an expression that, even in sleep, had not entirely let go of the evening. She looked at him for a moment, went back inside, and told Cynthia, "The man is still here." Cynthia lay in the hospital bed in the particular exhaustion of a body that has been through something and survived it. She had the monitor on her. She could hear 3 heartbeats. She said nothing for a long time. Then, "What does he look like?" The nurse raised an eyebrow. "Asleep. Uncomfortable. Like he's not planning to leave." Cynthia looked at the ceiling. "He always does that," she said softly. "He just sits outside doors." "Is he?" "He's the father." She said it like something she'd been holding in her mouth for 7 months and had finally decided to put down. "He's the father." The nurse nodded slowly, said nothing, left. In the corridor, Seok Chul's phone vibrated twice with messages from Junho. He slept through both of them. Have you ever made a sacrifice for someone who didn't know you made it? In walked away not because you wanted to, but because you thought it was the only way to keep them safe. And then had to watch them misread your absence as abandonment? If you have, this comment section is the safest place you've been all week. Say something. This story is for the ones who have loved quietly, sacrificed invisibly, and never once got credit for it. You are seen here. Subscribe if this is your community. Because we're not halfway through yet, and what's coming will require all of you. The morning arrived gray and soft. Atlanta at 6 a.m. in November had the quality of a city that hadn't fully committed to waking up yet. Cynthia was sitting up in the hospital bed when the door opened. She had been awake since 4. She had eaten half a cup of oatmeal that she didn't taste. She had sent 3 texts. One to her sister, one to a number she hadn't contacted in months that she ultimately didn't send, and one to a woman named Adez, who was the only person in Atlanta who knew most of the truth. When the door opened, she looked up expecting a nurse. It was Seok Chul. He stopped in the doorway. He was still in last night's suit. It was somehow still immaculate except for the collar, which was slightly wrong in the way that clothes go wrong when someone sleeps sitting up. He had not shaved. He looked like a man who had been through something and not had time to process it yet. She looked at him. He looked at her. "You should go," she said. He came in and sat in the chair beside her bed. "Seok Chul, I'm not leaving. You can't just... The doctor said you're stable," he said. "I spoke to him an hour ago. He said the triplets are all strong. He said you need rest and reduce stress. I am sitting in this chair. I am not causing stress. Your presence is stress. My presence," he said. "It was the only thing that got me through last night without doing something worse than what I did." Silence. She looked at him for a long time. At the jaw she had memorized. At the hands that were resting on his knees with the stillness of a man who had learned to control the part of himself that wanted to reach for things. "How did you know I was there?" she asked. "I didn't. I knew the man existed. I was watching him for different reasons. And when I found out the invitation had been sent to you," he stopped, recalibrated. "I should have reached out to you directly. Yes. I didn't know if you would see me. So you just appeared in the back of a ballroom? I wanted to see if you were all right before Before you what?" Her voice had an edge now. "Before you decided what to do with the information? Is that it? You were collecting data?" "No. Straight. No performance in it. I was afraid if I called and you told me not to come, I would come anyway. And I didn't want to disrespect your choice." She stared at him. You have a history of telling me what you need, he continued, and me ignoring it. I was trying to do the opposite. And how did that work out? His mouth did the thing that was not quite a smile. Poorly. She looked away, looked at the window, the gray Atlanta morning. They're yours, she said. The room went very still. He didn't make a sound. I know, he said finally. I know they are. You can't know that. You left me a note that said I'm sorry. You didn't say this isn't working or I need space. You said I'm sorry, and you left your jewelry. He paused. You left the photograph from Jeju. She turned to look at him. You don't leave the Jeju photograph unless you're choosing to give something up. His voice was measured and careful, and underneath it something that was neither of those things. You gave me up. But you kept something of mine, and that's the only thing that got me through 6 months of not looking for you. Her jaw worked. You should have looked, she said, not soft, hard, accusatory. The anger of a woman who had been strong for so long that the anger at the root of the strength had finally surfaced. You're Park Seok-chul. You walk into rooms and they change. You make calls and buildings get sold. You looked at me for 3 months and I rearranged my entire life. Yes, but when I left, you told me not to come after you. I'm telling my daughter right now not to eat candy for breakfast. She looked at him with burning eyes. That doesn't mean I want her to listen. Something in his expression shifted entirely. You wanted me to fight, he said. I needed to know you would. Silence. Then, someone threatened you. She looked away. Cynthia. It doesn't matter. It is the only thing that matters. He leaned forward. When someone told you that if you stayed with me you would be in danger, or I would, and you believed them. And instead of coming to me, you left at 3 a.m. with a note that said, I'm sorry, and you carried my children alone for 7 months in a country where you don't have family. And you let a man you used to date humiliate you in front of 300 people because you thought it was better than the alternative. She said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. Who was it? He said, not loud, not angry. The voice of a man who has reached the place on the other side of both of those things. I'm not discussing this in a hospital room. Then we'll discuss it when you're out. Seok-chul. I'm not asking for permission. He met her eyes. I am telling you, we will discuss it. Because whoever did this is still out there. And you have 3 children due in 2 months. And you are not going back to whatever apartment you've been living in alone because someone wanted to use you against me. She looked at him with an expression he had never seen before on her face. One that was tired and proud and angry, and something else underneath all of it that she was working hard to keep from the surface. You don't get to just show up, she said. I know. You don't get to make decisions. I know. About my life because you feel guilty. It's not guilt. His voice cracked slightly, just slightly. The sound of a very controlled man losing control of one syllable. Cynthia. It is not guilt. She waited. He looked at her. He said, I have run an organization for 11 years that required me to care about nothing. I was good at it. I was exceptional at it. And then I met you in a hotel lobby in Gangnam because your friend asked you to translate something and you told me my collar was crooked and walked away before I could respond. She blinked. I have thought about that moment, he said, every day since. Not because it was romantic, because you were the first person in 11 years who looked at me like I was just a man with a crooked collar. He paused. You made me a person again. Do you understand what that costs someone like me? And to feel that and then lose it? The room. You don't get to make this about your feelings, she said, but her voice had changed. I'm not. I'm explaining mine so you can make an informed decision about what comes next. She looked at him for a long time. The girls and the boy, she said finally. He waited. 2 girls and a boy, she said. One of the girls has your jaw. I've seen it on the ultrasound. I've been arguing with your face for 3 months. He didn't say anything, but his eyes closed briefly, just briefly. When they opened, they were different. What are their names? He asked. I haven't, she stopped. I didn't want to name them alone. Another silence, a different kind. Then we'll name them together, he said. She looked at the window again. Her hand moved to her stomach. His eyes followed the movement and stayed there. You hit a man at his wedding, she said. I would do it again. That doesn't make it right. No, he agreed, said, but some things aren't about right. They're about what a person cannot physically stop themselves from doing when someone they love is being destroyed in front of them. She heard the word. She chose not to address it. Not yet. I'm tired, she said. Not as a dismissal, as a fact. The statement of a woman who has been carrying too much for too long and has finally found somewhere she might be able to set part of it down. Sleep, he said. You do. You're still going to be here when I wake up. Yes. She looked at him one more time. Then she leaned back against the pillow and closed her eyes. He sat in the chair. He did not reach for his phone. Did not look at the messages from Junho. Did not think about the rival in Seoul or the burned warehouse or the global power calculation of what came next. He sat in a hospital chair in Atlanta and watched a woman sleep and felt for the first time in 11 years that the most important thing in his life was inside this room. She slept for 2 hours. He knew because he counted, not obsessively. The way a person counts things when their mind needs something small and measurable to hold on to while everything large and immeasurable rearranges itself. He counted the minutes. He listened to the sound of her breathing steady and slow into the rhythm of someone who has stopped fighting, at least for now, at least in sleep. At 8:14, Lee Junho appeared in the doorway. Seok-chul raised one hand. A single gesture. Stay there. Junho stayed there. At 8:40, a nurse came in to check the monitors. She moved quietly. She glanced at Seok-chul once the way people glance at things they've decided not to question, and left. At 9:03, Cynthia opened her eyes. She looked at the ceiling first, then at the monitors. Then, with the careful slowness of a woman who already knew the answer, she looked to her left, when he was still in the chair. He had not slept again. His eyes were clear in the particular way that exhaustion past a certain point begins to look like focus. You're still here, she said. Yes. She looked at the ceiling again. Something in her expression settled reluctantly into something that was not quite relief but occupied the same neighborhood. The doctor came in? At 7. Everything is stable. He wants to keep you until this afternoon and then he'll review. She nodded and moved to sit up slightly. He stood not to help. He had the intelligence to know she would reject that, but because sitting while she struggled felt wrong in a way he couldn't argue past. She sat up on her own. You spoke to Junho, she said. Not a question. Yes. What did he find? He looked at her for a moment. You're asking because you already know some of it. I'm asking, she said. Sorry, because I want to know how much you know. This was the thing about Cynthia Morgan that had undone him from the beginning. She never performed weakness. She never used vulnerability as a softening strategy. Even in a hospital bed with monitors on her wrists and the evidence of last night still visible in the careful way she held herself, she was thinking. Calculating. Treating this conversation as a negotiation. He respected it. He also found it, at this particular moment, profoundly frustrating. Ro Tai Seong funded the humiliation, he said. David Osei was paid $40,000 to execute it. The public nature of it was intentional. They wanted footage. They wanted to see how I reacted. He paused. They needed to confirm that you were a vulnerability. She said nothing. And you knew this, he continued. You knew when you left that someone had targeted you specifically to get to me. Like you knew that staying in Seoul would either get you killed or give them a permanent lever to use against me. So you left. You disappeared. You were strategic about it. He sat back down. What I can't figure out is why you didn't tell me. She looked at her hands. Because you would have handled it. Yes. And handling it would have started a war. Yes. And in that war, she said quietly, you would have been the most exposed, the most obvious target because you would have been angry. Isn't you are... She paused, choosing the word carefully. You are not at your best when you are angry on my behalf. He absorbed that. You're saying I'm reckless. I'm saying you're human, which for someone in your position is the most dangerous thing you can be. She met his eyes. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't be the reason someone got close enough. So instead, you carried triplets alone in a foreign city for 7 months. I managed. Cynthia. His voice was flat. You collapsed on the floor of a wedding reception. That was stress-related. That was 7 months of doing alone what was never meant to be done alone. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees again. That posture she had come to associate with him being as serious as he got. You protected me. I understand that. I am not ungrateful. But you made a decision about my life, about what I was capable of handling, about what I deserved to know, without giving me the information to make my own choice. And you are angry at me for not chasing you when you didn't give me anything to chase with. Silence. Long. She looked at him. He looked at her. You could have trusted me, he said. I did trust you. Her voice was tight now. I trusted you enough to know that if I told you, you would have chosen war over safety. Every time, without question, even without strategy, you would have chosen the immediate and violent thing because that's what love makes men like you do. And I was not willing to watch that happen. She stopped. I was not willing to watch you burn yourself down for me. That was my choice to make. And I made it for you. She held his gaze. I'm not apologizing for that. Another silence, different from the others. Not the silence of things unsaid. I'm the silence of two people who have just fully seen each other's position and are deciding what to do with the fact that both of them were right. I would have chosen you, he said finally. Every time, with full information or none. I would have chosen you. She looked away. Her jaw was working. I know. Then you know that what you protected me from was a version of myself you trusted. I protected you from a version of yourself that would have gotten you killed. She looked at him again, and in her eyes were bright now, and she was not crying. She would not cry, but the brightness was there. Don't ask me to regret that. He looked at her for a long time. I don't, he said. I just need you to understand what it cost me. The brightness in her eyes didn't leave. She nodded. Once. Small. The nod of a woman accepting a truth she already knew. The doctor came at 11, and he went through the vitals with the brisk professionalism of someone who had learned to conduct medical conversations in rooms with unusual emotional weather. Blood pressure was down to acceptable levels. Triplets were all showing normal movement. He wanted to see her again in 48 hours and strongly recommended she not attend any more social events that elevated cardiac stress. Cynthia said dryly, I'll clear my social calendar. The doctor looked at Seok-chul. Are you staying with her? Yes, Seok-chul said. Cynthia opened her mouth. To ensure she has appropriate support, Seok-chul added, looking at her. She closed her mouth. The doctor nodded, made a note, and left with the air of a man who had decided this was not his situation to have opinions about. When he was gone, Cynthia said, "I didn't agree to that." "You didn't disagree." "I was about to." I intercepted. She looked at him. "And you're doing that thing." "What thing?" "The thing where you make decisions in the space between my sentences. I prefer to think of it as efficiency. I prefer to think of it as infuriating." He looked at her with that almost expression, the one that lived at the edge of a smile without ever quite becoming one. "You're doing that thing," she raised an eyebrow. "The thing where you argue about process when you've already decided on the outcome." She looked at the window. "My apartment is on the north side," she said after a moment. "I know." She turned back to him sharply. "You know?" "Junho." "Of course," she exhaled. "Of course, Junho. He was keeping an eye on you, from a distance. I told him not to make contact." He paused. "I was trying to respect your choice. But you were having me watched. I was having you protected." The distinction in his voice was careful, not defensive. He genuinely believed there was a difference, and in his world, there was. There is nothing in your life that Junho reported back to me. I only asked if you were safe." She absorbed that. "And was I?" she asked. "According to Junho, was I safe?" "A beat." "You were alone," he said. "Which is not the same thing." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said quietly, "I had them, even then. I was never entirely alone." His eyes went to her stomach. He said nothing. But something in his face did something it rarely did, which was to show, and briefly and without armor, what was happening underneath. She was discharged at 2 in the afternoon. The drive to her apartment was quiet in the specific way of two people who have said significant things and are now processing the aftermath. Junho drove. Seok-chul sat in the back beside her, not close, not distant. The exact distance of a man who understood that proximity was a question being negotiated in real time. Either her apartment was on the 14th floor of a building that was clean and well-maintained and entirely adequate, and absolutely not somewhere that a man who owned 3 properties in Seoul and 2 in Singapore was going to accept as sufficient for a woman 7 months pregnant with triplets by him. He said nothing about this. He walked in. He looked at the space, the careful way she had arranged it. The pregnancy books on the side table, the printed ultrasound photographs on the refrigerator, in 3 of them, each with a different date. And he said nothing. She watched him look at the photographs. He reached out and touched the edge of one, the one dated 4 months ago, 3 small shapes on a gray field. "That one," she said from behind him, "is the boy." He was already stubborn. He kept turning away from the camera. Seok-chul said very quietly, "Sounds familiar." She almost laughed. She caught it before it escaped, but it was close. He turned around. "Sit down," he said. "I'll make something." She blinked. "You cook?" "I boil things. It's a skill." He moved to the kitchen. "Sit down, Cynthia." She sat on the couch. She watched him open her refrigerator with the careful expression of a man confronting unfamiliar territory, which was, she suspected, exactly what it was for him. She watched him find eggs and find a pot and stand in her kitchen in his ruined suit, looking slightly lost and absolutely determined. She felt something move through her chest, and it was not safe to feel it yet. She looked away. He made eggs. They were, she had to admit, competently made eggs. They ate at her small table, which had never had 2 people at it before, and the strangeness of it, of him in her space, solid and real after 7 months of absence, sat between them like a third presence at the table. "Tell me about them," he said. "What you know so far." She looked at him. The babies, he said. Tell me what you know. She was quiet for a moment. And then, the girls are both active. One of them kicks in the morning specifically, 7 a.m. every day like she has an alarm. The other one is quieter, but she responds to music. I played her something last month and she moved for 20 minutes. She paused. The boy, like I said, is stubborn. He positioned himself behind his sisters in week 22 and the doctor had a terrible time getting a clear image. He looked annoyed about it. Something moved across Seok-chul's expression, and he was listening with the full weight of someone receiving information they understand for the first time, the magnitude of having missed. And you, he said, how are you? I'm the real answer. She looked at her plate. Tired. I've been tired for 4 months and I've stopped expecting not to be. My back hurts, my appetite is unpredictable. I had a week last month where I couldn't eat anything except rice and mango, which the doctor found amusing. She paused. I'm frightened sometimes. Even in the middle of the night, not about the birth, about what comes after, about whether I'm... She stopped. Whether you're what? Enough, she said. Whether I'm enough. For 3 of them. He looked at her with an expression she didn't know how to read. You sat in that room last night, he said, for 40 minutes alone, while a man destroyed you publicly for entertainment, and you held your head up, and you protected 3 children who were not yet born, and you still hadn't broken when I crossed that room. He paused. You are the most sufficient person I have ever met. She looked at him. That's not the same as having support, she said. No, he agreed, it's not, which is why I'm here. They were debating whether she should lie down. She wanted to sit up, he thought she should rest, and they had been going back and forth for 4 minutes with the exact energy of 2 people who argue because arguing is the safe version of the other thing. When Junho knocked and came in without waiting, his expression had changed. Seok-chul saw it immediately, stood. What? Junho glanced at Cynthia. Say it, Seok-chul said. The footage from last night. Junho spoke carefully. It's moving fast, multiple uploads. It's already been picked up by 3 entertainment news sites and 1. He paused. 1 investigative journalist in Atlanta who is asking questions about the man who intervened. Seok-chul's jaw tightened. They're identifying you? Cynthia asked. Not yet, but the footage is clear. Junho looked at his phone. There's also, and this is the part I need you to hear carefully, a separate video, posted anonymously 2 hours ago. It's not from a wedding guest. What is it? It's audio. It's a phone recording of David Osei, approximately 3 weeks ago in a conversation with someone whose voice is distorted. The conversation includes... Junho looked at the phone. A discussion of payment, the sum, the instruction to invite her specifically, the exact phrasing of what he was supposed to say about the triplets. Silence. Seok-chul turned slowly to look at Cynthia. She was looking at her hands. Cynthia, he said. She said nothing. Who posted that video? She was quiet for another 3 seconds. Then she looked up and her expression was the most complicated thing he had seen in 48 hours, which was a high bar. I did, she said. If you're watching this and you just realized what she's been doing this whole time, if your jaw dropped even a little, you're not alone. And I need you in the comments right now. Was she right to play it this way? Was this strength or was this too much to carry alone? And this is the debate this community needs to have. The people who understand this story aren't passive. They take sides. Drop yours below. And if you're not subscribed yet, this is the moment. Because what's about to happen next will rewrite everything you think you know about who was really running this from the beginning. You recorded him, Seok-chul said. I recorded the conversation. She met his gaze steadily. When he first reached out, when the invitation came, I didn't know for certain he was being paid. But something felt wrong. The language was too specific. He called the pregnancy the situation, not pregnancy, situation, like he'd been briefed. She paused. So I called him. I said I was thinking of not coming, that I was nervous about how it would look. I wanted to hear what he would say. And he confirmed it. Not directly. But he was too reassuring, and too specific about how it would be fine and how everyone would be respectful and how there was nothing to worry about. People who haven't been told what to expect don't reassure that specifically. She looked at her hands again, then back at him. I came knowing it was going to be bad. I didn't know how bad, but I came with a recording app running. You walked into a trap, Seok-chul said, on purpose. I walked into a trap with documentation. That is not... He stopped, exhaled, and looked at the ceiling briefly. That is not a strategy, that is... It worked, she said. You collapsed. After I got what I needed. Her voice was even. The footage of the humiliation combined with the audio of the planning is enough to publicly expose whoever funded this. Not through your methods, through the internet, through journalism, through the kind of exposure that's harder to make disappear than a burned warehouse. He stared at her. You were playing them, he said. I was protecting you. The way I know how. She looked at him directly. You protect people with power and violence. I protect people with information and patience. Both work. Mine leaves fewer bodies. Jun-ho from near the door made a very small sound that he immediately converted into a cough. Seok-chul looked at Jun-ho. Jun-ho looked at the wall. She's not wrong, Jun-ho said, in the tone of a man who has made a calculated decision to be honest. Seok-chul looked back at Cynthia. She waited. He was doing something with his expression that she recognized from Seoul. The particular internal recalibration of a man who has prepared for a version of events and arrived to find a different one that requires entirely new preparation. He had expected to be the one who handled this. He had organized the last 18 hours around that expectation. He had not anticipated that she had already been handling it. The anonymous post, he said slowly, and is there any way to trace it back to you? No. You're certain? I've had 7 months of very quiet evenings. I had time to learn things. She paused. The journalist who picked it up is named Yemi Adeyinka. She covers financial crime and organized fraud. I sent her a tip 3 days ago, before the wedding. 3 days ago, he repeated. I knew something was coming. I just didn't know the exact form. She looked at him. And I didn't know you were going to be there. Silence. Even if I had known, she said softer now, I would have told you to stay away. I know, he said. That's why Jun-ho told me the morning of. Jun-ho studied the wall with renewed intensity. Cynthia looked at Jun-ho, then back at Seok-chul. He told you? Yes. So you were there on purpose? Yes. You could have stopped it. I could have intervened earlier. I chose to wait and see what you needed. A pause. And then I stopped waiting. She looked at him for a long moment. The groom's face, she said finally. Yes. Was that waiting and seeing what I needed? No. Flat. That was something else. She held his gaze. Thank you, she said quietly, not easily. The thank you of a woman who does not distribute them without meaning them. For that specifically, he nodded once. The afternoon moved the way afternoons do after catastrophic evenings, slowly with the quality of light that seems to be trying to apologize for something. Cynthia slept for an hour on the couch while Seok-chul sat in the chair across from her. and answered messages from Seoul with the focused efficiency of a man who has learned to conduct business in hospital corridors and borrowed apartments. The messages were not good. Roh Tae-seong had made a move overnight. One of Seok-chul's distribution operations in Busan had been compromised, not destroyed but pressured. Personnel followed, a shipment delayed. Not enough to cause real damage, and enough to communicate a message. We know you were distracted. We know where to push. Junho relayed this with the careful phrasing of a man who understands that the quality of a message's delivery affects the quality of its reception. Seok-chul read it, looked at Cynthia sleeping, looked at the ultrasound photographs on the refrigerator, typed back to his operations director in Busan. Hold position. No escalation. I'll call it 8. His operations director typed back, Sir, Roh's people are testing every boundary. Hold, Seok-chul typed. Position. He put the phone down. Junho from the kitchen doorway. Seoul is expecting you to respond. I know. Every hour you don't, Roh reads it as confirmation that she's compromised you. She hasn't compromised me. Sir, she has informed me. He looked at Junho. There is a difference. Compromised means weakened. Informed means I now understand what I'm protecting and why. That's not weakness, and that's clarity. He picked up the phone again. I'll call Seoul at 8. Tonight we stay here. Junho nodded. Neither of them said anything about the fact that this decision would cost something. They both knew it. The math was clear. Every hour Seok-chul stayed in Atlanta was an hour Roh Tae-seong spent believing he had won. Sometimes what looks like losing is the most expensive move on the board. She woke at 4. He was on the phone, speaking Korean in the low, rapid way he spoke when the conversation required precision. One hand braced on the kitchen counter, the other at his side. He saw her wake and held up one finger. A minute. And she nodded and sat up slowly and listened to the language she had learned over 6 months in Seoul, to read by rhythm if not always by content. He was angry. He was controlled. But the anger was underneath the control like weather underground, seismic. Felt through the floor. And he ended the call, came back to the living room. Roh is escalating, she said. He's testing. What's the difference in practice? Testing is reversible. Escalating is a declaration. He sat. Right now he wants to see what I do. If I return to Seoul immediately, I confirm he can move me with pressure. If I stay, I confirm you're the priority. He looked at her. Either way, I've told him something. She looked at him steadily. I'd go back. No. Seok-chul. No. If you stay here and he reads it as weakness, let him. His voice was quiet, absolute. Let him think I'm weak. Let him move on that assumption. I want him to move on that assumption. Something in his eyes that she recognized. The particular cold focus of a man who is not reacting but playing. Because when he does, he will expose every resource he has committed to this strategy, and I will know exactly where they are. She was quiet. You're baiting him, she said. I'm letting him bait himself. She looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between admiration and the distinct discomfort of recognizing a mirror. You were playing them too, she said. I have been playing them for 4 years. He met her eyes. I didn't need to attend a wedding to start. She absorbed that. So last night was not strategy, he said, and his voice changed completely. Stripped of the cold focus, he stripped of the chess player's calm down to something raw and unprotected. Last night was not a move. I was in that room because I could not be anywhere else. What I did to that man, he stopped. That was not Park Seok-chul, the organization. That was a man who watched someone he stopped again. She waited. He looked at her. Who watched someone, he said carefully, who matters more than anything else in his life being destroyed, and could not stop himself. The room was very quiet. Outside, Atlanta traffic moved through the late afternoon. Inside, something shifted, not dramatically, not with a soundtrack, the way tectonic things shift. Slowly, with weight, with the understanding that the landscape is different now and the old maps no longer apply. When the doctor said triplets, she said, at the hospital. You heard it for the first time there. Yes. What did you think? He looked at his hands. I thought... He stopped, looked up. I thought about my mother. She died when I was 9. There were photographs of her holding me as a baby. She was looking at me the way... He paused. I thought about those photographs. And I thought about 3 children who were going to have a mother who looked at them that way. And I thought about the fact that I had almost never known they existed. He paused. And I sat in that hospital chair and I was more frightened than I have been in 20 years. She looked at him. You were frightened, she said. You're terrified. Of what, specifically? That I would be my father. He said it plainly, the way people say the things they've already made peace with not hiding. He was a powerful man who was never present. He was in every room and nowhere. I grew up with everything he could provide and none of what I needed. I became everything he built and none of what he was. He paused. And I don't know. I'm with children. I don't know if I know how to be present in the way that counts. Cynthia looked at him for a long time. You slept in a plastic chair, she said. In a hospital corridor because you couldn't leave. That's presence. Her voice was careful. That's what it looks like. He was quiet. It doesn't fix everything, she said. We have significant things still unresolved. About what I didn't tell you and what you should have done and what comes next and how we... She stopped. Began again. We have work to do. I know. This isn't... She gestured between them. This isn't resolved. I know. But... She exhaled slowly. Her hand moved to her stomach in the habitual gesture he had come to understand as her way of centering herself. The boy's name. I want to talk about the boy's name. He looked at her. Something in his face opened. And tell me what you're thinking, he said. I don't know yet. But I want it to be a name that means something stubborn. She looked at the window. Something that suits him. Junseo, he said without hesitating. She turned to look at him. It means, approximately, one who is principled despite pressure, he said. My grandfather's name. He was the most difficult man I have ever known. He argued with everyone and was right about most of it. A pause, and it suits a boy who hides behind his sisters and turns away from cameras. She looked at him for a long moment. Junseo, she said. Yes? She tried it again quietly, listening to it. The girls, she said. I have thoughts, he said, but I want to hear yours first. And for the next 40 minutes they sat in her small living room with the Atlanta evening coming in through the windows, and they named 3 children who were not yet born. And neither of them talked about Seoul or Ro Taishong or the footage spreading across the internet, or the weight of all the things still unfinished between them. They talked about names. It was, possibly, the most ordinary conversation either of them had ever had. It was, almost certainly, the most important. At 7:40, Seok-chul's phone lit up with 6 messages in rapid succession. He looked at the screen. Junho appeared from the bedroom where he had been making calls, with an expression that had crossed the line from careful into urgent. Sir? I see it. Ro's people hit the Busan operation directly. It's not a test anymore. Cynthia was watching both of them. Seok-chul stood, straightened his jacket with the automatic gesture of a man putting on armor. He looked at Jun-ho. Call the jet. Already called, 2 hours. Cynthia, go. He turned to her. I'll have people here by the time I leave, he said. Jun-ho's staying until... I don't need... He's staying. The voice that did not negotiate, then softer. Please, let me do this one thing without a debate. She looked at him. One thing, she said. One thing. He crossed to where she was sitting, knelt down, which was not a gesture that came naturally to him. She could see the slight awkwardness of a man unused to physically lowering himself, and he was at eye level with her and very close. I will be back, he said. She looked at him steadily. Before they come, he said, I will be back. You can't promise that. I can. His voice was certain in the way of a man who understands the difference between a promise and an intention. I have promised very few things in my life. I keep the ones I make. She looked at him. He looked at her. Then he reached into his jacket and took out a phone, set it on the table beside her. My direct line. Not through Jun-ho, not through anyone. If you need me, if anything changes, if the baby's... He stopped. If anything. She looked at the phone, then at him. Jun-seo, she said. Something crossed his face. Yes. The girls are still in discussion. I know. I'll call. You'd better. He stood, looked at her one more time with the expression of a man memorizing something. Then he turned and Jun-ho was already at the door and Seok-chul walked out into the hallway without looking back because he was the kind of man who, if he looked back, would not leave. And they both understood that he had to. The door closed. Cynthia sat in the quiet, her hand on her stomach. 3 heartbeats she could feel rather than hear. She looked at the phone he'd left on the table. She looked at the ultrasound photographs on the refrigerator. 3 shapes on a gray field. She looked at the window where Atlanta was going dark in the way cities go dark. Gradually, then all at once, lights replacing the sky. And she thought about a man in a black suit crossing an airport somewhere, carrying the weight of everything that had just passed between them, and the weight of what was coming, and the weight of 3 children he had learned about 18 hours ago and had already named one of. She thought about the girl who responded to music. She picked up the phone. She played something quiet. She felt the movement, right on schedule. And you just sat with one of the most real things this channel has ever put in front of you. 2 people who love each other in the most inconvenient, complicated, badly timed, and completely inevitable way. People who both sacrificed. Both miscalculated, both held on past the point where holding on made logical sense. If this story moved something in you, if it reminded you of someone, or something you gave up, or something you should have fought harder for, don't sit quietly with that. And this comment section is for the people who have lived enough to recognize what's real. Leave your thoughts, leave your story. And if you haven't subscribed, do it now. Not because of analytics, not because of algorithms, but because the people who gather here are exactly who you want to be watching alongside. We don't do noise here. We do depth. And you've already proven you belong.
Mirabelle didn't utter a word when her boss shoved her into that wall. But the man who walked through that door 2 seconds later made Martin Pill wish he had never been born. Mirabelle Wells was a maid, 5 months pregnant, and carrying a secret that was about to turn a casino empire upside down. What happened next was the last thing anyone in that hallway saw coming. This channel is where stories like Mirabelle's live. The ones about ordinary people who refuse to stay small, and the unexpected love that finds them in the middle of the fire. Subscribe now, because the next story is already waiting for you. Mirabelle did not scream. That was the first thing everyone got wrong about Mirabelle Wells. when Mr. Martin Pill grabbed her arm in the back hallway of the Golden Spire Casino and sneered down at her with that look she had seen too many times before. Mirabelle did not scream. She did not cry. She looked him dead in the eye, all 5 feet 4 inches and 240 pounds of her. And she said very quietly, "Let go." Martin tittered, like he actually tittered. He was the floor manager of the Golden Spire Casino, which meant he wore a pressed uniform and carried a radio, and believed with everything in him that the staff beneath him were furniture. Mirabelle had been mopping the east corridor when he found her. Her gray uniform was damp at the collar, and her braids were tucked under her cap. She had been on shift for 6 hours, and her lower back had been aching since hour 3, which was something she had learned to ignore because the baby did not care about her schedule. "You think you can talk to me like that?" Martin's grip tightened. "You're the help. You don't talk back to me." "Sir, don't." He stepped closer. The hallway was narrow. The nearest camera was at the corner, 30 feet away, and it had been broken for 2 weeks. Mirabelle knew this because she was the one who had reported it, and nobody had fixed it. "You've been making trouble since the day you started, walking around here like you own the place." "I mop the place," she said. "That is different." He reached out and knocked her cart sideways. Cleaning supplies clattered. Her mop handle swung and hit the wall, and that was when he grabbed her shoulder and shoved. Not a soft push, not a warning touch. A real shove, to right into the wall, and Mirabelle's back hit the plaster, and the air left her lungs in one sharp burst. Everything in the hallway went very still. Mirabelle's hand flew to her stomach. Instinct. Pure instinct. She pressed her palm flat against the small round swell that her loose uniform had been hiding for 4 months, and she stared at Martin Pill with something in her eyes that was not quite fear and not quite fury, but something older and more dangerous than both. Martin did not notice her hand. "I will have you out of this building by morning. Are we clear?" Mirabelle said nothing. Martin turned to walk away, and that was when the door at the end of the hallway opened. Not the staff door, not the supply room, the private door, the black one, the one without a handle on the outside, and the one that Mirabelle had been told on her very first day of work that she was never, under any circumstances, to look at directly. The man who stepped through it was not tall in the way that people expected powerful men to be tall. He was average height, lean, with sharp cheekbones, and black hair that fell slightly across his forehead. He wore a dark jacket with no tie. His shoes made no sound on the floor. His eyes, when they landed on the scene in the hallway, did not widen. They simply stopped on Mirabelle's hand, pressed flat against her stomach. Stopped on Martin Pill, standing 3 feet from her with red in his cheeks and satisfaction in his posture. Stopped on the cleaning supplies scattered across the floor. His name was Woo Seung-hyuk, but inside the Golden Spire Casino, in the city of Cheongju, Korea, everyone called him Mr. Woo, and they said it the way people say the name of a storm they can see coming from very far away. He owned the casino. He owned the building the casino was in. He owned the 2 buildings beside it. He was 29 years old, and he had never once raised his voice inside his own establishment, which was more frightening than if he had. Martin Pill spun around. The color left his face so fast it was almost interesting to watch. "Mr. Woo, I was just..." She was Mirabelle. Woo's voice was calm, completely, unnervingly calm. He was looking at Martin, but he said her name. "Are you hurt?" Mirabelle blinked. In 4 months of working at the Golden Spire, Woo Seung-hyuk had said 6 words to her. She had counted. She knew this because she was the kind of woman who paid attention to things that other people overlooked, and one of the things she had noticed about Mr. Woo was that he remembered names. Every single member of his staff. Maintenance, kitchen, security, front desk. He knew their names, and he used them, quietly and precisely, the way a careful person handles something valuable. I'm fine, she said. That is not what I asked. She paused. Her back hurt. Her stomach had not changed. The baby was fine. She was almost certain the baby was fine. She would check. She would be careful. But her shoulder, where she had hit the wall, would probably bruise. My shoulder, she said. A little. Wu looked at Martin. Martin opened his mouth. Don't, Wu said. One word. The same word Mirabelle had said. And somehow, it landed with 10 times the weight. So I'd go to my office and wait. Mr. Wu, I can explain. I know you can. Wu stepped forward. Not fast, not threatening. Just forward. The way a door closing is not threatening, but is still final. That is why I want you in my office. So I can hear it. He glanced once more at Martin. Now. Martin went. The hallway was quiet. Mirabelle bent down and started picking up the spilled supplies. Wu crouched across from her, actually crouched, in his good jacket, and back at her, completely unbothered by back at her, completely unbothered by being stared at. You don't have to do that, she said. You didn't have to be in this hallway getting shoved into a wall either, he said. And yet. Mirabelle took the bottle. Their fingers did not touch. And start cataloging small details about Wu. Start cataloging small details about Wu Xianghyuk at close range. He had a small scar above his left eyebrow. His hands were steady. He smelled like nothing at all, which was unusual for a man in his position who could afford to smell like anything. How long? He asked. He was looking at her stomach. Mirabelle went very still. Well, how long have you been? 4 months, she said. Because there was no point lying. He had already seen her hand. He was not the kind of man who missed things. Something moved across his face. Not surprise, not disgust. Something slower than both. He stood, and she stood, and they were facing each other in the narrow hallway with the broken camera overhead, and the golden spire hummed around them. The distant sound of the casino floor, on cards and chips and laughter, and the specific kind of hope that lives in gambling halls. The night of the staff dinner, he said. December. You left early. Mirabelle said nothing. Her throat had done something strange. You weren't feeling well, he continued. He was not asking. He was remembering. I saw you at the elevator. You noticed that. I notice a great deal of things, Mirabelle. She had not told anyone. Not her co-workers. Not her mother back home. Not the clinic doctor who had confirmed it, and given her vitamins, and said congratulations, in a voice that was trying very hard to be cheerful. She had been managing this alone, the way she had managed most things in her life. Quietly, steadily, one shift at a time. She had also not told Wu Xianghyuk. She had not told him because 4 months ago, the two of them had spoken exactly once. At the staff dinner that the casino hosted every December for all 300 employees. The dinner where he had sat at the head of the long table and made a speech about the year in a mix of Korean and English, and somehow managed to sound like he meant it. And afterward, when the room had gotten loud and warm and someone had put on music, Mirabelle had been standing at the window with a glass of juice, not alcohol she rarely drank, looking out at the city lights, and Wu had come to stand beside her. They had talked. That was the whole of it. They had just talked about the city lights and what the city looked like from the roof, and whether the small restaurant 2 streets over was still good, because she had mentioned that the jjigae was the best she had ever tasted, and he had looked genuinely pleased to hear it, like she had said something kind about someone he loved. And then it had gotten late, and the room had spun slightly, not from anything she drank, just from the warmth or from something else she was not examining. And she had said good night, and gone to the elevator. And something had passed between them in that hallway, soft and unspoken, that Mirabelle had spent 4 months pretending she had imagined. "You should have told me," Wu said now. His voice was still quiet, still even. But there was something underneath it, something taut. "From your contract," he said, "does not forbid me from—" "Your contract," he said, "does not include anything about pregnancy. I have read every clause. Why would you—" "Because this morning, before I walked through that door," he paused. "Just a fraction of a second. My head of HR sent me a flag on your file. Martin Pill filed a performance complaint against you. Yesterday." Mirabelle's stomach dropped. Not the baby, just her own stomach, cold and sudden. "He filed it yesterday," she repeated. "Yes." Wu's jaw did something that was not quite moving, but was not quite still. "One day, after I informed him that I was reviewing the staffing structure of the cleaning department, which he oversees, he looked down the hallway in the direction Martin had gone, so he was trying to remove you before I could review your record. Why would your staffing review matter to him?" Wu looked at her, and Mirabelle, who was smart and observant, and had been paying attention for 4 months, understood. A beat too slowly. A beat that felt like the floor tilting. What he wasn't saying. "You already knew," she said, "about the baby. Before, just now." He was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. "HR tracks medical leave requests," he said. "Jock and prenatal clinic appointments on company insurance. I saw the record 6 weeks ago." 6 weeks. Her voice cracked. She pulled it back. "And you said nothing." "It was not my place. But you reviewed my contract." "Yes." "And you checked Martin's complaint the moment it came in." "Yes." "And tonight, you came through that specific door." She looked at the black door, still slightly ajar. "Which is not a door you use on Tuesdays. I know your schedule, so I clean this corridor." Woo Seong-hyuk looked at Mirabelle Wells, and for the first time since she had known him, something in his face did not stay still. Something in his eyes shifted, and it was not cold, and it was not calculated, and it was nothing at all like what she expected from the man they called a storm. "No," he said quietly. "It is not a door I use on Tuesdays." The casino hummed. Somewhere down the hall, a door opened and closed. The broken camera watched them with its dead eye. Mirabelle picked up the last of her supplies and put them back on the cart. Her hands were steady. She was proud of her hands for being steady. "What will you do about Martin?" she asked. "That," Wu said, "is already handled. He has friends here, people who owe him." "They owe him less than they owe me." She nodded. She turned her cart toward the east wing. And then she stopped, because something had been sitting at the back of her throat since the moment he crouched on the floor beside her. And she was not a woman who left things unsaid. "Woo Seong-hyuk," she said. Not Mr. Wu, his full name, the way she had heard him introduced at the December dinner. She heard him go, still behind her. "Why did you come through that door tonight?" The silence lasted 4 seconds. "Because," he said, "I was told you were on shift in this corridor." Mirabelle did not turn around. She pushed her cart forward into the east wing and let the silence say everything that neither of them was ready to say out loud. Behind her, she could hear nothing. Not his footsteps, not the door closing, just the hum of the golden spire, alive and electric, and the quiet sound of something beginning. Martin Pill was gone by 9 o'clock the next morning. Not fired. That was the part that surprised everyone. He was reassigned. Moved to an affiliate property 4 hours away. Effective immediately, with a note in his file that said, "Conduct review pending," and nothing else. No announcement. No scene. Just his office cleared by 8:30, and his parking pass deactivated at 9. The staff talked about it for 3 days. Mirabelle said nothing. She showed up to her shift, clocked in, and mopped the east corridor like she always did. Her cartwheel squeaked at the same spot they always squeaked. She wore her uniform and kept her braids up and didn't think about black doors or quiet voices or the way a man could crouch on a floor in a good jacket and make her feel, for the first time in a long time, like she was worth crouching for. She thought about it constantly. The Golden Spire was not small. It had 4 casino floors, 2 restaurants, a hotel tower, a rooftop event space, and enough staff that you could go a full week without seeing the same face twice. So Mirabelle had spent her first 3 months learning the building the way she learned everything. Carefully, methodically, one wing at a time. She knew which elevators were slow and which were fast, which vending machine on the 3rd floor gave 2 items for the price of 1 if you pressed B7 twice, and which door in the east corridor was never used on Tuesdays. Until it was. And on Thursday, 2 days after Martin disappeared, and 4 days before the thing that changed everything, Mirabelle was in the rooftop garden. It was part of her rotation. The rooftop needed cleaning every Thursday morning before the event team came in to set up. She had her cart, her gloves, her braids under her cap, and a breakfast wrap from the staff cafeteria that she ate standing up while looking out at the city of Cheongju spread below her like a quilt. She liked Cheongju. That surprised her. She had not expected to like Korea. She had come because of the job. The contract was good. The pay was good. The company housing was clean and warm. And she had not come looking for anything else. She had not come looking for a December staff dinner where someone would say something real to her by a window, or for the particular way a city looked at 5 in the morning when the sky was turning and the casino lights were just starting to fade. You eat breakfast up here every Thursday. She did not jump. She had heard the rooftop door open. She was just surprised that it was him. Woo Seong-hyuk stood at the edge of the garden terrace, hands in his pockets, looking at her with the expression she was beginning to understand, was his version of a smile. Not the movement of his mouth, just a certain quality in his eyes. An attention. "You're tracking my schedule," she said. "You tracked mine." I cleaned the corridor. "Sit down," she said, mostly because the alternative was standing there being watched, which was doing things to her equilibrium that she could not afford. "I have another wrap if you want it." He sat on the actual garden bench, which was a little damp from the morning, and he did not check it first. He just sat. And Mirabelle handed him a breakfast wrap from her cart bag, and he took it, and they sat there, 5 floors above Cheongju, eating breakfast at 6 in the morning, like this was a thing they did. "How is your shoulder?" he asked. "Better." "The bruise?" "Fading." She glanced at him sideways. "You really did read my file." "I read everyone's file when something concerning comes to my attention." "Am I a concerning thing?" He took a bite of the wrap, chewed, but considered this with more seriousness than the question probably deserved. "You are a woman who was shoved into a wall in my building," he said, "while carrying something that belongs to both of us, and I did not stop it before it happened." The last 5 words arrived in Mirabelle's chest like a stone dropped into still water. She felt the rings of it move outward. "You couldn't have known. I should have dealt with Martin 2 months ago. I had 3 other complaints about him from different staff members. I was..." A pause. "Being careful. Methodical. I did not want to act on incomplete information. And now? And now a woman I care about was hurt in my building. Methodical is for when the stakes are abstract." He looked at her steadily. "The stakes are not abstract anymore." Mirabelle set down her wrap. "Woo Seong-hyuk," she said carefully. "What are you saying to me?" "I'm saying," he said, equally carefully, "and that December was not something I imagined, and that I have spent 4 months deciding whether to say that out loud." "Why 4 months?" Because you are my employee and you are entitled to a workplace where you do not have to navigate anything complicated from me. And because I was not sure, he stopped. Not sure of what? Not sure you felt the same thing. Mirabelle looked at the city, at the morning light catching the tops of the buildings, at a city she had not expected to love, flown in a country she had not expected to stay in, sitting next to a man she had not expected to understand. I do, she said. Feel the same thing. The morning was quiet. The baby, he said. I want you to know. Whatever you decide, whatever you need, I am not going anywhere. You don't, I know I don't have to. He turned to look at her. I want to. And Mirabelle, and who had been managing everything alone, the baby and the shifts and the aching back and the 4 months of pretending that December had not mattered, felt something unlock in her chest. Not dramatically, not with any great noise, just a door opening, the smallest possible crack of light. I have a doctor's appointment next Tuesday, she said. If you wanted to know, I want to know. It's at 2 in the afternoon. I'll be there, she nodded. She picked up her wrap and finished it. He finished his. The bird came back and judged them again from the railing, and this time, Mirabelle decided that was fine, because she felt, for the first time in a long time, like something was actually going right. She should have known then that the universe was only winding up. The thing happened on Saturday. Mirabelle was coming off the night shift. 2 in the morning, East Corridor done, cart returned, uniform changed to her own clothes. She was in the staff elevator going down to the lobby level when it stopped on the 2nd floor, and 2 men got in, and she recognized them immediately, the way you recognize a smell that means danger before your brain catches up to explain why. They were not casino staff. Their clothes were right, casino adjacent, the kind of neat and neutral that said business without saying what kind. But she had been in this building long enough to know its people, and these 2 were not its people. They looked at her. She looked ahead. 3rd floor maintenance hall, one of them said, in Korean to the other. Not to her. She was, as far as they were concerned, invisible. The shipment moves Sunday. Wu changed the schedule. Why? Don't know. But Hanshi said, a pause. There's a complication. The elevator reached the lobby. Mirabelle walked out. She did not run. She did not look back. She walked through the lobby at her regular pace, pushed through the staff exit. Soen stood in the cold outside, with her heart doing something loud and inconvenient. She had understood that conversation. Her Korean was not perfect. She had been learning for 8 months, but it was good enough. Good enough to know that something was moving through the Golden Spire on Sunday night that was not supposed to move through the Golden Spire. She also understood something else. If those men had realized she understood them, she would not be standing outside in the cold right now. She pulled out her phone. She started to type a message to Wu and then stopped. Because she did not know, she did not fully know, whether the thing those men were moving through his casino was something he knew about, or something he was part of, or something being done without him. She knew about the mafia. She was not naive. She had heard the whispers about the Golden Spire before she took the job, about who owned it and what that meant. But she had told herself that rumors were rumors, and that the man at the December dinner who talked about the city lights and listened like she was worth listening to could not be the same man the rumors described. She stood in the cold for a long time. Then she went home, lay down in her small, warm company apartment, put one hand on her stomach, and stared at the ceiling until the sun came up. She had an appointment in 4 days. She had decided to trust something she was going to need to decide how much. Sunday arrived without asking permission. Mirabelle spent the morning pretending to be normal. She made porridge. She watered her one plant, a stubborn little succulent named Stephen, who had survived 3 near deaths and 2 international moves in her bag. She reread the conversation in the elevator 17 times in her head, trying to find a version of it that meant something ordinary. There was no ordinary version. When she went into work at noon, she had picked up a half shift to cover for a coworker who was sick. The casino was its usual Saturday night rolling into Sunday energy. Tired dealers, bright lights, the particular kind of desperate optimism that filled rooms where people were hoping money would save them. Mirabelle cleaned. She paid attention. 3rd floor. The maintenance hall ran the full length of the east wing, service doors on both ends. She cleaned the public-facing part. Some of the back section, behind the locked gray door, was technically off-limits to cleaning staff except on Monday mornings. She knew this. She had never questioned it. Today, she questioned it. She was making her second pass of the corridor when she saw the gray door was not fully closed. Not open. Not obviously open. Just not latched. A thread of darkness visible where the seal should have been. She did not go in. She almost went in. Instead, she walked to the nearest house phone, dialed 0, and asked the front desk to connect her to Mr. Wu's assistant. The assistant, a man named Bach, who wore the same expression of polite suffering every day, and whom Mirabelle had once seen eat an entire lunch in 4 minutes between crises, picked up immediately. "Mr. Bach," Mirabelle said quietly, "I need to leave a message for Mr. Wu. Please tell him that the 3rd floor maintenance hall east needs a walkthrough today. Today. Before tonight." A pause. "I'll pass it along, Miss Wells." "Thank you." She hung up and went back to her cart. 40 minutes later, she was in the stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floors, taking her designated break, sitting on the 3rd step up, eating a tangerine, when she heard voices below her. She knew one of them. Woo Seong-hyuk. He was talking in rapid Korean, low and clipped, to someone she could not see. She caught fragments, enough. The words, "not authorized," and "who gave the order," and then something harder, something she did not have vocabulary for, but the tone carried just fine. Then, "who left the door?" A male voice, not Bach, someone else. "We don't know yet." "Find out. Tonight." And the shipment? A long silence. "Halt it," Wu said. "Pull the team. I want every person who was on that list in my office by 10. Footsteps. Going away. Not toward her. Mirabelle sat very still on her stairwell step, tangerine in her hand, and realized that her warning had landed, that Wu had received it, had moved on it, and was shutting something down that someone else had started in his building without his knowledge. Which meant one of 2 things. Either Woo Seong-hyuk was exactly what the kind version of the rumors said, a man who ran a complicated business but drew hard lines, or he was extremely skilled at performing the version of himself that would make her trust him. Mirabelle had always been good at reading people. She had also always been wrong about exactly one person at a time, even when she was aware that her record here was imperfect. She finished her tangerine and went back to work. At 7 that evening, she got a message on the staff internal system, not from Mr. Bach, from Wu directly. "Can you come to the rooftop after your shift?" Mirabelle stared at that message for a full minute. "Yes," she typed back. The rooftop at 9:15 was dark and cold, and the city below them was just starting to come alive. Restaurants filling, cabs moving. The casino lights below throwing soft patterns across the stone terrace. Wu was already there when she arrived. He was standing at the railing, and he turned when he heard the door. And the first thing she noticed was that he looked tired. Not the kind of tired that came from working late. The kind that came from something going wrong that you had been trying to stop. "You knew about the 3rd floor," he said. Not an accusation, a statement. "I heard 2 men talking in the elevator Friday night," she said. I understood enough. You could have told me immediately. I didn't know yet whether I should. He was quiet. He turned back to the railing and looked at the city. That's fair, he said. She moved to stand beside him, leaving a foot of space between them. What was it? The shipment. Something that should not be in my building. His voice was tight. Someone inside my organization has been using the East Maintenance Hall to move things they were never authorized to move, using my name, using my connections. He paused. I have been watching for this for 6 months. Someone has been building a shadow operation inside the Golden Spire and routing it through channels that look like mine, but aren't. Someone on your team? Yes. Do you know who? I have a strong suspicion. His jaw shifted. I needed one more piece of evidence, and the door being left open tonight. That was careless. Whoever left it did it on purpose to move the timeline before I could stop it. But they didn't know you were watching. Mirabelle looked at him. You've been watching too, she said slowly. For 6 months, which is 2 months before you started here, yes. Which means when I got this job. Your background check was thorough, he said. Not because of suspicion, because everyone's is. But you, Mirabelle, he turned to face her fully. You passed every check without anything unusual. You were exactly what your application said. And that in this building right now is rarer than you would think. She absorbed this. You trusted me, she said. I noticed you, he said. That first. And then I trusted you. And then December happened and I didn't trust myself. The city glittered. A plane crossed overhead. Woo Seung-hyuk, Mirabelle said. So I'm going to ask you something and I need you to answer it honestly. Yes. The things they say about you, about this building, about what it is. He did not look away. Some of it is true. Some of it is exaggeration. Some of it is what other people decided to believe because they needed a story. Which parts are true? The part where I inherited something I did not choose and spent years trying to make it into something I could be responsible for. A pause. The part where I have made decisions I cannot fully defend. The part where the Golden Spire is cleaner than it was when I got it, but not clean enough. Another pause. The weight of it sitting right there on the railing between them. The part where I am trying. That's a lot of parts. Yes, but you halted the shipment. The moment I knew. And you came through the black door on Tuesday because someone told you I was in the corridor. Yes. Who told you? He was quiet for 3 seconds. Beck. He monitors the building sensors during the evening hours, and he saw Martin Pill's swipe card used in the East Corridor at the same time as yours. He knows Martin's history. Woo's voice tightened slightly. Beck has been with me for 7 years. He looks after things. Mirabelle thought about Mr. Bach, who ate lunch in 4 minutes, and answered phones on the first ring, and revised her mental file on him significantly. Okay, she said. Okay? Okay. She turned to lean against the railing, while looking back at the rooftop, at the little garden that was her Thursday morning breakfast spot, at the door she had come through, at all the ordinariness of this strange situation. I'm not going to say this is simple. It is not simple. You have a complicated life, and I am having your baby, and I barely know you. And I am. She took one breath. I am someone who has managed everything alone for a very long time, and I am trying to learn what it looks like to not do that. I am also, he said quietly, learning what that looks like. Then we can be bad at it together, she said. For now. Something moved across his face. That slow thing. Not quite a smile, but warmer than anything she had seen there before. For now, he agreed. It was not a promise. It was something better. It was a beginning with its eyes open, which is the only kind of beginning worth having. 3 days later, Mirabelle went to her Tuesday appointment. Wu was there, on time. In the waiting room of the prenatal clinic, sitting in one of the small plastic chairs with his jacket folded over his knee and a parenting magazine he was clearly not reading, but had clearly picked up to avoid looking like he was simply sitting there waiting. Mirabelle looked at him in that waiting room and felt something she had no word for. Something that was half terror and half the exact opposite of terror. You read about it, she said, nodding at the magazine. I have been reading about it for 6 weeks, he said, very calmly, since I saw the clinic appointment on your insurance record. That might be excessive. The chapter on the second trimester was very detailed. Mirabelle sat down next to him. The receptionist called her name 8 minutes later. She stood up. She looked at Wu. He stood up too, and something shifted in the very regular air of that very regular clinic waiting room. Something that felt enormous and fragile and real, the way all the best things do. She did not know, walking through that door, that by the end of the week, 3 people would be dead. Someone she thought she knew would turn out to be a stranger wearing a familiar face, and the Golden Spire would be on fire. Not all fires are bad, but some of them take everything first. The fire started on Friday. On the 4th floor, in the server room. It was not an accident. Mirabelle was not in the building when it started. She was in her apartment, 30 minutes away, folding laundry and listening to a podcast about baby names, when her phone lit up with a message from Wu's number. Stay home. Do not come in. I will explain when I can. She stared at the message for 2 seconds. Then she turned on the news. The Golden Spire Casino was on every local channel. Not burning down. The fire suppression system had activated immediately. The damage was contained to the 4th floor server room and the adjoining corridor, but the building was evacuated, and every camera in the city was pointed at it. And the words, "criminal investigation," were already appearing in the chirons at the bottom of the screen. Mirabelle sat on her couch and watched, and her mind was running very fast and very cold. The 4th floor, the server room, servers held records, or records of transactions, financial records, movement records, the kind of data that could prove or disprove whether a shadow operation had been running through the Golden Spire's legitimate channels for the past several months. She picked up her phone and called Wu. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. She tried again. Voicemail. She tried Mr. Bach. Bach picked up in 1 ring, as always. Mrs. Wells. His voice was tight but controlled. Are you at home? Yes. What happened? Someone accessed the server room at 2200 hours. The fire suppression was disabled first, manually, with an override code. The room was set alight remotely. A pause. Mr. Wu is with the authorities. He's fine, please. A tiny crack in the professional voice. He's fine. Bach. Mirabelle gripped the phone. The evidence he had. About the shadow operation. Was it in that server room? Silence. Then quietly. Most of it. Yes. But not all of it. Another silence. Longer. Ms. Wells. I'm not asking you to tell me where the rest is, she said. I am telling you to make sure Wu knows that I know what this is. Someone on the inside burned that room to protect themselves, and whoever it is, they knew exactly where to look. Yes, Bach said very quietly. We know. Who is it? Ms. Wells. Bach. Her voice was steady. She was surprised by how steady it was. Who? The name Bach said was one Mirabelle recognized, and not someone high up, not someone obvious. A middle manager in the operations division, unremarkable and efficient, who had been with the Golden Spire for 11 years, and whom Mirabelle had seen every single week in the East Corridor, because his office was adjacent to the maintenance hall, because he had a key to the gray door, because he was, now that she saw it clearly, Exactly the kind of person you would not suspect if you were looking for someone spectacular. And exactly the kind of person you should suspect if you understood that real danger wore an ordinary face. His name was Greg Sutter. He was 51 years old, had 2 children, coached youth basketball on weekends, and had been funneling contraband shipments through the Golden Spire's maintenance infrastructure for 3 years. "He's gone," Bach said. "Left the building before the fire was reported. His apartment is cleared out." Mirabelle closed her eyes. He knew the moment Wu halted the Sunday shipment. Yes, he realized the investigation had gotten close, and he burned the evidence and ran. Does Wu know it's him? Wu confirmed it 40 minutes ago. He gave the name to the authorities. Mirabelle let out a long, slow breath. "Okay." "There is one other thing," Bach said. His voice had shifted, very slightly, but she had learned to hear his shifts. Greg Sutter did not work alone. His operation was connected to a larger network, one that has people in 3 other cities. The authorities believe that now that Sutter has run, the network may try to— He paused. "Tie off loose ends." Meaning anyone who may have overheard things, seen things. Another pause. Anyone who was in a staff elevator on a Friday night with 2 of their people. The silence in Mirabelle's apartment was very loud. "They know about me," she said. "We are not certain." "But Mr. Wu has already arranged. I am not leaving my apartment at 2 in the morning to be moved somewhere back. Ms. Wells, I am 5 months pregnant. I know exactly 3 martial arts moves. None of them are good. And I am not going anywhere until Wu himself calls me and explains the plan." Her voice was completely flat. "Those are my terms." A pause that she was fairly sure contained Mr. Bach, trying very hard not to smile. "I'll pass that along." Wu called 11 minutes later. "Mirabelle, are you actually okay?" "Yes." Bach said the server room is handled. The authorities have what they need from us. The backup records are stored off-site. Sutter didn't know about the secondary system. His voice was tired again. That deep bone tired. He destroyed 4 years of equipment, and he didn't get what he came for. And the network he was connected to. They are already moving. 2 of their people were arrested at the Southern Highway checkpoint an hour ago. A pause. There will be more. It will take time. Bach says they might come for me. A very specific kind of silence. I am aware. "Wu, I need you to go with Bach tonight," he said. "Not because you cannot manage. I know you can manage. But because you are carrying." He stopped. "Because I cannot be in 2 places, and I need to be here until this is contained, and I need to know that you are somewhere I know is safe. Please." Mirabelle sat with that for a moment. "Please," she repeated quietly, not mocking, turning it over. Woo Seong-hyuk, who owned casinos and had mafia connections, and kept backup servers, and managed crises without raising his voice, saying please to her in the middle of all of it, because she was the variable he was afraid of getting wrong. "Okay," she said. "Thank you. Where am I going?" "There is a house, 40 minutes from the city. It belongs to—" A pause. "It is secure. Bach knows it. You will be comfortable. Will you be there?" "As soon as I can." She packed a bag. Stephen the Succulent came too. Bach arrived at her door in 14 minutes in an unmarked car, and he looked at her bag, and then at Stephen, and said absolutely nothing, which she appreciated enormously. They drove out of the city while the Golden Spire's 4th floor was still being documented by investigators, and every news camera in Cheongju was pointing at a building that held, among many things, a rooftop garden and a broken camera in the East Corridor, and the specific memory of a December night that had changed the whole shape of Mirabelle's life. She held Stephen in her lap. The baby moved. For the first time, a tiny flutter, quick and certain, like a small heartbeat proving a point. Mirabelle looked out the window at the passing dark and felt something enormous shift inside her. Not fear. Something past it, and something that lived on the other side of fear and had been waiting for her to arrive. The house was in the hills. It was not large, but it was warm, real warmth, the lived-in kind. And when Bach opened the door and turned on the lights, Mirabelle looked around at the bookshelves and the worn kitchen table and the single photograph on the wall, and she knew, without asking, that this was not a safe house. This was Wu's home. His actual home. She turned to Bach. "He sent me here," she said. Bach's professional face was working overtime. "It is the most secure location available, Ms. Wells." Bach. "Yes, Ms. Wells. Thank you," she said. "For everything. For calling him when Martin—" "I have worked for Mr. Wu for 7 years," Bach said, and his professional voice cracked just slightly along the edge. "I have seen a great many things in that time. I have not, until recently." He glanced at her, and then at Stephen, and then back at the door. "Seen him pace," he said goodnight. Shui left. Mirabelle stood in Wu's home, looked at his bookshelves, which were chaotic and overfull, and organized in a way that made no obvious sense, but which she somehow understood immediately, and felt the baby flutter again. "I know," she said quietly, to no one, to the room, to the flutter. "I know." She made tea. She sat at the worn kitchen table. She waited. He came home at 4 a.m. He walked through the door and stopped when he saw her. At his kitchen table, in his home, and with Stephen on the table, and both hands around a mug, and her braids down from their cap, for the first time since he had ever seen her, falling around her face in thick, dark coils. He looked at her, and she looked at him, and everything that had been happening, the fire, the running, the investigation, the long, impossible night, receded for one moment to the edges of the room. "Hi," she said. "Hi," he said. He sat down across from her. Well, she pushed the extra mug she had poured, because she had known somehow when to pour it, across the table, and he wrapped both hands around it, and they sat in the kitchen at 4 a.m, in his house in the hills, in the middle of everything, and it was the most ordinary thing Mirabelle Wells had ever done. "Is it over?" she asked. "Not entirely," he said. "But the worst of it," he exhaled. "The people who might have come for you have been detained. Sutter is in custody in the next city. No, the network is fractured. And the Golden Spire? 4th floor will need rebuilding. The rest is untouched." He turned his mug in his hands. "The casino will reopen on Wednesday." "Good." "You don't have to come back," he said, "to work there if you don't want to. Why wouldn't I? After everything, Woo Seong-hyuk." She looked at him over the rim of her mug. "I like my job. I like the East Corridor. I like the Thursday mornings on the rooftop." A pause. "Ma, I like the view from up there." He was quiet. Then, "The view." "The view," she agreed. Something in his face shifted, that warm, unguarded thing that was his real smile, the one she was beginning to know. It arrived slowly, like a light being turned up rather than switched on, and it changed his whole face. "Mirabelle," he said. I want—" He stopped, looked at the table, looked up. "I have not been someone who— I have kept things at a distance for a long time. It has been practical, or it has been necessary. And I am—" a pause. "Not good at this." "Neither am I," she said, "but I want to be." "So do I." Outside, the hills were dark, and the city was a soft, distant glow. Stephen sat between them on the table, small and stubborn, having survived everything. The baby, Wu said. I was thinking, don't name it Stephen, Mirabelle said immediately. He looked at Stephen, looked at her. I was not going to suggest Stephen. Good. I was going to say, a pause. Mom, whatever you choose. I want to be part of choosing, if you want that. She put her mug down. She reached across the table, slowly, and put her hand on top of his. Neither of them spoke. The kitchen was warm. The baby was still. The night was almost over, and Mirabelle Wells, who had come to a country she did not expect to love, and found a life she had not known to look for, sat in the house on the hill and decided, quietly, completely, with her whole self, to stay. 3 months later, Greg Sutter stood in a courtroom and tried to make himself small. Mirabelle watched the news coverage of it on the small television in the hospital room, because that was where she was. Not because of anything the trial did to her, but because the baby had decided that the 3rd morning of the trial was the correct time to arrive, with the particular impatient energy of someone who had been waiting long enough. Wu had not slept in 36 hours. He sat in the chair beside the hospital bed, and still in the clothes he had been wearing when Mirabelle had called him at 2 in the morning, and he had his phone in his hand, but he was not looking at it. He was watching her. Every few minutes he would ask if she needed water, or the nurse, or the blanket adjusted, and Mirabelle, who was exhausted and powerful and in no mood for nonsense, would say, "I'm fine," and mean it, because she was. She was fine. She was better than fine. She was bringing a person into the world, or in a hospital in Cheongju, with Stephen on the windowsill and Bach in the waiting room eating a 4-minute lunch in the hallway because he refused to go home. And she felt certain, solidly, unexpectedly, fully certain. The baby arrived at 6:47 in the morning. A girl. Small and loud and entirely herself, with her mother's nose and her father's serious expression, and both of their stubbornness, for a very long time, which was the most for a very long time, which was the most emotional thing Mirabelle had ever seen from him, because she now understood that his silences were not empty. They were full. They were where he kept the things that mattered most. "She's real," he finally said. "Yes," Mirabelle said. "She is. She's—" He looked up. His eyes were doing something that she had never seen his eyes do, something wet and undefended and completely unashamed. "Mirabelle, I know," she said. "I know." They named her Yeon Joy. Yeon for Korea and Joy for Mirabelle's grandmother, who had been a woman who kept succulents and said that any plant that survived a winter had earned the right to be proud. The trial concluded 7 weeks later. Greg Sutter received 12 years. 3 members of his network received additional sentences. The Golden Spire's 4th floor was rebuilt and reopened, cleaner and brighter than before, with a new server room and upgraded security and a broken camera in the East Corridor that was finally, properly, fixed. Mirabelle went back to work. She was not a cleaning supervisor yet. That came 4 months later, when the head of operations retired and Wu restructured the department, and Mirabelle was offered the position in a meeting with 3 other people in the room, formally, properly, out on the record, which was something she had insisted on. No special treatment, no quiet favor. Her record spoke for itself, and it did, because she was good at her job, and everyone who worked with her knew it. "You didn't have to fight me on the process," Wu told her afterward. "Yes, I did," she said. "You know why." He did know why, because the Golden Spire was a place where people worked and deserved to see that advancement was about merit and not about who was close to the top. Because Mirabelle Wells had been a cleaning staff member who was shoved into a wall by a man who thought that power made him right, and she was not going to let the lesson of that become about her being close to Wu. The lesson was supposed to be about what happened to people like Martin Pill. Martin Pill, for what it was worth, had not done well in his reassignment. 3 more complaints. Transfer request denied. He resigned in March, and the last anyone heard, that he was managing a parking structure in a different city, and presumably still laboring under the misapprehension that he was better than the people around him. That was fine. Some things corrected themselves slowly. On the first Thursday morning after Mirabelle returned from maternity leave, she went to the rooftop. Yeonjoy was with Wu's mother, a small, formidable woman named Mrs. On Wu, who had arrived from her home city of Jeonju 2 weeks before the birth, and who had taken one look at Mirabelle and said, in excellent English, "You are not what I expected," and then hugged her, which was not the order Mirabelle had anticipated things going. The rooftop was cold, and the city was waking up, and Stephen, who had been promoted from the hospital windowsill to the rooftop garden, where he sat in a dedicated pot with a small identification tag that Bach had made without being asked, was doing fine. Mirabelle stood at the railing and drank her breakfast tea and looked at Cheongju. She heard the door open. "You're going to be early every Thursday for the rest of your life," Wu said. "You're going to be slightly less early every Thursday for the rest of yours," she said. He came to stand beside her. Yeonjoy's favorite stuffed animal, a small yellow bear that she had already managed to lose twice and recover from behind the washing machine both times, was somehow in his jacket pocket. He pulled it out, looked at it, and put it back. "She left it in the car," he said. "She leaves it everywhere. She's going to make us find that bear in 16 different countries before she's 10. Probably." They looked at the city. "Are you happy?" he asked. Not the casual version of that question, the real one, the one that meant, are you actually, genuinely, in your bones, happy? Mirabelle thought about a December dinner and a window and city lights. She thought about a narrow hallway and a floor that a man crouched on in a good jacket to pick up spilled supplies. She thought about a rooftop and a tangerine and an elevator conversation that had unraveled a criminal network. She thought about a hospital room at 6:47 in the morning and a baby who arrived with her mind already made up. "Yes," she said. He reached out and took her hand. She let him. The city of Cheongju stretched below them, bright and enormous, and completely unaware that it was being watched by 2 people who had found each other in the most unlikely of circumstances, in the middle of the most complicated of situations, and decided, separately and then together, to stay. But Stephen said nothing. Stephen was a succulent. Stephen had seen everything and survived all of it, and sat in the morning air like a small green declaration of resilience. Mirabelle looked at Wu. He looked back at her, and the morning was full. The first date was not planned. That was the thing about Woo Seung-hyuk. He did not announce things. He simply did them, quietly and completely, and let the doing speak for itself. And so when he showed up at Mirabelle's apartment on a Saturday morning, with Yeonjoy strapped to his chest in a carrier, facing outward, because she had recently decided that facing inward was beneath her dignity, and a bag from the bakery 2 streets over, Mirabelle did not ask where they were going. She put on her coat. She put Stephen by the window so he could get some light. And she followed. They walked to the outdoor market that ran along the riverside every Saturday, from 8 until noon, a long stretch of vendors selling vegetables and handmade things, and street food, and plants, and secondhand books. Yeonjoy, who was 4 months old and had opinions about everything, greeted the market with wide eyes and one very decisive fist thrust forward, as though she was approving it personally. "She likes it," Mirabelle said. "She likes everything loud," Wu said. He adjusted the carrier strap with one hand. "She will probably want to run this market by the time she is 6. 7, Mirabelle said. She'll spend a year studying it first. Wu looked at her, that warm, slow smile. Yes, that is exactly right. They moved through the stalls. Mirabelle stopped at a woman selling hand-dyed fabric and spent 10 full minutes asking questions about the dyeing process, while Wu stood beside her, holding a small paper cup of barley tea, and listening with what Mirabelle had come to recognize as his genuine interest face, which looked almost identical to his neutral face, except for a very slight tilt of his head. He bought 2 lengths of the fabric before she could reach for her bag, and when she raised an eyebrow, he said very simply, "You clearly wanted them." I was still deciding. You had already decided. You were just negotiating with yourself. This was, unfortunately, accurate. They ate rice cakes from a paper tray at a riverside bench, passing the tray between them, while Yuan Joy regarded a nearby pigeon with the focused intensity of someone planning a detailed investigation. The river was bright. A child somewhere behind them was flying a kite, shaped like a fish. The city had the specific Saturday ease of a place that had briefly agreed to relax. "Can I ask you something?" Mirabelle said. "Yes. Your mother, when she came, before Yeon Joy was born, she hugged me before she said anything else." "Yes." She had never met me. "No." "Why?" Wu looked at the river. "I had told her about you," he said, "for several months before she came. Not everything, but enough." A pause. "She said that anyone I described that carefully was someone worth knowing." Mirabelle turned to look at him. "You described me carefully," she said. "You are a person who deserves to be described carefully." The pigeon departed. Yeonjoy watched it go with great suspicion. Mirabelle looked back at the river and tried to organize her face, because something Wu said always arrived with more weight than she was expecting, and she needed a moment. "Your mother is coming back in spring," she said. "She is coming back in March," he confirmed. "She says she needs to inspect the rooftop garden. She wants to see Stephen." She brought Stephen a ceramic pot from Jeonju. "I know. It is nicer than anything else in my apartment." Wu looked briefly like he wanted to say something about that, and then decided not to, which Mirabelle appreciated, because they were both still learning where the edges were, and she liked that he paid attention to them. They walked home slowly, the long way, along the river path, and back through the side streets. Yeonjoy fell asleep in the carrier somewhere between the bookshop and the corner with the orange-painted wall, her small head tipping sideways in the absolute boneless surrender of infant sleep. "She trusts you completely," Mirabelle said. She was watching the way Wu kept one steadying hand on Yeonjoy's back as he walked, without thinking about it, automatically, the way people do things they have already made into habit. "She trusts everyone," Wu said. "She gets that from you." "I don't trust everyone." "No," he agreed. "But you trust the right people, eventually. And you teach her that everything is worth looking at." He glanced at her. "She looks at everything the same way you do, like it deserves her full attention." Mirabelle walked in silence for half a block. "Woo Seong-hyuk," she said. You have to stop saying things like that in public." "Why?" "Because I have nowhere to put them." He looked at her with that warm, quiet look. "You have time," he said. "There is no rush." The second date was Yeonjoy's idea, in the way that babies have ideas, entirely through inconvenience and perfect timing. She was 6 months old when she developed a complete fixation on the aquarium advertisement that played on the television every morning. Not the fish, not the coral, the sea turtles. Every time a sea turtle appeared on screen, she produced a sound that Mirabelle described as a small person discovering electricity, and Wu described as possibly the best sound I have ever heard. So they took her to the aquarium, Bak drove them, because Bak had decided somewhere around Yeonjoy's second month of life that being her unofficial honorary uncle was simply his situation now, and he had made peace with it. He wore his professional expression the entire way to the aquarium, and then immediately abandoned it the moment Yeonjoy grabbed his finger in the parking lot. The aquarium was large and blue-lit and full of families. Mirabelle carried Yeonjoy through the long underwater tunnel where the rays glided overhead, and slow and vast, and watched her daughter's face go completely still. That deep, absorbed stillness that was so clearly inherited that Mirabelle felt the recognition of it in her chest. She does that, Mirabelle said, when she is really, truly looking at something. Wu was beside her, watching Yeonjoy watch the rays. Yes, he said. I know where she gets it. You do the same thing, I have been told. By who? By Bak, repeatedly, usually when I am looking at you. Mirabelle looked up at him. Our rays are very large, he said. Very rays are very large, he said. Very impressive. You are changing the subject. I'm appreciating marine life, Yeonjoy shrieked with pure joy. The sea turtles had arrived. The three of them stood in the blue light of the turtle tank for 20 minutes. Yeonjoy pressed one palm flat against the glass, and the largest turtle drifted close, so enormous and ancient and entirely unbothered, and regarded them all with a calm that suggested it had seen everything and found it acceptable. I want to come back, Mirabelle said. We will come back, Wu said. Every month. Every month. She is going to make us members. She already has Bak looking at the membership tiers. Mirabelle started laughing. Real laughter. The kind that comes from somewhere uncomplicated and warm. And Yeonjoy turned to look at her mother, and then laughed too. Because she always laughed when Mirabelle laughed, as though joy was something you learned by watching the people you loved. The third date was Mirabelle's. She planned it. Properly, quietly, on a Tuesday evening, while Yeonjoy was asleep, and Wu's mother was visiting, and had taken over the apartment kitchen in a way that Mrs. Wu did not so much ask permission for as simply make happen. Mirabelle told Wu to be ready at 7 and not to wear anything he minded getting slightly flowery, that he arrived at 7. He looked at her, then at her own flour-dusted apron, and said, "Cooking class." "Cooking class," she confirmed. It was a small neighborhood class. 6 people around a long kitchen table, a cheerful instructor named Hyeon, who was very patient with beginners, and a menu for the evening that included doenjang jjigae, japchae, and a rice dessert that Mirabelle had been determined to learn since the first time she tasted it. Wu was, it turned out, a better cook than he had let on. He moved around the kitchen with the same quiet efficiency he brought to everything, chopping vegetables with a precision that made Hyun pause and say something complimentary in rapid Korean that Mirabelle only half caught. He said your knife work is very good, Mirabelle told Wu. I grew up in a house with no restaurant budget and a grandmother who believed that a person who could not feed themselves was a person at the mercy of everyone else, Wu said. He swept the vegetables into the pot without looking at her. She was very small and extremely correct about most things. She sounds like Mrs. Wu. My mother is exactly like her. It is the continuity of a particular kind of woman. He looked at Mirabelle sideways. The kind who knows what they want and goes after it without making a speech about it. Mirabelle stirred her jjigae. Are you complimenting me or describing your grandmother? Both, he said. It is efficient. The food they made was good, better than Mirabelle expected from a beginner class, actually, and they ate it at the long table with the other 4 participants, a mixed group of ages, who were cheerful and curious, and asked them how long they had been together with the casual friendliness of strangers at a shared table. Mirabelle and Wu looked at each other. A year, Mirabelle said, which was, roughly, the truth. It was the December dinner, plus 12 months, plus everything that had happened in between. And she had decided at some point that the counting started there, with city lights and a window and a man who listened like she was worth listening to. Wu looked at her with his real smile, the full one, for just a moment. A year, he agreed. Spring arrived, and with it, Wu's mother, a ceramic pot for Stephen, and the news that Mirabelle had passed her Korean language proficiency exam, the intermediate level, which she had been studying for in the early mornings, before Yeonjoy woke up, sitting at the kitchen table with flashcards and an audio program, and the specific determination of a person who had decided that if she was going to stay somewhere, she was going to understand it fully. She told Wu after the results came in. She was at work on the rooftop Thursday morning, breakfast in hand. He read the result on the printout she gave him. He looked up. "You have been studying since September," he said. "October," she corrected. "I started October." "Without telling me." "I wanted to be sure first." He looked at the printout again, then at her, then at the city. "Mirabelle." "It is a practical skill," she said briskly. "The building operates primarily in Korean, and my supervisory role requires Mirabelle. Clear communication across all Mirabelle." His voice was not loud. "On to stay fully. Not just with your presence to stay fully. Not just with your presence, but with all of it. The language and the city and—" He stopped, looked at the printout, put it in his jacket pocket. "I do not take it for granted. I want you to know that I do not take a single part of it for granted." The rooftop was quiet. Somewhere in the garden, a small bird had taken a considerable interest in Stephen. "I know you don't," Mirabelle said. They stood at the railing with their breakfast, and the morning, and the city below them, and the whole long, unlikely year between them. Yeonjoy was at home with Mrs. Wu, probably being taught something formidable about self-sufficiency. Bak was downstairs, 4 minutes into his lunch. The golden spire hummed below and around them, rebuilt and open, full of people trying their luck. And Mirabelle Wells hadn't come to Cheongju looking for any of this. She had come for a job and a clean apartment and a fresh start. And she had found, without planning it, without expecting it, in the middle of a narrow hallway and a broken camera and a December night that had changed the whole map of her life, something that fit. Not perfectly. Nothing fit perfectly. There were still hard conversations and complicated histories, and a man who had inherited a world she was still learning to navigate, and a baby who would grow up between two cultures and carry both of them in her name. But it fit the way real things fit, with some edges and some adjustment and the ongoing willingness to keep showing up. "Stephen is being looked at by a bird," Wu said. "Stephen has survived worse," Mirabelle said. "True." The bird lost interest and flew away. The city kept going. So Yeonjoy, 40 minutes away, was presumably already planning her future. And on the rooftop of the Golden Spire, two people who had found each other in the most unlikely of ways stood in the morning light and let the day begin. Mirabelle came to a country she never planned to love, survived everything it threw at her, and built something real from the rubble. And that is exactly what courage looks like when no one is watching. Subscribe now so every new story lands right where you are. Share this with someone who needs to be reminded that the right people always find their way to each other. When the blind boy's humiliation began, it happened in full view of his father's entire household. Young Minho, 12 years old, small for his age, with dark glasses resting on his nose and a white cane beside him, had been searching for the dining hall on his own. His father had insisted on it. "You will not be carried through this world," Kwon Duk-soo had told him that morning, his voice the kind of flat and quiet that made grown men straighten their backs. You will learn every corner of this house until it is yours." So, Minho had tried. He had counted steps the way his mobility teacher had taught him. Left at the 5th door. Forward until the air changes. Right when you smell the kitchen. But someone, and they would later find out it was deliberate, had moved a decorative bench into the middle of the hallway. Minho's cane caught the leg of it. He stumbled. He didn't fall completely, but his glasses slipped sideways, and his cane clattered loudly against the tile floor, and the sound of it rang through the hall like a bell announcing something shameful. 3 of the household's younger male staff members were nearby, kitchen runners mostly, boys not much older than Minho himself, who had been hired through a staffing agency and who had not yet learned what it truly meant to work in the house of Kwan Duk-soo. One of them, the tallest, with a sharp chin and restless hands, laughed first. It wasn't loud. It was worse than loud. It was the kind of laugh that's meant to be heard only by the people nearby, the kind that creates a circle of cruelty so small and intimate that the person being laughed at feels completely alone inside it. "I goo," the tall one muttered, loud enough. "The young master can't even walk straight." Another one snickered. "His father commands half this city, and his son can't find the dining room." Minho stopped. He crouched slowly, reaching for his cane with practiced, careful hands. His face was absolutely still. That was the thing about Minho. He had learned early that showing pain only gave people more of what they wanted. So he kept his expression like still water. But his fingers, searching the floor, they were shaking. And that was the moment she appeared. Nobody had noticed Esther Randy in the hallway. That was, in many ways, the story of Esther's entire life. She occupied spaces without people registering her presence until she did something impossible to ignore. She was 23 years old, with a round face and deep brown skin that caught light warmly, and she was built the way she had always been built, full and soft and wide, in a household that seemed to value only sharp and small and quiet. She had been carrying a basket of freshly folded linens, heading toward the east wing, wearing the standard gray uniform that all junior maids wore. She had watched the moment unfold from the far end of the hallway. She had seen the boy stumble. She had seen the bench, placed wrong, placed cruelly wrong. She had seen the laughter, and something had shifted in Esther Randy's chest that she couldn't entirely name, because she knew what it felt like to be laughed at for the way you existed in a body that other people found easy to mock. She set the basket down against the wall. She walked, not ran, walked, with purpose and calm, straight to Minho, crouched beside him, and placed the cane in his hand, before he had to search another second for it. "Here," she said, in Korean so careful and deliberate, it was clear she had worked hard to learn it. "I have it." Minho turned his face toward her voice. His expression shifted. Not gratitude yet, something more like surprise. "Who are you?" he asked. "Esther. I'm new. East Wing Laundry." She stood, and then, because she was Esther Randy, and she had grown up in a house with 4 brothers, and had never once in her life let cruelty pass without naming it. She turned to look at the 3 young men still standing nearby. Her voice, when she spoke to them, was not loud. It was something much more effective than loud. "Moving that bench into his path," she said, with the specific, measured tone of someone who has already decided they are not afraid of the consequences. Which one of you thought that was something to be proud of? Silence dropped over that hallway, like something heavy falling from a great height. The tall one with the sharp chin opened his mouth. "Mind your business, African." "Esther." She said her own name calmly, as though correcting a pronunciation. "And this is my business. Everything in this house that happens on my shift is my business. Now, move that bench back where it belongs." They stared at her. She stared back. There is a specific kind of person who does not look away first. Esther Randy was that kind of person. The bench was moved. What Esther did not know, what she had absolutely no way of knowing, was that Kwon Duk-soo had seen every second of it. "Real quick, tell us where you're watching from so we can welcome you properly. And if you're new here, subscribe now and join this family. Because these stories aren't just entertainment. They're reminders that dignity still matters." He had been standing at the far end of that hallway, half concealed by the doorframe of his private study, in the way that powerful men often stand when they want to observe without being observed. He did this often. His household staff called it the watch among themselves, in whispers, the master's habit of appearing silently in places he was not expected, seeing things people assumed he would never see. He had seen the bench, placed wrong. He had known immediately it was not an accident. He had seen his son stumble. He had felt something move through him, that terrible, specific pain of a father who has already decided his child must be made strong, watching that child be hurt, and being unable to decide in the moment whether stopping it is help or harm. He had stayed still. He hated himself for it, but he had stayed still. And then he had watched a short, round, quiet maid set down her laundry basket and walk into the middle of someone else's cruelty, like it was simply the next task on her list. Kwon Duk-soo was not a man who was easily impressed. He had built an empire from the ground of Gyeongju, not the empire the government knew about, the legal businesses, the properties, the foundations. The other empire, the one that required him to be feared. He had negotiated with men who had guns on their belts and fire in their eyes, and he had never once in those rooms felt anything close to wonder. He felt something close to wonder now. Not at her bravery, exactly. He had seen brave people before. He had employed brave people and had eventually, with regret, buried some of them. It was something else. The specific, unhurried quality of how she had moved. Not performing courage, so not calculating risk. Simply doing what she had decided was right with the calm energy of someone who had made peace with whoever she was a long time ago. He filed it away. He watched her guide Minho the remaining distance to the dining hall door, pointing out the entrance in careful Korean. He watched his son thank her, briefly, stiffly, the way Minho thanked everyone. And he watched her go back, pick up her laundry basket, and continue down the East Wing corridor as though nothing remarkable had happened. He did not summon her. Not yet. Esther had been in the Kwon household for 11 days. She had come to Gyeongju through a domestic staffing program that placed trained household workers in high-security, high-privacy homes across South Korea. The program was legitimate. Esther had verified that herself, 3 times, because she was thorough by nature. She had left her home country not because of desperation, and the way people always assumed, but because of a plan. A very specific, detailed plan that lived in a small notebook she kept in the left pocket of her suitcase. The plan was this: 3 years working abroad, saving carefully, learning the language, sending money home for her younger sister Beatrice's school fees, and then returning home with enough experience and savings to open the thing Esther had dreamed of since she was 9 years old, a proper laundry and textile care business. Modest. In her first 11 days, several important things about the Kwon household. She had learned that the head housekeeper, a tall woman named Mrs. Yong, communicated entirely in eyebrow movements and did not raise her voice under any circumstances. She had learned that the East Wing was quieter, but colder. She had learned that the cook, a warm older man the staff called Uncle Bay, left extra food on the warming tray on Tuesday nights for anyone who had worked a long shift, and that this small kindness was the backbone of the household's actual morale. She had learned that Minho, the young master, was not to be pitied. He had made this absolutely clear in his manner, a polite but deliberate distance that kept sympathy at arm's length. He was a reader. He read in Braille and through audiobooks, and with a specific pair of headphones he wore like armor. He was, from everything Esther could observe, brilliant. She had overheard him correct a visiting adult on a historical fact, with the breezy certainty of someone who simply could not imagine being wrong about things he had read. She had learned, through the particular silences that fell when certain topics arose among the staff, that Kwon Duk-soo was not simply a wealthy businessman. The silences told their own story, the way the older staff members never discussed what happened in the master's private meetings, the way vehicles arrived at unusual hours and left without explanation, the way fear and loyalty existed in this house, in the same breath, indistinguishable from each other. Esther had noted all of this in the careful, observational way she noted everything, the way a person notes the weather before deciding what to wear. She had not planned to intervene in the hallway, or rather, she had not planned it the way you plan a strategy. It had simply been impossible to walk past. That evening, after her shift, she sat on the narrow bed in the East Wing staff quarters, writing in her notebook. Not the plan notebook, the other one, the personal one. "Today I made an enemy of 3 kitchen boys," she wrote. "Possibly also broke some unspoken rule about minding my place. But Minho found the dining hall. That's what matters." She paused, added one more line. Like his father was watching. "I felt it after the fact, the way you feel someone has been in a room even after they've left it. I don't know what that means yet. What it meant became clearer the next morning." Mrs. Yang appeared at Esther's station at precisely 7:45, which was not a scheduled time for Mrs. Yang to appear at Esther's station. "The master wants the East Wing reception room prepared for a private meeting at 10, Mrs. Yang said, and her eyebrows communicated. "This is not unusual. Your presence during preparation is, however, specifically requested. Do not ask why, because I will not tell you." Esther nodded. "Yes, ma'am." She prepared the East Wing reception room with her standard thoroughness, not performative thoroughness, which she had noticed some of the other staff defaulted to when they believed they were being evaluated, but genuine thoroughness, because Esther Randy could not do something halfway. It disturbed something in her. At 9:58, she was finishing the last of it when the door opened. Kwon Duk-soo walked in. He was not what Esther had expected, though she had been careful not to build an expectation. He was perhaps 50, lean in the way of someone who had never stopped moving, with silver threading through dark hair, and a face that had clearly once been sharply handsome, and had aged into something more severe than that. He wore a plain, dark suit. He looked like someone who had long ago decided that his appearance was not where his power lived. He looked at the room. Then he looked at her. "Sit," he said. It wasn't technically a question. Esther sat. He sat across from her at the low table. Not the head of it. Not a power position, simply across. And he looked at her with the same quality of attention she imagined he brought to most things. Complete and slightly uncomfortable for the person receiving it. "You're Esther Randy," he said. "Yes." "From—" He named her country correctly, the full name of it, which surprised her because most people in this house had only a vague geographic idea of where she came from. "Yes," she said. "You intervened yesterday." It was not an accusation. It was an observation, delivered the way you might observe that the weather had changed. "I moved a bench that was placed in someone's path and returned a cane to someone who needed it," Esther said carefully. "No, I don't consider that intervention." Something shifted in his face, not a smile. She would learn later that Kwon Duk-soo rarely did anything as straightforward as smile. It was more like a door opening 1 centimeter in a house where all the doors were usually sealed. "The people who did it," he said, "have already been addressed." She paused. "By me. I understand if you prefer to address it in another way. I can step back from that." "What did you say to them?" She told him accurately what she had said. No embellishment. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "My son doesn't accept help easily." "He didn't accept it," Esther said. "I returned his cane. That's not help. That's just giving something back that should never have been taken." Another centimeter, another door. "What do you want?" he said, not accusingly, but with the direct quality of a man who had decided life was too short for the slow approach to important questions. "Want from working in this house?" Esther looked at him steadily. She was aware that this was the kind of question that had a clever answer and an honest answer, and she was also aware that this specific man would immediately identify the difference between the two. "To do my job well," she said. "Save money. Go home in 3 years. Open a business." "What kind?" "Laundry and textile care. Small. Mine." He looked at her for a long time. "My son," he said, "has a tutor who comes 3 times a week. What on the other days, he studies alone. He is—" A pause. The pause of a man choosing words with extreme care. "He is isolated in ways I have not been able to correct." Esther said nothing. She had a feeling the sentence wasn't finished. "I am not asking you to be his companion," Kwon Duk-soo said. "I am not asking you to treat him as anything other than the young master of this house. But I am. I am asking you to not look away from him, the way you did not look away yesterday." The room was very quiet. Esther thought about her notebook, her plan. 3 years, specific and uncomplicated. "I won't look away," she said. "I never planned to." She did not know, then, what she had agreed to. She did not know that Min-ho, in his room that same morning, had asked Uncle Bae, in the careful, casually curious voice he used when he was actually desperate for information, what the name of the maid in the East Wing was. She did not know that Uncle Bae, who had worked in that house for 19 years and had seen a great many things, had answered the question, and then stood for a moment in the kitchen doorway, thinking thoughts he kept to himself. She did not know that the 3 kitchen staff who had moved the bench had not acted alone, that someone had told them to do it, that the bench had been a test or a message aimed not at Min-ho but at his father, that the house of Kwon Duk-soo had, in recent months, developed fractures in it that the master himself was not yet fully aware of. She did not know that the staffing program that had placed her in this house had, 3 days before she arrived, received an anonymous inquiry from an unknown source asking very specific questions about her background. She did not know any of this. What she knew was that she had work to do and a plan to keep, for when that a 12-year-old boy with dark glasses and a white cane had reached for his cane on a cold tile floor with shaking fingers, and that she intended, whatever else happened in this house, to make sure that never happened again. She picked up her laundry basket. She went back to work. Don't go anywhere. The next events are brewing, and what Min-ho discovers about Esther in the next 24 hours changes everything you think this story is about. Please subscribe so you don't lose this story in the feed. Min-ho found her by sound. This was how he navigated most of the world, by the specific textures of sound that other people stopped noticing the moment they learned to rely on their eyes. He knew Uncle Bae's footsteps, slightly heavier on the left side, old knee injury. He knew Mrs. Yong's by the faint whisper of her skirt, and the precise 2-second pause she took before entering any room. He knew his father's by the absolute stillness that preceded them. Kwon Duk-soo moved through his own house, the way weather moved through a valley, felt before seen. Esther's footsteps were different from anyone else in the building. They were. And Minho spent considerable time that evening working out the right word. Grounded. That was it. Each step had a particular settled quality, as though she had decided exactly where her foot was going before it landed, and having decided, it committed to it completely. No hesitation, no shuffling, no the vague uncertainty that most people's walks contained without them ever realizing it. He found her in the East Wing linen corridor on the morning of the second day, by following those footsteps. "Esther Randy," he said, when he was close enough. She stopped. He could tell by the small shift in the corridor's air that she had turned toward him. "Minhosi," she said, which was technically the correct formal address for the young master, and which she delivered with such natural courtesy that it didn't feel like the performance it would have been from someone else. "You're from—" He named her country. He had looked it up. He consumed information the way other people consumed water, constantly and without particularly thinking about it. "Yes," she said. "Your country's capital is—" He named it correctly. A pause, where you did your research. "I do research on everyone in this house. A beat. It takes less time than most people would think." "I believe you," Esther said, and her voice had a quality in it that he was not used to. Not indulgence, not the soft, careful tone people used around him, as though he were made of something fragile. Just honest engagement. Like talking to someone who had decided up front he was worth talking to at full volume. "Why did you help me?" he asked. "I returned your cane and told 3 people to move a bench. You know what I mean." A pause. He appreciated that she didn't fill it immediately with something reassuring. "Because it was wrong," she said finally, "and nobody else was moving." Minho considered this. He had a complicated relationship with the concept of help. He had been helped in ways that made him feel like a problem to be managed, helped in ways that made him feel like he was being watched as an experiment. I helped in ways that made him feel like a prop in someone else's story about their own goodness. Esther's version, he was realizing, didn't feel like any of those things. It felt, strangely, like being treated as a person by someone who had simply done the math and arrived at that conclusion on their own. "I don't need assistance," he said, because he needed to establish this, the way you establish the rules of anything before you begin. "Good," Esther said. "I'm not offering any. I have my own work to do." The first unexpected thing happened on day 4. Esther was reorganizing the linen storage when she found, tucked behind a shelf of spare pillowcases, a small braille reader, the personal kind, slim and worn at the edges, that clearly belonged to Minho. It had his name on a small adhesive label on the back, in braille that she couldn't read, and in printed letters that she could. She brought it to Mrs. Yong, who looked at it with her eyebrows and said, "Return it to the young master's room." A pause. "Yourself." Esther knocked on Minho's door. A voice said, with the slight alarm of someone who had been looking for something, "Come in." She placed the braille reader on the desk to his left, in the exact spot where she had noticed his other devices tended to live. Organized by location, she had observed, with everything in his space, in a precise relationship to everything else. "Found it in the East Linen corridor," she said, "and behind the pillowcase shelf." Silence. Then, "I was looking for that." "I thought you might be." A beat. "How did you know where to put it?" "You keep things in particular spots," Esther said simply. "I notice where things live." He was quiet for a moment. Then, in a voice that had shed about 3 layers of its usual careful distance, "Sit down." She sat. "You're going to be here 3 years," he said. It wasn't a question. He had, she realized, already had the same conversation with Mrs. Yong or Uncle Bay that he had suggested was simply research. "That's the plan," Esther said. "Plans change." Mine don't, she said, with the specific, comfortable certainty of someone who had built their life on the structural integrity of their own decisions. Something almost like amusement crossed his face. She caught the edge of it. He turned his face toward the window, toward the light he couldn't see but seemed to orient toward out of habit, or preference, or some private relationship with it. My tutor comes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, he said. On Tuesday and Thursday, I study alone. The material is a pause. Sufficient, but there is no one to argue with. Esther looked at this 12-year-old boy with his careful stillness and his worn braille reader and his lonely Tuesdays and Thursdays. I didn't go to a university, she said. I know. He had done his research, but you read. Constantly. What? She told him. He told her what he was currently reading. They disagreed about something in the first 5 minutes. Genuinely, substantively disagreed, with the specific energy of two people who had each formed an opinion and found it immediately challenged by someone worth arguing with. Esther left Minho's room 40 minutes later, approximately 39 minutes past what she had planned, and stood in the corridor for a moment, recalibrating her schedule. Then she noticed Kwon Duk-soo standing at the far end of the corridor. He had not been there when she entered. He had clearly arrived during the 40 minutes she had been inside. He was looking at her, with an expression she couldn't fully read. Something in it looked, not soft, the wrong word entirely for this man, but it looked, perhaps like someone watching rain after a very long drought. Relieved and uncomfortable with the relief in equal measure, he turned and walked away without speaking. Esther stood in the corridor for another moment. Then she went back to her linen schedule. The second unexpected thing happened on day 7, and it was the thing that first cracked the clean surface of Esther's plan. She had been sending her weekly voice message home, to her mother and to Beatrice, her 17-year-old sister, from the small staff common room during the late shift quiet hour. She kept the messages cheerful and specific, the way her mother preferred, not, "I'm doing well," but, "The cook here leaves food out on Tuesday nights and the linen quality is excellent." When she finished, she sat for a moment in the common room quiet, and Uncle Bay, who had been sitting at the other end of the room with his evening tea, said, not unkindly, with the specific gentleness of a man who had raised 3 children and knew what distance from home looked like, "You have family back home?" "My mother." "My sister Beatrice." "Beatrice," he repeated, as though collecting the name carefully. "How old?" 17. She's studying. She wants to be a doctor." Uncle Bay nodded. He poured more tea. "The master had a younger brother," he said, in the tone of someone not quite deciding to tell a story, but finding themselves in one anyway. "Brilliant boy. Everyone said so." Esther waited. "He died," Uncle Bay said simply. 14 years ago. The master, he is never. A pause. His brother's name. Dae-hyuk. Uncle Bay, his brother's name. Dae-hyuk. Uncle Bay set down his cup. "Minho has his uncle's voice. Did you notice? Not the sound. The rhythm of it. The way he waits before answering anything important." Esther had noticed, though she wouldn't have been able to name it before now. When she went to bed that night with the weight of the story sitting somewhere in her chest. Not her story, but one of those stories that, once you've heard it, becomes part of the air you breathe in a place. On day 9, she overheard something she was not supposed to hear. It was past midnight. She had gotten up for water. Her room ran dry in cold weather, she'd learned, and was passing the East Wing service corridor when she heard voices coming from the direction of the back entrance. Saw 2 of them. Low and quick and in a dialect that Esther's Korean wasn't strong enough to fully follow, but strong enough to catch fragments. A name. Not Kwon Duk-soo's. Someone else's. A name that sounded like a position or a title. The word for the boy. The word that she was fairly certain meant leverage. Esther stood very still in the service corridor for 6 seconds. Then she walked back to her room, sat on the edge of her bed, and opened her notebook. Not the plan notebook, but the other one. She wrote, "Something is happening in this house that is not about laundry or linen or Tuesday mornings. I don't know what it is yet. I know I am not leaving until I do." She stopped, read the last sentence back to herself. She crossed out "until I do" and wrote instead, "until Minho is safe." She sat with that for a moment. Then she closed the notebook, turned off the light, and lay in the dark, listening to the house breathe around her. The third unexpected thing, the one that changed everything, happened on the morning of day 11. Minho was not at breakfast. This was unusual enough that Uncle Bae noticed, and Mrs. Yong's eyebrows communicated something close to concern. Esther was not supposed to notice. Her role in the breakfast service was linen preparation, not the meal itself. But she noticed. By mid-morning, she had heard from a junior maid that Minho's personal audiobook device was missing, and that his braille reader, the one she had returned to its precise place on his desk, was also gone, and that Minho himself had been seen very early that morning near the East Wing rear corridor, the same corridor where Esther had heard the voices. She went to Mrs. Yong. "The young master," she said, quietly, directly. "Is he in the house?" Mrs. Yong looked at her for one long moment. Then her eyebrows communicated something Esther had not seen them communicate before. Genuine alarm, constrained by a lifetime of professional composure into something small and tight and terrible. "The master has been informed," Mrs. Yong said. "Is he in the house?" Esther said again. Mrs. Yong's voice dropped, just slightly. "We are not certain." Esther turned. "Where are you going?" Mrs. Yong asked. "To look for him." "That is not your—" "I know where he might be," Esther said. She was not certain she knew, but she had spent 11 days building a mental map of how Minho moved through this house. The routes he had practiced, the corners he had mastered, the places he went when the house felt too full. There was a small room at the end of the East Wing that wasn't on any staff map she'd been given. A storage room, technically, that she'd discovered because the linen allocated to it was listed separately. It was quiet. Removed. Went there. She opened the door. Minho went there. She opened the door. Minho was sitting on the floor against the far wall, his white cane across his knees, his audiobook device clutched in both hands. He had clearly been there for hours. He turned his face toward the sound of the door. "Esther," he said. Not a question. He had recognized her by her footsteps. "Heard them," he said. His voice was "heard them," he said. His voice was controlled, but underneath it was the specific, terrible sound of a child who has understood something he was not ready to understand. "Last night, I wasn't supposed to. I got up, and I heard them through the East Corridor wall." "What did you hear?" Esther asked. Steady. Direct. Minho's hands on the audiobook device tightened. Someone is planning to use me," he said. "Against my father." The room was very quiet. Esther looked at this boy on the floor of his own hidden room, in his own father's house, holding his device like the one solid thing in a world that had just changed shape around him. She thought about the voices she had heard. She thought about the word that meant leverage. She thought about Kwon Duk-soo standing at the end of a corridor watching his son argue with a maid about books, with that expression like someone watching rain. "Okay," Esther said. Minho turned his face toward her. "Okay? We're going to figure this out." A pause. "Your father needs to know what you heard." Will you tell him? Silence. Long and complicated. The silence of 12 years of a son and a father who loved each other through armor so thick, neither could always feel the warmth of it. He'll take it away, Minho said quietly. Whatever small freedom I have. He'll lock everything down. He won't trust me to— He will, Esther said. Because you came to him first. That's different from him finding out another way. Minho was quiet for a long moment. You don't know my father? No, Esther said, but I know what I saw on his face in that corridor. And that man, whatever else he is terrified of losing you. A very long silence. I'll tell him, Minho said. But I want you there. Esther opened her mouth, closed it. I'm the East Wing laundry maid. I know what you are, Minho said, with the precise, flat certainty of his father's voice in miniature. I'm asking anyway. Esther thought about her plan, her notebook. 3 years, clean and uncomplicated. All right, she said. You are only at the halfway point of this story, and the ground is about to shift completely under everyone's feet. Subscribe now, so the next part finds you. On what Kwon Duk-soo does when his son walks into his study with a maid at his side is not what anyone expected, least of all Esther. Kwon Duk-soo was on the phone when they walked in. Not a casual phone call, the kind that fills silence, the kind where the person on the other end is speaking, and the person listening is absolutely, dangerously still, the way a city goes quiet before something large moves through it. His desk was in front of him, clear of everything except one folder, closed, with no label on it. His eyes landed on Min-ho first. The relief that crossed his face lasted exactly 1 second before it was replaced by something else. The particular expression of a man who had trained himself over many years to turn every feeling into information rather than reaction. He registered Esther standing half a step behind Min-ho. His eyes moved to her, brief and sharp as a pin, then back to his son, while he ended the call without a word of explanation to whoever was on the other end. Sit, he said. They sat, Min-ho in the chair directly across the desk, Esther in the chair slightly to the side, the position of someone who is present, but not claiming the center. You were missing this morning, Kwon Duk-soo said to his son. I know. Min-ho set his audiobook device on his knee and folded both hands over it. It was, Esther noticed, almost exactly the posture his father used. Hands still, deliberately still, as proof that the feelings underneath them were under control. I heard something last night, through the east corridor wall. Kwon Duk-soo did not move. Tell me, Min-ho told him. Exactly, completely. In the ordered and precise way, he recounted everything. The time, the voices, the words he had been able to catch, the word for leverage, the other name he had heard that didn't belong to anyone in this house. During all of it, Kwon Duk-soo did not move. When Min-ho finished, so the room was so quiet Esther could hear the building settling around them. Then Kwon Duk-soo said, and his voice was perfectly level, which was somehow worse than if it hadn't been. How long have you known about the East Corridor acoustics? Min-ho almost smiled. About 8 months. A pause. Something shifted in the air between father and son. Something too layered and private for Esther to fully interpret, except that it seemed to contain both exasperation and a complex, a wordless form of pride. Then Kwon Duk-soo looked at Esther. You found him. He found his own way in, Esther said carefully. I just knew where to look. How? I pay attention to where people go when a place feels too full. A pause. You do the same thing, I think. The silence that followed that observation was the most loaded silence Esther had experienced in 11 days of loaded silences in this house. Kwon Duk-soo opened the unmarked folder on his desk. Esther expected documents, photographs, the paperwork of a man managing a complicated empire. Instead, the folder contained a single sheet of paper with 12 names on it. He turned it so both of them could see it. Esther read it. Minho, of course, could not, and Kwon Duk-soo, without making it a thing, without the careful performance of accommodation that Esther had seen other people arrange around Minho, simply read the names aloud, evenly, one by one. These are the people, he said, who have access to the East Corridor after 10 p.m. 12 names. 3 of them were kitchen staff, not the boys who had moved the bench, different ones, longer tenured. 2 were security personnel. 4 were maintenance. 1 was Mrs. Yong. 1 was Uncle Bae. And 1, Esther's eyes found it before Kwon Duk-soo reached it in his reading, was a name she recognized from the staffing program, the coordinator who had placed her in this house. Her name, Esther Randy. The folder had been prepared before this morning, before Minho had told his father anything, before Esther had gone looking for Minho in the hidden room, before any of this morning had happened, which meant Kwon Duk-soo had already known about the voices in the East Corridor. Esther understood this at the same moment Minho did, because they arrived at it through different routes. Minho through logic, Esther through the specific quality of how Kwon Duk-soo was watching her right now, which was the quality of someone waiting to see what someone does when they realize the ground beneath them is not where they thought it was. You knew, Esther said, not an accusation, an observation. I suspected, he said, and you put my name on that list. Everyone with East Wing access after 10 is on that list. A pause. I do not believe you were one of the voices. Then why? Because, Kwon Duk-soo said, not with the flat patience of someone who has decided honesty is more efficient than comfort. You arrived 11 days ago from a placement coordinator, who I have now identified as connected to the person planning to use my son against me. And that could mean you were placed here deliberately, or it could mean the coordinator was running 2 operations at once, and you were simply convenient. The room was silent. While Esther sat with the information the way she sat with most difficult information, without flinching away from it, turning it over slowly, looking at its actual shape rather than the shape she wished it had. I'm not connected to anyone in this house except through the placement program, she said. You've clearly already verified my background. You know this. I know your background, he agreed. I don't yet know your coordinator's full network. Neither do I, she paused. But I can find out. Minho turned his face sharply in her direction. Kwon Duk-soo looked at her for a long moment, with that complete, slightly uncomfortable attention. Explain, he said. The coordinator. Her name is in your file, I assume. He nodded fractionally. She and I have been in contact once a week since I arrived. Routine check-in, standard for the program. My next contact is in 3 days. Esther kept her voice even. Now, if someone is using the placement program to move people into this house, a check-in call from me, asking casual questions about the program structure, the other placements in Gyeongju, might tell you something. It might also put you in a position of risk, Kwon Duk-soo said. With a phone call? If they know you've told me, then we make sure they don't know. She looked at him directly. I'm not afraid of a phone call. So I'm afraid of sitting in a house where a 12-year-old boy already heard himself described as leverage, and nobody is doing anything about it for another 3 days. Absolute silence. Minho quietly said, She's right. Kwon Duk-soo looked at his son, then at Esther, then at the ceiling, briefly, with the expression of a man updating a very large internal calculation. 3 days, he said finally. Stay in the East Wing. Do your work. Do not change your routine in any way. He looked at Esther. Can you do that? I've been doing my work since day 1, Esther said. That part is easy. The next 3 days were the strangest of Esther's life, which was saying something, because Esther had lived through a flooding that took out half her street when she was 15, and a border delay that left her sitting in an airport for 31 hours, with nothing but 2 granola bars and a book she'd already read. Strange, because on the surface, nothing changed. She folded linen, she organized shelves, she ate in the staff room, and sent her weekly message home, and argued with Minho on Tuesday morning about whether audiobooks and physical reading were genuinely equivalent experiences, or whether something was lost in the translation. Minho firmly believed nothing was lost. Esther, who had grown up underlining things in pencil, was not fully convinced and said so without apology. Strange, because underneath the surface, everything had changed. She was now aware, with a low and constant hum, that somewhere in the mechanism of this house there was a fracture, and that the fracture had a purpose, and that purpose involved a child. She was aware of the 12 names on the list, and the way she moved through each day, measuring the behavior of the people attached to those names against a baseline she had built in her first 11 days. She noticed things. On Uncle Bay on the second of the 3 days. He took a phone call in the kitchen's back pantry. 4 minutes. When he came out, his left hand was doing the thing hands do when the person attached to them is working hard not to show something. She filed it. One of the security personnel, a man named Mr. Sohn, who worked the East Wing overnight, changed his patrol route slightly on the night of the 2nd day. Not dramatically. On the morning of the 3rd day, she had 12 minutes of coverage near the East Corridor. She filed it. She did not confront either of them. She simply noted. On the morning of the 3rd day, she had the scheduled call with the coordinator. Kwon Duk-soo was 3 rooms away, close enough that a relay of his own people could record the call, far enough that the distance looked normal on any monitoring of her routine. Esther dialed. The coordinator answered with the brisk pleasantness of someone who managed many things at once. Standard questions. How was the placement? Any adjustment concerns? How was the household? Esther answered everything in her normal register. Direct, warm, slightly more talkative than necessary. The way people are on calls when they're genuinely comfortable. Then naturally she said, "I've been thinking about staying on, possibly beyond the 3 years. Are there typically renewal options for placements in this tier of household?" A pause. Small, but Esther was measuring. "There can be," the coordinator said. "It depends on the household's assessment. And on the program's other placements in the area? I met someone at the market who mentioned they were also placed through the program, in a household in the western part of Gyeongju. I thought it was interesting. I didn't know the program had expanded so much here." She had not met anyone at any market. There was no one at any market. This was entirely invented. Another pause, longer this time. "I'd have to check the current placement roster for that area," the coordinator said. And there was something in her voice now, a slight tightening, a professional smoothing over of surprise. "I'm not aware of multiple active placements in Gyeongju currently." "Oh," Esther said easily. "Maybe I misheard. So anyway, renewal options, you were saying?" They finished the call. Esther sat for 1 minute in complete stillness after she hung up. Then she got up, went 3 rooms over, knocked twice, and when she heard Kwon Duk-soo say enter, she walked in. "She doesn't know about the other placement," Esther said. "Whoever is running the second operation used the program's infrastructure without telling her. She's not the source, she's the cover." Kwon Duk-soo, who had listened to the recording, was already at his desk, with the unmarked folder open to a new page. "The pause," he said. "When you mentioned Western Gyeongju." She was checking whether that information was real. If she were involved, she would have known immediately whether it was. Esther sat down without being invited. "She's not your problem. But she's connected to whoever is. He looked at her for a long time. "You're very good at this," he said. "I'm good at paying attention," Esther said. "That's a different thing." "Not always." He closed the folder. Then, in the quieter voice that Esther was beginning to recognize as the one he used when something actually mattered to him. "Thank you." Esther nodded. She stood to leave. "Esther." She stopped. "The name you heard that night, in the East Corridor. Did Minho tell you what it was?" "He described it as a title rather than a name," Esther said. "Something that sounded like a rank." Kwon Duk-soo nodded slowly. "Nah, I know who it is," he said. "I've known for 6 months. I didn't know he had moved this close." A pause. "His name is Won Gi-suk. He was my father's right hand before he became something else." Esther filed the name, filed the something else, which was doing a great deal of work in that sentence. "Is Minho in immediate danger?" she asked directly. Kwon Duk-soo met her eyes, and in the face of the most feared man in Gyeongju, Esther Randy saw, for just one unguarded second, a father who did not know the answer to that question, who was terrified of that, who had been terrified of that for 6 months, and had been carrying it alone in the specific, airless way that very powerful people carry the things that undo them. "I don't know," he said. Esther nodded. "Then we should find out," she said, "before someone else decides for us." The thing nobody saw coming happened that evening. Not something large and dramatic, something small and therefore much worse. Minho's audiobook device, the specific one he used for his advanced coursework, not the spare, disappeared from his room between 2:30 and 4 p.m. His room, which was locked, which had only 3 authorized keys, Minho himself, Mrs. Young, and the head of household security. It was not in the building. It had been taken. Mrs. Young discovered the loss at 4:15. By 4:22, Kwon Duk-soo knew. By 4:25, Esther knew, because Minho had sent a message to the staff channel asking if anyone had seen it, the only time Esther had ever seen him ask for something outright, which told her exactly how much the device mattered to him and how frightened he was beneath the careful stillness. She went to his room. He was sitting at his desk, with both hands flat on the surface in front of him. His father's gesture, she realized, the deliberate stillness over controlled feeling. "It has all my coursework on it," he said. 3 months of notes, all the texts I've been annotating. "I know." Esther sat down. "Someone came into my room," he said. Not loudly. Quietly, which was worse. While I was having breakfast, someone with a key came into my room and took the one thing. He stopped. His jaw tightened. "They chose it specifically. They know what matters to me." "Yes," Esther said, "because he was 12 and he was brilliant, and he deserved honesty more than comfort." "Tor, they want my father afraid," Minho said. "Yes." "They want him to know they can reach me." "Yes." A long silence. "Esther." His voice had shed all its remaining distance now, all of the careful architecture of a child who had taught himself to need nothing from anyone. What was left underneath it was exhausted and young and real. I know, she said. She did not tell him it would be fine. She did not tell him his father would fix it. She did not perform reassurance. Quietly. My uncle used to say that fear quietly. My uncle used to say that fear is just information that hasn't found its category yet. Esther thought about that. That's a good thing to have been told, she said. He died before I could tell him I thought it was good. The room held that for a moment. If you are still here with us, type "I'm still here" in the comment section, and don't forget to subscribe to be a part of the family. Tell us your thoughts about the story. We love to read them. Now back to it. The device can be replaced, Esther said finally. The notes can be rebuilt. It will take time, and it will be frustrating, and it will not be fair. But they can be rebuilt. She paused. What they were trying to take, the part of you that built those notes in the first place, that part is still exactly where it was. Minho was quiet for a long time. I want to tell you something, he said. All right. When I heard them talking in the corridor, when I understood what they said, my first thought wasn't fear. He paused. My first thought was, I need to tell Esther. The room was very quiet. Esther looked at this boy, one who had decided without permission or ceremony that she was someone worth trusting, who had decided this in the specific, unconditional way of someone who rarely decided anything lightly. She felt something shift in her chest. Not her plan. The plan was still there. 3 years, her notebook, Beatrice's school fees, the small business that was hers to build. All of that was still there. But beside it, taking up space she hadn't allocated, was this. I'm not going anywhere, she said. Not for 3 years, and we are going to figure this out. Minho nodded. One single, precise nod, the kind that means something has been agreed between people who take agreements seriously. What neither of them knew, sitting in that room with its cold window light and its stolen absence of a device, what they could not have known, was that the theft had not been Won Gi-suk's move. It had been a response to his. Because Won Gi-suk had not been watching Minho, he had been watching Esther. Now, this is where this story breaks open. The twist inside the twist, what Won Gi-suk actually knows about Esther's past, and what Kwon Duk-soo does when he finds out, will rearrange everything. Subscribe and stay on this channel. This story has only just shown you its real shape. The letter arrived at Esther's personal post address, the one connected to the staffing program, not the household, on the morning after the device was taken. She found it in her weekly program correspondence, the words in careful printed English. We know that you are a member of the household. We have been asked to contact you about a new service that we think you might be interested in. Please call us at the number below. Thank you. Words in careful printed English. We know about your sister's school fees. Esther read it 3 times. Then she folded it with precise, unhurried hands, put it in the pocket of her uniform, and continued her morning shift. She lasted until the linen corridor, which was empty at 8:45, before she sat down on the floor with her back against the shelf and allowed herself 30 seconds of being genuinely terrified. 30 seconds exactly. She counted. Beatrice was 17. Beatrice was studying. Beatrice wanted to be a doctor, which was the most Beatrice thing in the world. Beatrice, who had been collecting medical textbooks since she was 11. Beatrice, who had never once looked at the difficult path ahead of her and considered any other direction. A Beatrice whose school fees Esther had carefully, deliberately constructed her entire 3-year plan around. We know about your sister's school fees, which meant one of 2 things. Either the information was meaningless, a threat with no substance, designed to frighten her into action or inaction, or it meant that someone had looked into Esther Randy's life deeply enough to find the most important thread in it, and was now holding that thread with the specific, patient grip of someone who intended to pull it. 30 seconds ended. Esther stood up, smoothed her uniform, picked up the linen basket, and went directly to Kwon Duk-soo's office. He was in a meeting. Mrs. Yong said so with her eyebrows from 10 feet away, adding a secondary message that communicated. This meeting has been going for 2 hours, and the people inside it are not the pleasant kind. Esther waited outside the door in the corridor, standing with her laundry basket, when with the perfect patience of someone who has decided waiting is the correct strategy right now. 40 minutes later, 2 men came out of the office who looked like they had been in a negotiation. The specific, drained quality of people who had been performing composure for an extended period. They glanced at Esther. One of them said something under his breath in dialect. The other one didn't bother. Esther went in. Kwon Duk-soo was at his desk. He looked like the 40-minute meeting had cost him nothing, which, Esther was learning, was not the same as it having cost him nothing. She put the letter on his desk without preamble. He read it again. When did this arrive? His voice was the flat, quiet kind. This morning, through the program mail system. You opened it before bringing it to me. Yes. No apology. I needed to know what it said before I decided how to respond to it. He looked at her. Then how are you going to respond to it? That depends on what it actually is, Esther said. Is it a real threat, meaning they have access to my sister's situation and can act on it? Or is it information they gathered to make me believe they have power they don't actually have? Won Gi-suk, Kwon Duk-soo said slowly, has access to financial networks across 4 countries. Your sister's school fees are, he paused. Tell me, Esther told him. The amount, the institution, the account it came from. Her account, set up through the placement program's banking partner, which she now understood meant it was visible to anyone with access to the program's financial infrastructure. Kwon Duk-soo was quiet for a moment. He can reach it, he said. Can you counter-reach it? Esther asked. A pause. Yes. Then do that first, before anything else. She kept her voice level. Then we can talk about what he wants from me. Kwon Duk-soo looked at her for a long moment. What he wants from you, he said carefully, is for you to become a source of information about this household. About me. Another pause. And about Minho's movements. I know, Esther said. That's what leverage is for. You're not afraid. I'm very afraid, Esther said. I'm just not letting it make my decisions. She paused. Can you protect Beatrice's fees? By tonight, he said. Then I want to respond to this letter, Esther said. But not the way they expect. What Kwon Duk-soo did not tell Esther, not that morning, not yet, was that the investigation he had run on Won Gi-suk over the previous 6 months had turned up something unexpected. Won Gi-suk had not chosen Esther at random. He had chosen her because of a connection that predated the placement program by 3 years, a connection that went back to Esther's home country, to a business deal that had gone wrong, to a man who had lost money he was owed, and had filed it in the specific, patient ledger of wrongs that men like Won Gi-suk maintained across decades. The man who had lost the money was an associate of Won Gi-suk's, a local operator in Esther's home city. A man Esther had never met, had no connection to, had no knowledge of. But her father had. Her father, who had died when Esther was 14, and who Esther had spent 9 years carefully not thinking about because the grief was too structurally complicated to look at directly. Her father had apparently, in the year before his death, been involved in a business arrangement with this operator. Money had moved. Then the arrangement had collapsed. The money had not moved back. The operator had noted the debt, had watched it over the years. Sot had watched Esther build her careful plan and buy her plane ticket and enter Won Gi-suk's network through the placement program's infrastructure, and had said, "Here is a way to recover something." Kwon Duk-soo had known this for 4 days. He had not told Esther because he was, and he knew this about himself. I recognized it with the particular clarity of someone who had done enough damage by acting on incomplete information to have learned the cost of it. He was not yet certain how this information would land. He was not certain whether Esther's grief and surprise and the specific complicated anger of finding out your dead father's choices have followed you across the world. He was not certain whether those things would make her more effective in this situation or less. He was, and in a way he was not accustomed to being around people he employed, protective of her. He was aware of this. He was aware it complicated things. Minho knew before Esther did. This was because Minho had been, for the past 3 days, doing what Minho did when he was frightened and couldn't act directly. He had been researching. He had sources his father didn't know about. Other students on private academic networks. An online community of young researchers who shared resources across borders. A particular professor at a university in another city, who Minho had corresponded with for 2 years via an email address that was technically registered under a pseudonym because Minho was 12 and understood the value of privacy. He had been looking into Won-gi-suk. What he had found was more than his father's official investigation contained, but because Minho had approached it from an entirely different direction. Not the financial networks, not the criminal connections, but the personal history. Won-gi-suk's early biography, his associations before he became what he currently was, the paper trail of a younger man's choices. And in that paper trail, he had found Esther's father's name. He sat with this for 1 full day, which was, for Minho, who processed information at a rate that made most adults uncomfortable, a very long time. He sat with it the way he sat with difficult things, completely, without looking away, until he understood its full shape. Then he called Esther to his room. She came in, sat down, looked at him with the direct, steady gaze that he had come to think of, privately, as her default. The expression of someone whose attention is a thing she gives fully or not at all. "I need to tell you something," he said. "And I need you to know I'm telling you because I think you need to know it. Not because I don't trust you, because I do." Esther waited. He told her about her father. The room was very quiet when he finished. Esther sat with her hands in her lap. Her face did not rearrange itself dramatically. She had the particular stillness of someone receiving information that, he realized watching her, was not entirely news. Not fully. Not the details, but the shape of it perhaps. The sense of something owed and uncollected, following her further than it had any right to. My father," she said quietly. "He died when I was 14. I know, I'm sorry. She stopped. "He made choices I didn't know about." "Yes. And someone has been holding those choices this entire time, waiting for a reason to use them." "Won-gi-suk's associate." "Yes." Esther was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, very quietly, "My father tried to pay it back. The money. I found a letter once, when I was 16, going through his things, from someone he owed money to. He had arranged a payment plan. He died before he could." "Before?" She stopped. Minho sat in complete stillness, in the way he had learned to be still. Not absence, not looking away, but presence without demand, which was one of the hardest and most important forms of stillness there was. He was trying to fix it, Esther said. "I know," Minho said. "I found the payment records." Esther looked up. "They exist in the archived financial filings of the associates company," Minho said. 2 payments made before your father died. The arrangement was real. Won-gi-suk's associate buried the record when your father died. He presented the debt as unpaid. But the payments exist. A pause. The debt was not what they said it was. Esther looked at this 12-year-old boy with his research and his precision and his way of moving through the world so carefully and so completely. "You found that," she said. "I told you," he said, with a trace of the familiar, exact quiet that she had come to recognize as his version of warmth. "I research everyone in this house." When Esther went to Kwon-duk-su that evening, she did not go with the letter, and she did not go with fear. She went with Minho's printed records, which he had sent to her device with the focused efficiency of a researcher closing a case. and she laid them on the desk beside the letter. Kwon Duk-soo looked at the records for a long time. "My son found these," he said, and it was not a question. "Yes." Another silence. Something moved across his face, layered and too private for Esther to name, but she had the sense it was connected to the brother Uncle Bae had mentioned, to someone brilliant and gone, to the rhythm of a voice that lived on in a different throat. "The debt is not valid," Esther said. "My father's name, what they're using against me, it's built on a record they falsified. If you can surface this through your networks." "Won Gi-suk's associate loses his leverage," Kwon Duk-soo said, "which means Won Gi-suk loses his angle on you, which means you are no longer useful to him as a tool." He looked at her, "which may mean he moves to a different approach. A more direct one," Esther said. "Yes," he paused. "Are you ready for that?" "I'm ready for whatever protects Minho," Esther said. The silence that followed lasted for a long time. Then Kwon Duk-soo said something Esther had not expected. "Why?" he asked. Not dismissively, not suspiciously. With the genuine weight of a man who had spent a great deal of his life unable to trust anyone's motivations, and who was now sitting across from someone whose motivation he could not locate in any category he was familiar with. "He's a child," Esther said simply. "He's in danger, and he was kind to me." "He was kind to you," Kwon Duk-soo repeated. He told me I was right about something on the second day," Esther said. "In an argument about books. He didn't have to. He did it because it was accurate." She paused. "People who are accurate when it costs them something, those people are worth protecting." Kwon Duk-soo was quiet for a long time. "He has his uncle's way of being right," he said finally. The words were careful and clearly cost him something. "I know," Esther said quietly. "Uncle Bae told me." Something in Kwon Duk-soo's face shifted, not dramatically, not in the way of a man unraveling, but in the way of something sealed for a long time, finding a small crack in itself and letting something out through it. Brief and immediately reclosed. "I have an operation planned," he said. 3 days from now. It will deal with Won Gi-suk's access point, the person inside this house who has been feeding him information. When it happens, it will happen quickly. And I need you and Minho in the East Wing, away from the main house. All right. I need you to stay with him, he said. That night. Not as a maid, as... He paused, searched for the word. As whoever you are to him. Esther looked at this man, the most feared man in Gyeongju, behind whose severity lived a father, sitting with a grief he had carried for 14 years, and a fear for his child that had no shape he could fight directly. I'll be there, she said. She stood to leave. Esther, she stopped. The business you want to open, when you go home. He paused. If the plan requires capital beyond what you've saved. No, she said, clearly, gently, without embarrassment. Thank you, but it needs to be mine. A long pause. I understand, he said, and from the quality of how he said it, the specific, recognizing quality of someone who has also built something that needed to be theirs, or it was nothing, Esther believed that he did. 3 days. And on the morning of the second of those 3 days, Esther received a message that stopped everything. Not from the coordinator, not from Won Gi-suk, from Beatrice. Dottie. Someone called Mama. Said you're in danger. Said you should come home. Who are these people? What is happening there? Esther read it standing in the east corridor. Someone had contacted her family, which meant Won Gi-suk knew the other angle wasn't working. The financial leverage, the letter, and the pressure on Esther directly. And so he had moved to this, her mother, Beatrice, the people she had crossed the world to protect. Esther sent one message back to Beatrice. I'm safe. Lock the door. Don't speak to anyone who calls again. I'll explain everything. I love you. Then she sent a message to Kwon Duk-soo. He's moved to my family. We can't wait 3 days. His response came in 40 seconds. My office. Now. The plan changed in the next 4 hours. So Esther sat across from Kwon Duk-soo while he made calls. 3 of them, each one brief and in a register so low she could hear the sound, but not the content, and watched him reassemble his strategy in real time. There was something remarkable about watching a person who was genuinely good at something do that thing under pressure. The fear didn't leave. She could see it at the edges of his precision, that specific fear he kept contained. But it didn't interfere. It became fuel. When he was done, he set his phone down. The source inside this house, he said, is Mr. Sohn, the security guard, the one who had changed his patrol route. He's been feeding Won Gi-suk information for 8 months, Kwon Duk-soo said. Tonight, instead of 3 days from now, we move. What does that mean? Esther asked. It means Mr. Sohn is going to receive a communication from Won Gi-suk's network tonight. One that we send, or one that instructs him to bring Min-ho to a specific location in the house at a specific time. He paused. Min-ho will not be there, but people I trust will be. And Min-ho, with you, East Wing, the hidden room. Esther nodded. Then, your family. My people are already at the coordinator's location, he said, and I've contacted someone I trust in your home country. Your mother and sister will have a car outside their home within the hour. He met her eyes. They will not be touched. Esther held this for a moment. The weight of it, that this man, in the middle of his own crisis, had extended his network across the world to a family that had nothing to do with his empire, because they mattered to someone who had helped his son. Thank you, she said, and she meant it fully, the way she meant the things she said. He nodded once. Go get Min-ho, he said. Take him to the East Wing. Don't tell him the full plan. Tell him what he needs to know. He'll ask questions. He always does, Esther said. Answer the ones you can. A pause. He trusts you. Use that carefully. It wasn't a warning about her. She understood that. It was a father saying, my child's trust is the most valuable thing in this room, more valuable than any of this. Handle it like it is. I know, she said. She went to Min-ho's room. He was at his desk with a temporary braille display his father had arranged, smaller than his original device. And he had said nothing about the difference, but she could tell from the set of his shoulders that it was an adjustment. Min-ho adjusted to everything. That was one of the saddest and most extraordinary things about him. We need to go to the East Wing, Esther said. He turned immediately. Now? Now. He didn't ask why in the corridor, which she had come to recognize as his version of trust. He asked why once he had moved, rather than using the question as a reason not to. Then they walked through the east corridor in the quiet of early evening. Esther slightly ahead, her footsteps the ones he followed without being asked. In the small room at the end of the East Wing, their room now, in the way that places become theirs through the significant things that happen in them. Min-ho sat against the wall, and Esther sat across from him, and she told him what he needed to know. Mr. Sohn, the plan, the next few hours. Min-ho listened completely. When she finished, then carefully, and you're always 100%. Yes, Esther said. Then carefully, and you're always managing the distance that creates. A long pause. He thinks protecting me means keeping things away from me, Min-ho said quietly. I think, Esther said, that he's learning something different. Slowly. She paused. You both are. Min-ho turned his face toward the high window. The same gesture as always. The face turned toward light he couldn't see, as though he had made peace with the direction of it being enough. "My uncle," he said. "Did you know? My father has never once spoken to me about him directly. 14 years, and he has never said his name to me out loud." Esther thought about the corridor, about Kwon Duk-soo saying he has his uncle's voice with the careful cost of it. "He said his name to me," she said quietly. "Recently." Minho went very still. "Onadea Hyuk," Esther said. "He told me his name was Dae Hyuk." The room was very, very quiet. "That's..." Minho's voice was slightly different now, stripped of its most careful layer, the way voices go when something unexpected touches something real. "He's never..." "I know. Why would he tell you?" Esther thought about that. "I think," she said slowly, "that sometimes it's easier to say the things that matter most to someone who isn't inside the grief with you. Someone who can hold it without," she paused, "without it costing them the same way." Minho was quiet for a long time. "I look like him," he said finally. "My uncle. I've been told. I can't see myself, so I can't know, but..." A pause. "Sometimes my father looks at me and I can feel what's on his face before it closes again." Esther said nothing. Some things didn't need an answer, just a witness. "Dae Hyuk," Minho said softly, trying the name in his own mouth for the first time. And 2 hours passed. They talked about the research Minho had been doing, about Esther's plans for the business, about a book they had both apparently read at completely different ages and arrived at completely different conclusions about. Minho had strong opinions about everything, delivered with the specific, comfortable certainty of someone who has done the reading and expects to be challenged. Esther challenged him as a matter of course, and he responded to being challenged the way healthy things respond to weather, by growing. At some point, Esther realized she was laughing at something he had said, genuinely laughing, the kind that catches you off guard, and that Minho was grinning, a real grin, unmanaged and wide, the kind she hadn't seen on his face before. This is what they were doing when the door opened. Kwon Duk-soo stood in the doorway. He looked at his son, grinning, relaxed, leaning slightly toward Esther's voice, and something happened on his face that he did not immediately close. He stood in it for a moment, this expression that held everything he had built all of this for, the reason behind the fear and the power and the terrible, careful love of a man who had lost enough to know exactly what loss costs. Minho turned toward the door. "Father," he said. "It's done," Kwon Duk-soo said. His voice was steady. "Mr. Son is..." A pause. "Dealt with. Won Gi-suk's access to this house is severed." Minho exhaled. A real exhale, the kind that has been held for a long time. "And Esther's family?" Minho asked immediately. Kwon Duk-soo looked at his son for a moment. The fact that Minho had asked first, before any question about himself, before anything else, registered on his face as something he was storing carefully. "Safe," he said. "Confirmed 20 minutes ago." Esther closed her eyes for 1 second. Just one. Won Gi-suk?" she asked when she opened them. "He will not be a problem," Kwon Duk-soo said, in the flat, specific tone of a man for whom that sentence contained a great many things he was not going to elaborate on. Esther accepted this. There were parts of Kwon Duk-soo's world that she had decided, with clear eyes, were not hers to ask about. The unexpected thing, the last one, the one that turned the story inside out, happened the next morning. Esther was called to Kwon Duk-soo's office at 8 a.m. Mrs. Young's eyebrows communicated, "This is not routine, but it is not alarming." Esther went in. Kwon Duk-soo was at his desk. There was a folder on it, but this one had a label. The label had Esther's name on it. "Sit," he said. She sat. "I want to tell you something," he said. That I should have told you 8 days ago. He told her about Won Gi-suk, about the associate, about her father. He told her all of it, the parts she knew, the parts she had pieced together, and the one part she had not known yet, the final part of it. The associate, he said, did not just falsify the debt record when your father died. Esther waited. He also took something from the settlement your father had been arranging, a portion of the returned money, which your father had been collecting to pay back. The associate redirected it to one of Won Gi-suk's accounts. A pause. When I dismantled Won Gi-suk's network last night, as that account was one of the ones that was recovered. Esther looked at the folder with her name on it. Kwon Duk-soo opened it. Inside was a transfer document. This is the money your father was trying to return, he said. Recovered and redirected to an account in your name. Esther looked at the number on the document. She looked at it for a long time. It was more than 3 years of her salary. It was more than her projected savings for the business. It was the amount her father had tried to pay back, plus the years of interest it had accumulated sitting in a criminal account, plus the portion the associate had taken. It was, she realized slowly, her father's plan finally completed. Esther sat very still. She thought about a 14-year-old girl going through her father's things and finding a letter, a payment arrangement, a man trying to fix what he had broken before time ran out. He was trying, she said. Her voice was even. Barely. He had paid back 60% of it before he died, Kwon Duk-soo said quietly. The record exists. Min-ho found it, and I verified it through my own channels. A pause. He was not the man the associate presented him as. Esther looked at her hands. She was going to need a moment with this. A private moment, in her own room, right with her notebook, and perhaps a message to Beatrice, and perhaps, for the first time in 9 years, the ability to think about her father without the structure of complicated grief pressing down on every memory. But not yet. I can't accept this money, she said. Kwon Duk-soo looked at her. It is your father's money, he said. Returned. I know what it is. She met his eyes. And I know that it came from dismantling a criminal network. And that accepting it makes me part of a story I'm not sure I want to be part of. A very long silence. You are the most. He stopped, started again. Most people, he said carefully, who have spent time in this house have found ways to benefit from proximity to my position. Some subtly, some not. A pause. You are the first person who has consistently refused every version of that. I'm not refusing out of principle, Esther said. I'm refusing because the business needs to be mine. The whole thing, the building of it, the risk of it, the savings that make it possible. If I accept this, it becomes something else. She paused. Does that make sense? Yes, Kwon Duk-soo said, with the recognizing quality. Again. But, she paused, Beatrice, her school fees. If the amount my father already paid, if that portion specifically could be redirected to her education account as a continuation of what he started. She stopped. That's not me accepting something for myself. That's completing what he tried to do. Kwon Duk-soo looked at her for a long moment. Then he made a note on the document. Done, he said. 3 weeks later, things in the Kwon household had settled into a new shape. Mr. Sohn was gone. 2 of the kitchen staff had also left, quietly, without confrontation, in the way that departures happen in houses where the master's reach is long and nobody wants to test its length. The bench that had been moved into Min-ho's path had been removed from the house entirely, which was probably excessive, but which felt, to everyone who knew the story, like the right amount. The placement coordinator had been contacted by Kwon Duk-soo's legal team. The program's infrastructure was being reviewed. The coordinator herself was cooperating. She had, as Esther had assessed, been used rather than complicit. And the review was proceeding cleanly. While Beatrice's school fees arrived in her account with a message that simply said, "From your father's account, forwarded." Esther had written the message herself. She and Beatrice had talked for 40 minutes on a video call, and Esther had told her daughter's version of the story, edited for age and distance. And Beatrice had cried, and then pulled herself together in the specific Beatrice way that looked exactly like their mother. Esther had cried after the call ended, in her room, in the East Wing, for about 11 minutes. Then she had opened her plan notebook. She had crossed out the original 3-year projection. Below it, she had written a new one. The timeline was the same. The business was the same. The savings were recalculated now that Beatrice's fees were handled. The plan was still hers. Still built in the way she needed to build it. It was, she decided, even better than the original. Minho's new audiobook device arrived. A better one than the one that had been taken. Specced with features his original hadn't had. He had said, when it arrived, that the replacement was objectively superior in 4 specific ways, which he listed. Then he had paused and added, in the quiet, brief, unelaborated way of someone who doesn't perform gratitude, but feels it completely. "Thank you for the other night." Esther had said, "Nah, the arguing about books was good for both of us." He had almost smiled. They had another argument about books 2 days later. He was right about part of it. She was right about the other part. They were both satisfied with this outcome. On a Thursday morning, 3 weeks after everything, Esther was finishing the East Wing linen when Kwon Duk-soo appeared in the corridor. He did not appear to be doing the watch, the silent survey of his household. He appeared to be, specifically, walking to where she was. He stopped a few feet away. "Minho," he said, "has been asking Mrs. Yong if the Tuesday and Thursday arrangement can be formalized." Esther looked up. "The arguing about books." He described it, Kwon Duk-soo said, as an academic peer exchange. Esther considered this. "He's 12. "I know. He's also not wrong, necessarily." "I know that, too." A pause. "I wanted to ask you directly, not through Mrs. Yong, whether you're willing." Esther thought about her plan, from her schedule, the way her Tuesdays and Thursdays had begun to have, in the past few weeks, a particular shape to them. The shape of things that matter, sitting inside the shape of things that are purposeful. "I'm willing," she said. Kwon Duk-soo nodded. He began to turn away. Then he stopped. He said, and it was clearly something he had been working up to, in the way that people work up to the things they need to say and have been not saying. His name was Dae-hyuk, my brother. Oh, he would have... A pause. Long. He liked people who were right about things. Esther looked at this man, standing in his own corridor, saying his brother's name out loud. "Tell Minho that," she said quietly. "Say that exact thing to him." Kwon Duk-soo looked at her. "He needs to hear it from you," Esther said. "Not through a story. From you." A very long silence. "I know," he said. And then he walked back down the corridor toward his son's room, with the particular quality of a man walking toward something he had been avoiding for 14 years. Not running, not performing readiness he didn't have, but walking steadily in the way that Esther Randy walked through every corridor of every difficult thing she had ever moved through. One grounded step at a time. Esther stood in the East Wing linen corridor with her basket and the quiet of the house around her, and thought about her plan. Her good, clean, specific plan, and how it was still intact, still hers, still exactly what she had come here for. She also thought about how the best plans are the ones sturdy enough to hold extra weight without breaking, The ones that can carry, alongside their original purpose, the things you didn't plan for. The Tuesday arguments, the hidden rooms, the names said out loud at last, the father walking toward his son. She picked up her basket. She went back to work. Some people enter your life without a single plan to stay, and end up being the reason everything holds together. Esther came to fold linen and save money and go home. She stayed in every way that mattered, because a boy reached for his cane on a cold floor, and she was the only one who moved. If this story touched something real in you, subscribe now, because the next story we tell is already waiting for someone exactly like you. A man's cruelty in a waiting room lasted 5 seconds. The consequences lasted a lifetime. What he thought was a weak, forgotten woman turned out to be the one person on earth whose husband made grown men weep just by saying his name. Every story has a turning point. A moment so shocking it rewires everything you thought you understood about power, love, and who truly holds the cards. This is one of those stories. And you need to be here for every single second of it. Subscribe now, so you never miss what happens next. The kick landed just below her left knee. It was not an accident. Tyron had pulled back his foot, the same foot wearing the polished brown loafers she had once saved 3 weeks of her hospital salary to buy him, and he had sent it hard into her leg, right there in the waiting room of the Greenfield City General Hospital, with 17 people watching from blue plastic chairs. Tyron Thornton did not even look down at her when he did it. He was looking at his phone. Mitchell Blackwell, though most people in that room had no idea, sat on the floor where the force had sent her, one hand flat against the cold tiles, the other pressed over her stomach, not out of pain, out of instinct, out of the quiet, ferocious love that a mother grows before she even meets her child. She did not cry out. She had stopped crying out a long time ago. "Keith, you should not have come here," Tyron said, still looking at his phone. His voice was low and flat, the kind of voice that doesn't need to be loud to be cruel. "I told you not to come here. I told you we were done." Mitchell looked up at him. Her eyes were dry, her jaw was steady. Somewhere in her chest, something that used to love him had already gone quiet. The way a candle goes quiet after you blow it out. No drama. Just darkness. "I came for my medical file," she said. "Oh, I have an appointment." "You have a problem," Tyron said. "You need to stop." The hospital's front doors opened. Not with noise. Not with a crash or a bang or any of the dramatic entrances that stories like to invent. The doors simply opened, the way doors do. But the man who walked through them made the whole room feel like it had inhaled and forgotten to breathe out. He was not especially tall. He was not carrying anything. He was wearing a dark coat and plain trousers, and his face was calm in the specific way that very dangerous things are calm. The way deep water is calm. His eyes moved across the waiting room once, quickly, the way a person's eyes move when they have trained for years to see everything in a single glance. Those eyes found Mitchell on the floor. They stopped. His name was Kwang-soo Yo. He was 34 years old, and he was originally from a small city in Gyeonggi Province, a place most people had never heard of, and fewer had visited. And he was, depending on who you asked, either the head of a private security corporation or the most quietly powerful man in 3 countries. Both answers were correct. He crossed the room in 9 steps. Tyron did not register him until the man was standing directly beside him, not in front of him, not behind him, but beside him, at exactly the same height, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "Is this woman yours?" Kwang-soo said. His voice was very quiet. It had no accent that Tyron could identify. It asked the question the way a judge reads a sentence. Tyron turned. He looked at Kwang-soo. He took in the plain coat, the average height, the still face, and he made the mistake that people who have never truly been afraid always make. He decided this man wasn't worth being afraid of. "Who are you?" Tyrone said. So Kwang-soo looked down at Mitchell. He extended one hand, not reaching for her urgently, not grabbing, simply extending it, open, palm up, the way you offer something to someone you respect. "Can you stand?" he asked her. Mitchell looked at his hand for 1 second, then she took it. He helped her up slowly, careful, making sure she had her balance before he let go. When she was standing, he looked at her stomach once. Not staring, and just acknowledging, and something shifted almost invisibly in his expression. Not pity, something closer to recognition. "I asked you a question," Tyrone said, louder now. Kwang-soo turned to look at him. The calmness in his face did not change at all. That was the terrifying part. There was no warning, no tightening of the jaw, no shift in posture, no dramatic pause, just the same stillness. "She is not yours," Kwang-soo said. "She is mine." The waiting room had gone completely silent. The woman knitting in the corner had stopped knitting. The man reading a newspaper had folded it. Even the television mounted on the wall, some afternoon talk show, seemed to understand that it should keep its noise to itself. Tyrone laughed. It was the sharp, dismissive laugh of a man who is already embarrassed and trying not to show it. "Yours? She's my ex," Mitchell said. Her voice did not shake. "He is my ex. And this—" She looked at Kwang-soo. Oh, and something passed between them that the room could feel, but not name. "This is my husband." The silence got heavier. Tyrone stared at her. "You're what?" Mitchell did not repeat herself. Tyrone's eyes went back to Kwang-soo. He was recalculating now. Tyrone was the kind of man who was always calculating, always measuring, on always deciding what things were worth. And you could see the calculation happening behind his eyes as he looked at the plain coat and the quiet face and tried to figure out what kind of husband this was. He got it wrong. "You got married?" Tyrone said to Mitchell, and his voice had changed now. It was not flat anymore. It was sharp, like a man who had just discovered something had been taken from him that he had not wanted until this moment. "When? To him? Oh, you got married to some—" "Some what?" Kwang-soo said. The question was so quiet, so genuinely, dangerously quiet. Tyrone's mouth closed. From the far end of the waiting room, near the corridor that led to the hospital offices, a door had opened. 3 men had walked in. They were dressed like ordinary people. One in a jacket, one in a pullover, one in a simple shirt. But they had positioned themselves at 3 separate points in the room with a precision that had nothing to do with looking for seats. A woman near the window noticed. She looked at the men, then at Kwang-soo, then back at the men, and she gathered her bag a little closer to herself without knowing exactly why. Tyrone had not noticed the men yet. "I don't know what she told you," Tyrone started, "but she was already pregnant when you left her," Kwang-soo said. "Yes, I know." Tyrone stopped again. "I know everything," Kwang-soo said. "I knew before I married her." Mitchell was watching Kwang-soo's face. She had been married to him for 4 months. 4 months of learning that beneath that calm surface lived a man who paid attention to absolutely everything, who had once told her that the most important thing a person could ever do was notice. She had not known, when she met him, what he was, so she had known only that he was the first person in years who had looked at her, truly looked at her, and seen something worth staying for. She had not told him much about Tyrone. She had not needed to. Kwang-soo had this quality, this specific, unsettling quality, of already knowing the important parts of things before you explained them. "You want to tell me what happened?" Tyrone said, and now there was an edge in his voice that was trying very hard to sound like confidence. But because I remember a very different story. I remember a man, Kwang-soo said, who just kicked a pregnant woman in a hospital waiting room. The words landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Everyone felt the ripple. Tyron's face changed. For the first time since Kwang-soo had walked through those doors, Tyron actually looked around the room. He saw the people watching. He saw the judgment sitting open on their faces, the knitting woman, the newspaper man, the young mother with the toddler who had pressed her child against her side. He saw the three men he had not noticed before, standing at their positions, not watching him with hostility, but with the steady patience of people who are very good at waiting. And Tyron did what men like Tyron always do when they realize they have been seen clearly. He tried to rewrite what had happened. "It was an accident," he said. "I didn't. I was shifting, and she was on the floor, and—" "She was on the floor," Kwang-soo said, "because you put her there. I didn't mean—" "Stop talking," Mitchell said. Both men looked at her. She was not looking at Tyron. She had stopped needing to look at Tyron. She was looking at the door to the medical records office, which had opened, and a nurse was standing there with a folder in her hands calling her name. "Mrs. Yo," the nurse said, "We're ready for you." Mitchell straightened her coat. She adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder. She looked at Kwang-soo once, and the look was not dramatic, not the kind of look that people in stories exchange across a crowded room with trembling lips and glistening eyes. It was simpler than that. It was the look of two people who had chosen each other on purpose. "Come with me," she said. "Yes," he said. They walked together toward the nurse and the open door. A Tyron stood in the middle of the waiting room with his mouth still open around words he had not been allowed to finish. The three men remained exactly where they were, not blocking him, not threatening him, not doing anything at all except existing in the room with a quality of presence that made leaving feel like the wisest idea Tyron had had all day. He left. The door to the records office closed behind Mitchell and Kwang-soo. The woman with the knitting needle started knitting again. The newspaper man unfolded his paper. The afternoon talk show filled the room once more with its cheerful, unbothered noise. But inside the records office, the nurse was looking between the two of them with the careful neutrality of a woman who had seen many things in many years of hospital work and had learned to keep her observations to herself. "Mrs. Yo," she said again, setting the folder on the desk. "Your file is ready, but there is something we need to discuss." Mitchell sat down in the chair across the desk. Kwang-soo stood behind her, one hand resting on the back of the chair, not on her shoulder, not touching her, just near her. The way a wall is near you. Present. Solid. "Go ahead," Mitchell said. The nurse opened the folder. She looked at the top page for a long moment, the way people look at things when they are deciding how to say them. "Your results from last week's tests," she began. There is something in the imaging that we did not expect." Mitchell did not move. "The baby is fine," the nurse said quickly, because she had clearly learned that this was the first thing people needed to hear. "The baby is perfectly healthy. But," she turned the page, "there is something else. Something that we found. Something that wasn't there 8 months ago." The room was very quiet. Mitchell's hands resting in her lap stayed perfectly still. Kwang-soo's hand, on the back of the chair, didn't move. "What kind of something?" Mitchell asked. The nurse looked at her with the careful, practiced compassion of someone about to say words that could not be unsaid. And she said them. "The story has only just begun, and nothing is what it looks like yet. Subscribe now so you are there when everything breaks open." The word the nurse used was mass. She said it plainly, so the way medical people learn to say hard things, without softening it so much that the meaning gets lost, but without sharpness either. Just the word, placed on the desk between them, like something that needed to be looked at directly. A mass on the left side, the nurse said. Small, but present. The radiologist flagged it for immediate follow-up. We would like to schedule a biopsy. Mitchell heard the word biopsy and felt something shift in her chest. Not panic, not yet, but the careful and slow awareness that the ground beneath her had changed texture. Like stepping onto a floor you expected to be solid and finding it slightly soft. When? She asked. As soon as possible. Ideally within the week. Mitchell nodded once. Then she looked down at her hands in her lap, and for a moment, she was simply very still. Kwang-soo crouched down beside her chair. He did not say anything. He did not tell her it was going to be fine. He was not the kind of man who said things he could not prove. He simply lowered himself to her level and looked at her face, waiting for her to look back. She did. His eyes, dark, steady. The eyes of a man who had looked at genuinely frightening things and not looked away, held hers. One thing at a time, he said. That was all. But the way he said it, with the quiet certainty of someone who had navigated much worse and come out on the other side, made the air in the room feel slightly less heavy. Mitchell breathed. Schedule the biopsy, she told the nurse. The nurse wrote it down. They walked out of the records office and back through the waiting room, which had largely emptied now, the afternoon crowd thinning toward evening, and out through the hospital's front doors into the gray afternoon. There was a black vehicle waiting at the curb. One of the three men from inside the waiting room was standing beside it, not like a bodyguard in a film, not with his hands clasped in front of him or his eyes scanning the street with theatrical intensity. He was just standing there, the way a person stands when they are good at their job and do not need to perform it. His name was Sung Kyo. He was 28, and he had been with Kwang-soo for 6 years. And in that time, he had learned that the most important skill his work required was not physical speed or tactical knowledge, but the ability to read a room in half a second and understand what was needed. He looked at Mitchell's face as they came through the doors. He opened the back door of the vehicle without being asked. Mitchell got in. Kwang-soo got in beside her. Sung-kyo closed the door and moved to the front. The vehicle pulled away from the curb. For a while, nobody spoke. The city moved past the windows. Late afternoon shoppers. Traffic slowing at a crossing. A child dragging a reluctant parent past a bakery window. Then Mitchell said quietly, "I don't want you to be afraid." Kwang-soo turned to look at her. "I can see it," she said. "You're very good at hiding it." "But I can see it." He was quiet for a moment. "I'm not afraid," he said. "Kwang." "I am concerned," he said. The word came out carefully, or like something he had turned over a few times before placing it down. There is a difference. Afraid means I don't know what to do. Concerned means I am already thinking about what to do. Mitchell looked at him for a long moment. Then she almost smiled. Not fully, not the kind of smile a person smiles when things are easy, but the kind a person smiles when they find something true in the middle of a hard moment. "You were already on the phone before we got in the car," she said. "Yes." "Who?" "A doctor in Gyeonggi. The best one for this particular. I have a doctor here." "You will have two." Mitchell looked out the window. "You can't fix everything, Kwang-soo." "No," he agreed. "But I can make sure you have the best possible chance. Those two things are different." She did not argue. She was too tired to argue, and also, and this was the thing about Kwang-soo that had taken her the longest to accept, he was usually right, not in an arrogant way. In the quiet, an inconvenient way of someone who had simply thought about something more carefully than everyone else in the room. She leaned her head back against the seat. The baby moved, a slow, rolling shift that she felt more than saw, and she put one hand on her stomach automatically. Kwang-soo's eyes tracked the movement of her hand. He looked away again quickly, back to the window, but his jaw had changed, just slightly. Just barely visible, the way a person's face changes when they feel something they are not yet ready to put words to. They did not know yet that 3 blocks behind them, a different vehicle had been following since the hospital. It was not one of Kwang-soo's vehicles. It was not law enforcement. It was a silver car, unremarkable, the kind that disappears into traffic like a word disappears into a sentence. Inside the silver car, in the passenger seat, a man named Gerald Holt was holding a phone to his ear and saying, "Yes, she was with him. They left together. Yes, I'm sure." On the other end of the line, someone asked a question. Gerald Holt looked at the back of the black vehicle moving through traffic ahead of him. "She's pregnant," he said. "Very." Another question. "I don't know whose it is," Gerald said. "Does it matter?" A pause, then a voice on the other end, the measured and unhurried. "It matters more than you think." Gerald Holt ended the call. He looked at the black vehicle. He kept following. Kwang-soo, in the back of that black vehicle, had not noticed the silver car. That was the detail that would matter later. Sung-kyo, in the front, had. He said nothing yet. He was still assessing. He turned at a corner that was slightly off the route home, just one corner, and watched in the rearview mirror. The silver car turned too. Sung-kyo's hand moved to the small communication device clipped to his collar. He pressed it once, lightly. In the back seat, Kwang-soo's eyes shifted very slightly toward the front. He had felt the deviation from the route. He always felt these things. He did not say anything in front of Mitchell. He reached into his coat pocket and took out his phone, and he typed a message with one thumb while looking out the window, and he sent it. Mitchell, with her head back and her eyes half closed, Fleur did not notice. She was thinking about the word, mass. She was thinking about her baby. She was thinking about the waiting room and Tyron's face and the specific, sour feeling of being seen at your lowest by someone who had helped put you there. She was thinking, too, and this surprised her, about the moment Kwang-soo had extended his hand. Open. Palm up. No urgency. Just the offer. She had known him for 11 months. They had married after 7. People thought they were reckless. Her cousin Diane, her only family close enough to have opinions, had called her on the phone and said very directly, "Mitchell, you have been pregnant and heartbroken for 4 months, and now you are telling me you are marrying a Korean businessman you met at a hospital cafeteria? Do you hear yourself?" Mitchell had heard herself. She had also heard, behind Diane's worry, the thing Diane would not say directly, that nobody had believed Mitchell's choices in a long time. Not Tyron. No, not her old friends from before. Not the people she used to work with who had smiled at her face and talked about her back. She had made this choice with her eyes open. She was still, mostly, sure it was the right one. The vehicle slowed at a red light. Sung-kyo had not returned to the usual route. He was taking a longer way, winding through quieter streets. Mitchell noticed, slightly, but driving routes were not the thing she had mental energy for today. The silver car stayed behind them. Kwang-soo's phone showed a reply to his message. He read it. His expression did not change. He typed back, "Not yet. Just watch." The red light turned green. They moved. Behind them, Gerald Holt moved too, and reached for his phone again because the person on the other end had just sent him a message, and the message said something that made him sit up straighter in the passenger seat and look at the black vehicle ahead with suddenly different eyes. The message said, "Do not lose them. Sight, he has something of mine." Gerald Holt did not know what that meant. He also knew better than to ask. The black vehicle turned onto a wide boulevard lined with bare winter trees, and the city evening settled around them. Street lights coming on, the sky turning from gray to the dark blue that comes just before proper night. And nothing about the scene looked dangerous. That was, of course, the point. Inside the vehicle, Mitchell had fallen asleep, and she slept the way very tired people sleep, suddenly, completely, with her head tipped toward the window and one hand still resting on her stomach. The kind of sleep that is less of a choice and more of a surrender. Kwang-soo looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked back at his phone. Then he typed one more message. Not to Sung Kyo this time, but to a different contact. A contact listed in his phone not by name, but by a single character that most people would not recognize as a name at all. The message he sent was 4 words. "We may have a problem." The reply came in 8 seconds. It said, "What kind?" Kwang-soo looked at Mitchell's sleeping face. He looked at the silver car in the mirror. He looked at the bare winter trees passing by the windows like dark lines drawn against the sky. He typed back, "The kind that starts with someone from the past." A pause. "So then Tyron?" Kwang-soo stared at the name. He had not mentioned Tyron to this contact. He had not mentioned Tyron to anyone except Sung Kyo and one other person. He had kept the knowledge of Mitchell's past deliberately contained, not to control it, but to protect it. To protect her. His fingers were very still on the phone. He typed, "How do you know that name?" The reply took longer this time. When it came, it was not the answer he expected. It was a photograph. So Kwang-soo looked at the photograph for a long time without any expression on his face at all. Then he closed the screen and put the phone in his pocket and looked out the window at the city passing by. And for the first time since the hospital waiting room, for the first time since he had walked through those doors and seen Mitchell on the floor, something in the perfect stillness of his face showed a crack. Not fear. Understanding. The most dangerous kind of understanding. The kind that tells you that the problem is bigger than you thought. That the pieces you were looking at were only the pieces that someone wanted you to see. And that behind them, just out of view, was something else entirely. Mitchell slept on, unaware. The silver car followed. And Kwang-soo Yo, who had navigated harder things than most people would ever believe, began very quietly to rearrange everything he thought he knew. Well, hold on, because the ground is about to shift in ways nobody in that car is ready for. Make sure you are subscribed so the next part reaches you the moment it drops. The photograph was of a building, not a dramatic building, not a headquarters or a fortress or anything that would catch a stranger's eye. It was an ordinary office block, gray, mid-sized, the kind that existed in every city and registered in nobody's memory. But it was a building Kwang-soo knew, and he knew it because it was one of his. Not one of the buildings his corporation owned publicly, the kind that appeared in registered documents and quarterly reports. This was one of the other ones, the buildings that existed in the space between what was legal and what was necessary, the buildings that kept certain things running that the official version of his life depended upon. Nobody was supposed to know about that building who did not already work inside it. The message below the photograph said, "We found this in Tyron Thornton's phone. He took the picture 3 weeks ago. He has been watching you for longer than your wife knows." Kwang-soo's mind was already moving. Quick. Ordered. The way it always moved when a threat presented itself, breaking the problem into its parts, laying each part down and examining it before picking up the next. Tyron had been watching him. Before the waiting room, before the kick, and before this afternoon, Tyron had been watching, which meant the encounter at the hospital was not accidental. Tyron had known Mitchell would be there, had possibly engineered being there at the same time, had used the waiting room not out of cruelty, or not only out of cruelty, but out of something more calculated. He was trying to provoke a reaction. Why? Kwang-soo looked at the darkening city outside the window. The vehicle had turned onto the quieter streets of the neighborhood where they lived, a calm, well-kept area that Mitchell had chosen, half as a joke, because she said it looked like the kind of place where nothing dramatic ever happened. He had not corrected her. Mitchell stirred in her sleep but did not wake. Sung-kyo's eyes met his in the rearview mirror, one question in them. Kwang-soo gave the smallest shake of his head. Not yet. They pulled into the private garage beneath the building. The silver car, which had been keeping its distance, slowed at the end of the street. It did not follow them in. It parked. It waited. Sung-kyo got out of the vehicle first, checked the garage with the quick, thorough sweep of someone who did this automatically, like breathing, and then opened the back door on Mitchell's side. She woke at the sound of the car door, blinking, that soft confusion of interrupted sleep crossing her face. "Ford, are we home?" "Yes," Kwang-soo said. She got out slowly, the way a heavily pregnant woman gets out of anything, with effort, with a small exhale, with the particular patience of someone whose body has become a separate negotiation. Kwang-soo was there beside her, not hovering, just present. They went up. The apartment was large and warm, and full of the quiet that expensive spaces have. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of good insulation and careful design. Now Mitchell had added things to it over the 4 months of their marriage. A bright orange throw on the gray sofa, a collection of small plants on the kitchen windowsill, a framed photograph of her grandmother on the shelf by the hallway. The apartment, which had been cold and functional before, had become something else. Kwang-soo noticed this every time he came home. Mitchell went to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and stood at the counter drinking it slowly. Her back was to him, and he could see the tension in her shoulders, the particular tension of someone carrying more than one heavy thing at once. "The biopsy," she said, without turning around. I'm not scared of it exactly. She stopped. "You are allowed to be scared of it," Kwang-soo said. "I'm not scared of the procedure. I'm scared of what it might say." "I know." She turned around. "And you? You have your doctor in Gyeonggi, and your contacts, and your—" She gestured, a slightly helpless gesture that meant everything she could not fully articulate. His world, his reach, all of the things he could do that she was still learning the shape of. "But that doesn't change what the test results will say." "No," he agreed. "It doesn't. But it changes what happens after." Mitchell set her glass down. She looked at him steadily. "Kwang-soo, whatever the results are, I need to know that you married me because of me. Not because—" "Mitchell, let me finish." He waited. "Kwang, not because you felt responsible, not because I was pregnant and abandoned, and you saw something that needed fixing. I married you," he said, and his voice had the quality it got sometimes. Very quiet, very direct, the kind of direct that had no performance in it at all. "Because you were the first person I had met in a long time who spoke to me like I was a person and not a position." Mitchell was quiet. "In the cafeteria," he said, when you told me my coffee order was wrong." She made a small sound, almost a laugh. "I said the machine was set wrong. I didn't tell you. You told me I had been drinking bad coffee for probably weeks, and I should complain to the building management." He paused. "Nobody tells me things like that." Mitchell looked at him. Her eyes were bright, the brightness that is not tears, yet, but is near them. "That was not a reason to marry someone," she said. "No," he agreed. "No, but it was a reason to stay. The other reasons came after." A beat of silence. Then Mitchell said, "There's a car outside." Kwang-soo went still. "Silver," she said. "It was behind us most of the way home. I noticed it when we turned onto the boulevard. I was half awake. It's parked at the end of the street. He looked at her. She looked back. I'm pregnant, she said, not unobservant. A pause. Then Kwang-soo said, Do you know who drives a silver car? I can guess, she said, and her voice was flat now, flat in a different way than she had been in the waiting room. Not the flatness of someone in shock, but the flatness of someone who had just confirmed a suspicion they had hoped was wrong. Tyron. Or someone Tyron sent. Kwang-soo moved to the window. He looked out, careful, standing to the side, the way he always looked out of windows, never directly in the center. The silver car was there, parked under a street light, 2 figures visible inside. 2 people, he said. Who's the other one? I don't know yet. Mitchell came and stood beside him, not at the window. She stopped a few feet back, where she couldn't be seen from the street. Kwang-soo. What did Tyron want? At the hospital today? What was he actually after? Because that wasn't just him being, she paused, himself. That was something else. Kwang-soo turned from the window to look at her, and this was the moment he had been weighing since the car. The moment in every difficult conversation where you had to decide whether to give someone less than the truth in order to protect them, or the full truth because they had already shown you they could carry it. He had learned, in 4 months of marriage to Mitchell Blackwell, that she could carry more than most people expected. Tyron knows something about my business, Kwang-soo said. Something he should not know. Gee, someone told him. I don't know yet who. He has been using it to try to build leverage. Leverage for what? I believe, Kwang-soo said, and he was choosing each word with precision, that he wants access to something I have, something I acquired before I met you. And he calculated. His voice did not change, but something behind it did, that you were the right pressure point. The word pressure point landed in the room like something cold. Mitchell understood what it meant, and she was not naive. She had known from early on that Kwang-soo existed in a world where people were sometimes treated as instruments. She had known it and chosen him anyway, because she had also seen, with her own eyes, repeatedly, the specific care he took not to treat her that way. But knowing that someone else might, that Tyron specifically might have, he came to the hospital today to make me look bad in front of you, she said slowly. It was not a question. She was working it out. He wanted you to see me. On the floor, visibly distressed with his child. She touched her stomach briefly. To make you doubt. He wanted me to feel that you were a liability, Kwang-soo said. Yes. Mitchell was silent for a moment. And instead, I walked in and made it clear you were not. Mitchell looked at him for a long time. That photograph he took of your building, she said. Kwang-soo's expression shifted, barely, briefly, but she caught it. You already knew. She stopped. How long have you known about the photograph? 40 minutes, he said. I received it in the car. Who sent it? Someone I trust. Who is? Mitchell. She waited. There are parts of my world, he said carefully, that I have kept away from you deliberately. Not as a secret, as a protection, but a pause. I think the line between those two things is becoming less clear. Something moved in Mitchell's face. Not hurt, or not only hurt. Understanding, but the complicated kind. The kind that carries love and disappointment in the same breath. Kwang-soo, she said, I am not a person who needs to be kept safe from information. I'm a person who is about to have a baby, possibly facing a biopsy, sitting in an apartment with a silver car outside. The information is not the danger. The not knowing is. The room was very quiet. Outside, the silver car had not moved. Kwang-soo's phone, in his pocket, silent, was receiving a message, and he did not look at it yet. He looked at Mitchell, and then he said something he had not said to another person in years. Not because it was difficult to say, but because there had simply not been anyone in years who had earned the full weight of it. "You're right," he said. "Sit down. I'll tell you everything." Mitchell did not sit down. "Stand if you prefer," he said. "Thank you," she said. He told her. He told her about the building in the photograph, its real purpose, and the specific operation it housed, the reason knowing about it was dangerous. He told her about the contact who had found the photograph on Tyron's phone, and what that meant about how deep Tyron had already gone. He told her about the person who had sent him the message, a name she had never heard, who operated in spaces that had no public record. He told her as clearly and plainly as he told anyone anything, without drama, without softening, without asking her to approve or forgive or understand more than the facts required. When he was done, Mitchell was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "The person who sent you the photograph, the one you trust?" "Yes." "Is that person the same person who introduced us?" The silence stretched. Kwang-soo said very carefully, "What makes you ask that?" "Because," Mitchell said, "I did not end up at that hospital cafeteria by accident. I was sent there by a woman I met at a conference 2 days before. A woman I now realize I know almost nothing about, except that she knew my name before I told it to her, and she suggested the cafeteria specifically." A beat. Her name was Ms. Park, or that's what she said. Kwang-soo's face did something that Mitchell had never seen it do before. It showed surprise, not performance, not the tactical pause. Actual, unguarded surprise, the kind that arrives before a person can manage it. "So you were not. I did not arrange for you to—" "I know you didn't," Mitchell said. "Someone else did." They stared at each other across the room. The silver car sat outside under the streetlight. Somewhere in the building, or perhaps very close to it, someone had orchestrated the beginning of their story. Someone who had known, before either of them did, that these two people needed to be in the same room, and neither of them knew why. The name Ms. Park meant something. Na Kwang-soo had gone to his phone the moment Mitchell said it, and what he found there, or more precisely, what he could not find there, told him more than finding something would have. There was no Ms. Park in any record he could access, not by that name, not matching the description Mitchell gave. Late 40s, short hair, a very deliberate way of speaking, a small scar below her left ear. Kwang-soo had resources that could identify most people from significantly less. The fact that this woman returned nothing at all was not a gap. It was a wall, and walls this clean were not accidents. "She's in the network," he said. "Your network?" "A network? I'm not sure it's mine." This was, for Kwang-soo, an extraordinary sentence. There were not many networks that existed outside his knowledge. He sat with the discomfort of that, which was real, genuine discomfort, the kind a person feels when they realize the map they have been using does not show the whole territory. "Oh, walk me through it again," he said. "The conference, from the beginning." Mitchell did. She had been at a public health networking event. She had still been working at a clinic then, before the pregnancy had become too demanding. A woman approached her during a coffee break, knew her name, said she had heard about Mitchell's work in maternal health outreach. He suggested they continue their conversation somewhere less crowded. "There's a wonderful cafeteria 2 blocks from here." The cafeteria in the hospital, where Kwang-soo had been that day for reasons he had considered routine. A meeting with the hospital's administrator about a donation his corporation was making. A meeting he was 2 minutes early for, which was why he had stopped for coffee, which was why he had been standing at the machine when Mitchell told him it was calibrated wrong. "She chose us," Mitchell said. "Ms. Park. She put us in the same room." "Yes, and she put the photograph of your building in Tyron's hands." "I don't—" Kwang-soo paused. That I'm less certain of. That feels like a different hand. Could they be connected? He was quiet for a moment. Everything is connected. The question is how. Mitchell sat down now, finally, on the orange blanketed sofa, because her back had been aching since the hospital floor, and she had been standing out of stubbornness more than necessity. Who would benefit from you and I meeting? That is what I'm trying to understand. And who would benefit from Tyron having leverage over you? A competitor, someone I've crossed, someone who... He stopped. His eyes changed, not dramatically, but in the way they did when a thought arrived that he needed to hold still and examine. Or someone who wanted me distracted. Distracted from what? From the fact that something was being taken. Mitchell looked at him. Has something been taken? I don't know yet. He reached for his phone again, then stopped himself. He put the phone face down on the table. I need to think before I make calls. If this is someone inside the network, then every call I make is a call they can see. The apartment felt different now. The warm light, the orange blanket, on the little plants on the kitchen windowsill, all of it was the same, unchanged. But the quality of the air had shifted, the way it does when you understand that a situation has been happening for longer than you knew, and you are only now catching up to it. Kwang-soo, Mitchell said, the person who sent you the photograph, the one you trust. You never told me who it was. I know. You said you'd tell me everything. I said I would. And this part, but it's more complicated than the rest. How can it be more complicated than what you've already told me? He was quiet, the kind of quiet that had a shape to it, not evasion but something closer to a person standing in front of a door, deciding. The person who sent me the photograph, he said slowly, is someone who, for the last 3 years, has been working against me. Mitchell went very still. Not openly, not in a way that caused direct harm, but collecting information, building a picture, accumulating things that could, at the right moment, be used. He was looking at the wall across from him, rather than at her. I have known this for approximately 8 months, and I have chosen, deliberately, not to stop it. Why? Because the person is my sister. The word sister filled the room like a sound. Mitchell stared at him. You have a sister? Yes. You have never? I know. In 11 months, you have never? I know. Mitchell. His voice was steady, but something inside it was not. Her name is Yeo Soo-ran. She is 31. She left Korea when she was 22. I have not seen her in 9 years. He paused. She blames me for something. Something that happened to our family. She is not entirely wrong to blame me. Mitchell's hands were folded in her lap. She was watching his face very carefully. She has been building a case, he said. I don't know. Against whom exactly? Against me. Against someone connected to me. I have not been able to determine the full target. I have been waiting, watching her move and choosing not to interfere, because he stopped. And for a moment the careful control in his voice slipped, just slightly, the way something slips when the grip has been held too long and the muscles have finally tired. Because she is the only family I have left, and if she needs to do this to be ready to face me, then I have been willing to let her. Mitchell was quiet for a long time. Is she good? She finally asked. He turned to look at her. Is she good at what she does? The gathering, the information, the being invisible. Is she actually good? She is exceptional, he said. And there was something in it. Pride, perhaps, or a specific grief that looked like pride, the way those two things can sometimes wear each other's faces. Then the photograph wasn't a threat, Mitchell said, on thinking aloud. She sent it to you as a warning. She found it on Tyron's phone, and she decided to tell you. Yes, I think so. Which means Mitchell was working through it, step by careful step. She knows who Tyron is, which means she knows about me. Yes. For how long? Probably since before our marriage. Mitchell absorbed this. She knew I was going to meet you. I believe she arranged it. She has the kind of access that makes that possible. Ms. Cy Park. I believe so. The silver car was still outside. Mitchell had almost forgotten it. The revelation of Soo-ran had pushed everything else to the edges of the room. Why? Mitchell asked. Why would she put us together if she has been working against you? Kwang-soo was quiet for a long moment. I've been asking myself that question since the moment you told me about Ms. Park. He looked at his hands, then at Mitchell. The only answer I can find is that she was not working against me when she did it. She was working for something, some purpose of her own that I don't yet understand. And putting you in my life was part of it. Mitchell looked at him steadily. And the baby? Does she know about the baby? Everyone who has been watching me knows about the baby. The word everyone sat between them like a third person in the room. Mitchell put her hand on her stomach. No, not dramatically, just the same reflexive gesture, the one she made a dozen times a day. But this time it had more weight in it. The awareness that this child, who had not yet entered the world, had already become a piece of a story that other people were writing. I'm not angry, she said. Kwang-soo looked surprised again. Twice in one evening. A record. I should be, she added. And there's a part of me that is. But she looked at him directly. You didn't put her up to it. You didn't even know. And the fact that she looked at your life and decided I was what it needed. A pause. I want to understand that, before I decide how to feel about it. I want to understand it too, he said. Very much. From the table, his face-down phone lit up briefly at the edge. A notification. Not a call. He did not touch it. Then his home security panel, a flat screen beside the door, usually showing a quiet grid of cameras, beeped once, softly. Sung-kyo's voice came through the speaker panel. There's someone in the lobby, not using the main entrance. Service corridor. Kwang-soo was on his feet immediately. Description. Female. Small. Dark coat. She's... A pause. She's looking directly at the camera. She knows she's being watched. Does she have anything? No visible. Wait. Sung-kyo's voice shifted. She just held something up to the camera. What? It's Another pause. A longer one. It's a photo. She's holding a photograph up to the camera. It's... Sung-kyo's voice went very careful. It's you and her, sir. When you were children. Complete silence. Kwang-soo looked at the security panel. On the camera feed, small and grainy, a woman in a dark coat was standing in the service corridor, holding a photograph up to the lens with both hands. Not as a threat, not as a weapon, as an identification. As a knock on a door she had not knocked on in 9 years. Let her up, Kwang-soo said. Sung-kyo, let her up. A pause. Yes, sir. Kwang-soo turned to Mitchell. My sister is here, he said. Mitchell stood up. I know, she said. I feel it. She paused, slightly surprised at her own words. Is that strange to say? No, he said. They stood together in the warm apartment, facing the door. The elevator at the end of the hall began to move. Every answer they find tonight opens a door to something bigger. And not everyone who walks through that door means well. Subscribe now, so you are here when it all comes apart. The elevator opened. The woman who stepped out was not what Mitchell expected. She was not entirely sure what she expected, But she had built some version of Soo-ran in her imagination over the last 20 minutes, and the real version rearranged it completely. Soo-ran was small. She barely reached Kwang-soo's shoulder. She had close-cropped hair and eyes that were her brother's eyes. Same darkness, same precision, and same quality of taking in a room in a single look, set in a face that was somehow both younger and older than her 31 years. She was wearing a plain dark coat, practical boots, no jewelry. She carried nothing. She looked at Kwang-soo first. 9 years is a long time. Long enough for two people to have become mostly strangers. Long enough for old pain to have hardened into something that had been carried so long it had changed shape. Neither of them moved for a moment. They just looked at each other, standing at either end of the short hallway, and the air between them had weight. Then Soo-ran looked at Mitchell. Her expression changed. It was not a soft change. Soo-ran was not, apparently, a person given to soft changes, but it was real. A recognition. The look of someone who has studied a subject from a distance and is now seeing it full size. "I should have come sooner," she said. Her voice was low and even. I accented differently from Kwang-soo's. She had clearly spent more time in English-speaking places. I kept telling myself there was a better time. There wasn't. "Come in," Kwang-soo said. She came in. She did not look around the apartment the way a stranger would. She was taking in the security points, Mitchell realized. The windows, the exits, the angles. Professional habit. "You sent me the photograph," Kwang-soo said. "Yes. And you sent her to me," he said, meaning Mitchell. And Soo-ran looked at Mitchell again. "I met you at a conference 14 months ago. You were talking to a colleague about maternal health funding. You said—" She paused, as if deciding whether the detail was necessary, then decided it was. "You said that the hardest part of working in healthcare was watching people fall through gaps that didn't need to exist, that could be closed if the right people just paid attention." A beat. "My brother pays attention," I thought. "You thought I was a suitable match," Mitchell said. Her voice was steady but not warm. "Not yet." "I thought you were good for him," Soo-ran said. "There is a difference." Kwang-soo sat down. This, for him, was significant. He almost never sat during tense conversations, preferring to stand, to have mobility, to keep his body ready for something. Sitting was a choice, a statement. "Why are you here tonight, Soo-ran?" he asked. The photograph was a warning. Or you could have stayed behind the warning. Soo-ran pulled out a chair from the dining table and sat across from him. Her posture was exactly like his, upright, still, contained. "Because Tyrant Thornton is not working alone," she said. "And the person he is working with is someone I have been tracking for 2 years. Someone you know." Kwang-soo said nothing. "Gerald Holt," she said. The name moved across Kwang-soo's face, like wind moves across water. You could see it, briefly, and then the surface settled again. "Gerald Holt," he repeated. "He's been in the city for 3 weeks. He arrived at the same week Tyrant Thornton contacted him. The contact wasn't accidental. Holt reached out first." Soo-ran folded her hands on the table. "Gerald Holt has been acquiring information about your network for 18 months. He's not a competitor. He's a collection point. He gathers intelligence for a larger organization and sells it. The building in the photograph? He already has its purpose on record." "Who is his buyer?" Kwang-soo asked. "That is the part that I came to tell you in person," Soo-ran said, "because I could not put it in a message." A pause. "The buyer," she said, "is someone who has been building a case against you for 5 years. Someone with the patience to wait and the resources to be very precise about timing." She looked at her brother directly. "They waited until you had something to lose." The room understood what that meant. So Mitchell understood it. She looked at Kwang-soo. He was looking at his sister, but she could see, from the particular stillness that had come over him, a stillness different from his usual controlled calm, deeper and quieter, that he understood it too. They waited for her, he said. Meaning Mitchell. Meaning the baby. Leverage is only leverage when there is something you will not sacrifice, Soo-ran said, flatly, not cruelly, just as a fact. For years. No, there was nothing you would not sacrifice. Then there was, Mitchell breathed out slowly. Who is the buyer? Kwang-soo asked again. His voice was very quiet. Soo-ran told him. It was a name Mitchell had never heard. But she watched Kwang-soo's face as he received it, and what she saw there, moving through his expression before he could fully contain it, the way something long anticipated finally arrives, and is somehow still a blow, told her everything about the weight of that name. How long have you known? He asked. Confirmed? 6 weeks? Suspected? Much longer. Soo-ran paused. He was the reason I left. 9 years ago. He told me things about you that I believed, that I built my... She stopped. Started again. I was wrong to believe them. I understood that approximately 3 years ago. I have spent the time since then finding out the truth. The apartment was completely silent. Outside, the silver car. Gerald Holt, and whoever was with him. Waiting. Watching. On part of a machine that had been running for 5 years, built by someone who had the patience of a person who believes they will eventually win. Kwang-soo stood up. He walked to the window, to the side of it, always to the side, and looked down at the street. The car outside, he said. Gerald Holt, and one of his people. Soo-ran reached into her coat pocket and placed a small drive on the table. Everything I have is on this. Every connection, every transaction, every piece of the structure. It is enough. She paused. It is more than enough. Kwang-soo looked at the drive. Then he looked at his sister. Why give this to me? He said. After everything. Why not use it yourself? Soo-ran was quiet for a moment. In the quiet, she looked, for the first time since she had walked through the door. Not like a professional. Not like someone running an operation. She looked like someone who was 31 years old, and tired in the specific way that people are tired when they have been carrying something for too long and have finally found the right hands to put it in. Because it affects her, she said, and she looked at Mitchell. And the baby. And I will not. I am not willing to let what happened to our family happen to yours. The word yours hit Mitchell somewhere she had not been expecting. Because in that word, the way Soo-ran said it, now with the careful flatness of someone who does not allow themselves to be sentimental, but cannot entirely prevent the thing from showing at the edges, was an invitation. Not a warm one, not an easy one, but real. She had arranged for them to meet. She had spent 14 months watching from a distance, making sure. She had come tonight, in person, through a service corridor, holding a childhood photograph up to a camera, not because it was strategic, because it was the only way she knew to knock. Soo-ran, Mitchell said. The woman looked at her. Thank you, Mitchell said. Simply, without conditions or performance. For the cafeteria, for the photograph, for tonight. Soo-ran did not know what to do with that. You could see it. The momentary loss of the careful professional composure. The small war between the habit of distance and something older and more fundamental. She looked away, cleared her throat. The drive, she said. You should act before morning. Gerald Holt is not patient. If he feels the situation shifting, he will... I know what he will do, Kwang-soo said. He had the drive in his hand. He was looking at it with the look of a man who is already 3 steps ahead, already building the response in his mind, already seeing the shape of what comes next. Then he stopped. He turned to look at Mitchell. "Before I make any call," he said, "before I do anything, is there anything you need? Right now. But before this, I need you to do what needs to be done," she said. "I need you to trust your sister." A pause. "And I need you to tell me one thing." "What?" "The thing you feel about this baby." She looked at him steadily. The orange blanket, the small plants, the photograph of her grandmother, the life she had built in 4 months inside his apartment, quietly, like planting things in new ground. "Say it out loud, just once." Kwang-soo looked at her. He was not a man who said things out loud that he had only carried inside. She knew this. She was asking anyway. And the fact that she was asking, directly, clearly, without apology, was one of the things that he had understood, somewhere around month 2 of their marriage, was the exact quality in her that had made his sister choose her. "This child," he said quietly, with the particular steadiness of someone saying something true, "is mine. Fully. Entirely. That has been true since the first time you let me be present at an appointment. It has nothing to do with—" He stopped, and for a moment the steadiness wavered, just slightly. "It has nothing to do with biology or circumstance, or what Tyrant Thornton is, or is not. It is mine because I have chosen it. Because I choose it every day. A beat. That will not change. Nothing will change it." Mitchell's eyes were bright. She did not cry. She pressed her lips together once, and the brightness stayed in her eyes, and she nodded. "Good," she said. "Now go deal with Gerald Holt." From the corner, Soo-ran was looking at the window very intently, with the fixed attention of someone who is working very hard to be professional and unaffected, and is mostly succeeding. Kwang-soo went to his phone. He made 2 calls. They were short, brief, specific, to the kind of calls that people who are very good at what they do make when something has been building for a long time and the moment to move has finally arrived. Not dramatic, just precise. Sung Kyo came up from the garage. He was given the drive and instructions. Within the hour, Gerald Holt and his companion, who were still in the silver car, still waiting, but still believing they were the ones watching, would discover that the thing about Kwang Soo-yo's world was that he never reacted when he could respond, and he never responded until he was certain. He was certain now. The silver car would not be there by morning. Gerald Holt would be asked, through channels that did not require visible force, to make a choice. The information on the drive, everything Soo-ran had spent 2 years building, would be in the right hands before dawn. The man who had been building a case for 5 years would discover that the gap between patience and victory was much wider than he had calculated. But that was not the most important thing that happened that night. The most important thing was smaller and had no audience. It happened after Sung Kyo left with the drive, after the calls were made, after Soo-ran had been given the guest room with the kind of direct practicality that Kwang-soo used for everything. "You will stay here. We will talk more tomorrow." And Soo-ran, who had been alone for 9 years, had looked at him for a long moment and said, very quietly, "All right." The most important thing happened in the kitchen, close to midnight, when Mitchell was making tea because she could not sleep. Decaf, the only kind she allowed herself. And Kwang-soo came and stood beside her at the counter, and they were both quiet for a while, and then she said, "The biopsy is on Thursday." "I know," he said, "and I'll be there. You don't have to stay the whole time." "I know," he said again. "I'll be there the whole time." Mitchell looked at the kettle. She looked at the small plants on the windowsill. One of them was leaning slightly toward the glass, reaching for the outside light. She had been meaning to turn it around for a week and forgetting. She reached over and turned it. "Whatever the results say," she said. "Whatever they say," Kwang-soo confirmed. She poured the tea, and set a second cup down for him. He did not usually drink tea, but he had been drinking it since month 2 of their marriage, quietly, without mentioning it, the way you adopt the small habits of people who matter to you. He picked up the cup. They stood in the kitchen, the woman who had been kicked to the floor of a waiting room that morning, and the man who had walked through the doors and extended his hand. And they drank their tea, and the silver car was gone from the street outside. And Suran was asleep in the guest room, with the particular deep sleep of someone who has finally put down what they were carrying. And the baby moved once, slow and rolling, like a punctuation mark at the end of a very long sentence. And the night held them. Not perfectly, not without cost or complication, or the knowledge that more was coming. There was still Thursday. There were still results to wait for. There were still conversations that needed to happen, with Suran, and about the 9 years, with the world, about the man who had spent 5 years building leverage over someone he did not understand, about the child who would arrive and reshape everything the way children always do, by simply existing with total confidence in their right to be here. But tonight, just this one night, the worst of it had passed, and they were still standing. You stayed through every twist. You already know this is the kind of story that gets into your bones. The most emotional stories belong to those who never miss a chapter. Subscribe and be the first one here every single time a new story begins. Are you lost too? He turned his head slowly. Standing 2 feet away from him was a little girl. She was small, maybe 4 or 5, with thick braids that had clearly been neat at the beginning of the day, but were now slightly unraveling on the right side. She had a pink rolling suitcase almost as tall as she was, a backpack shaped like a turtle, and a yellow raincoat 1 size too big. She was looking at him with complete, fearless curiosity. No calculation. No threat assessment. Just genuine interest in another human being. The kind of look only children give. He glanced around the immediate area. No adult rushing toward her. No panicked parent nearby. Just the late-night crowd of Terminal C. Travelers slumped against luggage. Phones glowing against tired faces. A cleaning machine humming somewhere in the distance. "Where is your mother?" he asked. She pointed vaguely toward the airline service desk 30 meters away. "She's talking to the airplane people. Our flight got canceled. She told me to stay by the orange chair." She looked around with a small frown. "But there are a lot of orange chairs." He almost smiled. "I've been walking for a little bit," she added, with the gravity of someone confessing something significant. Every instinct he had said to take her to a staff member, hand her over, return to his seat. Clean, efficient, uninvolved. Instead, he heard himself say, "Yes." She blinked. "Yes, what?" "Yes," he said. "I'm lost too." She considered this with the seriousness of a small judge. Then she nodded once and sat down beside him, dragging her enormous suitcase in front of her like a shield. "My name is Lila," she said. "I'm 5. What's your name?" He told her. She tried it. Got it wrong by 1 syllable. Didn't apologize. "That's a hard name," she said, without any cruelty, just observation. "Yes," he agreed. "My mommy has a hard name too. People always say it wrong." She smiles and lets them. Lila swung her feet, which didn't reach the floor. "Do you smile when people say your name wrong?" "No." "What do you do?" "I correct them." She nodded slowly. "My mommy says that's valid too." He looked at her sideways. "You talk like you're 30. She seemed pleased by this. "My mommy says I came out already knowing things." A silence settled between them, oddly comfortable, the kind that doesn't need to be filled. Then, "Why do you look sad?" He didn't answer immediately. He was not in the habit of answering personal questions. He was barely in the habit of being asked them. "I was waiting for someone," he said finally. "Did they not come?" "No." She thought about this with her whole face, forehead creased, lips pressed together. Then she said quietly, "My mommy says grown-ups get lost in their hearts, not their feet." The words landed somewhere he hadn't expected. He had been sitting in Terminal C for 3 hours. He had come to Chicago following a thread so thin it barely existed. A contact had mentioned a name in passing, said she might be passing through O'Hare tonight. He hadn't told anyone he was coming. He had simply boarded a plane and crossed an ocean. And what that said about him was something he preferred not to examine too closely. She hadn't come through the gate. He had watched every face, every coat, every woman with that particular walk. The kind that looks like someone who always knows exactly where they're going, even when they don't. Nobody. His own flight had departed 40 minutes later. He had not moved. Now he was sitting with the wreckage of that choice, and a cold cup of black coffee, and a 5-year-old who had just said the most accurate thing anyone had said to him in years. "Maybe she got lost too," Lila added, still watching a luggage cart roll past in the distance. He went quiet, not the comfortable kind. "We should find your mother," he said. "Yes." She slid off the seat, grabbed her suitcase handle with both hands. "She's probably doing the face." "What face?" Lila scrunched her nose, pressed her lips together, and produced the expression of someone trying desperately to remain calm while spectacularly failing at it. He recognized it. He had made people wear that expression many times, in rooms with considerably higher stakes than a canceled flight. "Come," he said, standing. He didn't reach for her hand. He had no experience with children, none, and had spent his adult life making sure of it. But Lila solved the problem by reaching up and wrapping her fingers around 2 of his without asking. The way you pick up something that clearly belongs in your hand. Her hand was very small. He walked stiffly for 3 steps, then something in him adjusted and simply allowed it. They moved through the terminal, the man in the black suit and the small girl in the yellow raincoat, her pink suitcase rattling loudly across the tile. A passing businessman glanced at them and then looked quickly away, as if he'd interrupted something private. They reached the airline service desk. Long line. He scanned the crowd. "Is she here?" he asked. Lila stood on her toes. "No. Maybe she went back to find me." "Do you know her number?" Lila recited it without hesitation. He looked at her. "She made me learn it," Lila said. "She said if I'm ever lost, I find a safe person and give them the number." She studied him. "You look safe." No one had ever called him that. Not once. He dialed. 4 rings. Voicemail. A woman's voice. Warm, composed. The voice of someone who had learned a long time ago to sound steady even when she wasn't. Said, "You've reached Naya. Leave a message, and I'll get back to you." He went completely still. Not because of what she said, because of the voice itself. He had carried that voice in his memory for 6 years. He had told himself he'd probably distorted it, made it something it wasn't, the way grief quietly edits things it's trying to keep alive. But there it was. Exactly as he remembered, he ended the call without leaving a message. "Is she not answering?" Lila asked. "Busy," he said. His voice came out steady. He was good at steady. "We'll look for her." "Okay," Lila said, with the total trust of someone who has made a decision and sees no reason to revisit it. "Stop right here." A little girl walked up to a stranger in a crowded airport and decided he looked safe. Out of everyone sitting in that terminal, she chose him. If that image is sitting somewhere in your chest right now, don't let it pass quietly. Subscribe and stay with this story, because what's coming is going to reach somewhere you weren't expecting. Drop a comment and tell us, has a stranger ever made you feel less alone? Even briefly, even in the most unlikely place, The people who know what that feels like are exactly who this channel was built for. They checked the gate areas, the family restrooms, the small cafe still open at the far end of the concourse, where a tired barista was wiping the counter with the slow movements of someone counting down the last minutes of their shift. No one. Lila had not panicked. She walked beside him with the careful composure of a child who had decided that worrying was not useful, though he could see she was gripping her suitcase handle tighter than before. "Tell me about your mother," he said, partly to distract her, only partly. Lila considered where to begin. She works very hard. She goes on lots of planes. She says it's for her job, but I think she also just likes looking at clouds. She dragged her suitcase over a seam in the floor. She makes really good tea. She's teaching me Swahili. And she laughs really loud when something is funny. Not a polite laugh, a real one. "Do you laugh like that?" she asked. "No. My mommy says real laughing is brave." She looked up at him. "Maybe you just need more things to laugh at." He didn't answer, but something in him moved, like a door opening a crack in a room that had been sealed for a long time. "What does she look like?" he asked. He kept his voice entirely neutral. "She's tall, dark skin. Her eyes are really pretty. Her hair is big and soft," Lila thought. "And she always smells like orange soap. Not fake orange, like real ones." He slowed almost imperceptibly. Something moved through him that he didn't examine. "She sounds like someone worth knowing," he said quietly. "She's the best person," Lila said without hesitation. "She also makes jollof rice that makes your eyes close when you eat it." She glanced at him. "Do you like jollof rice?" "I've never had it." Lila stopped walking and looked at him with the full weight of 5.5 years of accumulated life experience. "That's sad," she said. He almost laughed. Not quite, but the closest he had come in a long time. They found the food court near the central hub, still partially lit. A few travelers scattered at tables. He steered them to a seat with clear sightlines to 2 different walkways, and sat with his back to the wall, out of a habit so old he no longer noticed he was doing it. Lila climbed into the seat across from him and propped her chin in both hands. "You look like you're thinking very hard," she observed. "I am." "About finding my mommy?" He said nothing. She accepted his silence with the equanimity of someone who has spent 5 years learning that adults don't always answer, and that this is their problem, not yours. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "A little bit." "What do you want?" She thought about it with appropriate gravity. "Hot chocolate, and something with cheese." He returned from the kiosk with hot chocolate, a cheese pretzel, and a bottle of water. Because he had no idea what children were supposed to drink, and water seemed like the safest guess. Lila wrapped both hands around the cup and took one small, careful sip. "Good," she announced. She ate her pretzel in pieces, tearing each section with great precision. He watched the walkways. "Do you have kids?" she asked. "No." "Do you want them?" "I haven't thought about it." She found this answer insufficient. "Why not?" "I didn't have time." "My mommy didn't have time either," she said. "But then she had me." A pause. "She says I was a surprise, but not the scary kind, the good kind." He looked at her carefully. "How old are you?" he asked. 5. 5 fingers. Patient with the question. 5.5 almost. He was quiet. Outside the terminal windows, the storm had picked up. Rain moved sideways across the glass. Runway lights blurred and shifted in the wet. "Do you have a dad?" he asked. He kept his voice entirely even. Lila picked at her pretzel. "My mommy says my dad is a story she's not ready to tell yet." Silence. "She said when I'm older," Lila added. Then she looked up at him. "Why are your eyes doing that?" "Doing what?" "They got big. Grown-ups' eyes don't usually go big." He looked away. Back to the walkways, a story she's not ready to tell. He was a man who operated in certainties, data, verified facts, before action. He had nothing concrete here, only a sequence of small things pointing somewhere he wasn't ready to name. He would not build a conclusion on this. He was not that kind of man. But his hands were very still on the table in the specific way they went still when everything inside him was moving very fast. "Let's find your mother," he said. Have you ever stood in front of something? A moment, a single sentence, a face you weren't prepared for, and felt the structure of everything you thought you knew shift underneath you? Not collapse, just shift. If you've ever loved someone and lost them in a way you couldn't explain even to yourself, this comment section wants to hear from you. Not the polished version, the real one. Subscribe if you've been here long enough to know this is where people come when they want to feel something true. Silence right now would feel like walking away from your own story. They moved with more urgency now. Lila matched his pace with small, quick steps, her hand back in his, her suitcase rattling loyally behind her. She had stopped chattering. She seemed to sense, the way children do, that something in him had changed, and that the change required quiet. "She'll be near the help people," Lila said after a while. "She always goes where the help people are. She says, find the person whose job it is to solve the problem." "Smart," he said. "She's the smartest," Lila said. Then, after a pause, "She's also been a little sad lately. She thinks I don't notice." He looked down at her. "What makes you think she's sad?" he asked carefully. Lila shrugged one shoulder. "She gets a look sometimes, when she's not talking, like she's thinking about something far away." She glanced up at him. "Do you know that look?" He said nothing. "I think everyone has someone they think about like that," Lila continued, with the calm authority of a philosopher who happens to be wearing a turtle backpack, even when they don't say it. He looked straight ahead. "How long has she had that look?" he asked. Lila thought about it. "Always," she said simply. "For as long as I can remember." The information desk was near the central hub. A woman in a navy blazer was speaking into a radio, with the efficient calm of someone managing their 15th minor crisis of the night. He stepped forward. "There's a missing child alert already filed," he said. "She's here. Her name is Lila. Her mother should be somewhere in this terminal." The woman looked at Lila, then at him, then at her screen. Relief loosened her shoulders visibly. "We do have an active alert." She picked up her radio. "Can I ask your name, sir?" A pause. "Tell her someone found her." The woman blinked, then relayed the message. A brief response came back through the static, too fragmented to make out clearly. But the woman's expression shifted in a way he noticed. A small, involuntary thing, like a person who has just heard something unexpected. Lila looked up at him, looked straight ahead. The family assistance room was 5 minutes away. He had walked into rooms where the outcome could have ended his life and had not slowed his pace. This was a room with a woman and a child, and a canceled flight. He did not slow down now, but he was aware of everything. The length of each corridor, the weight of Lila's hand, the sound of his own footsteps on the tile, a story she's not ready to tell. He turned the final corner. And there she was, standing outside the family room, speaking to a security officer, phone gripped in both hands. Her back was straight in the way that people hold themselves when they are afraid and have decided that showing it is not an option. Long, dark coat, hair pulled up, a few pieces fallen loose around her face. She looked exactly as he remembered. And nothing like what he had been imagining for 6 years, because imagination always flattens people into the version you need, and the real person is always fuller and more complicated and more devastating than that. She turned before Lila could call out. She turned as if she felt the weight of being looked at from across the corridor. Her eyes found Lila first. Instant, overwhelming relief flooding her face. And she dropped to her knees and opened her arms, and Lila ran the last 10 feet, suitcase rattling behind her, and crashed into her mother. And they held each other with the specific tightness of people who have just been reminded that love is not a feeling. It is a grip. He stood still. Then the woman looked up. She looked up the way you do when you already know what you'll find, when the body has already processed what the mind hasn't caught up to yet. Her eyes found him. She went completely still. Not the frightened kind, the kind that happens when the world rearranges itself in 1 second, and every category you have used to organize your life stops making sense at the same time. He watched something move through her face that he couldn't aim. Something that traveled like water through a cracked surface, finding every line. Neither of them spoke. Lila pulled back from her mother's arms, looked between the two adults, and said, "I found him." The security officer quietly stepped back. The woman stood slowly, one hand still on her daughter's shoulder, and stared at the man in the black suit who had crossed an ocean on a rumor and missed his flight and spent an hour holding her daughter's hand through a terminal he had no business being in. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Her voice was careful, exactly as careful as it needed to be. "I was in the area," he said. Something crossed her face. Not quite a smile, not quite the opposite of one. "Terminal C," she said. "Gate C-14. She stared at him. "How long?" she asked. "Long enough to miss my flight." A silence. The ambient sounds of the terminal, distant announcements, rolling luggage, the muffled storm, filled the space where the next words should have been. "Because of me?" she asked. He didn't answer. That was answer enough. She looked down at her daughter. Lila was watching both of them with her chin slightly raised and her hands clasped around her turtle backpack, wearing the expression of a 5-year-old who has done something she is quietly and completely proud of. "Did you tell him anything?" the woman asked softly. "I told him my name," Lila said. "And I told him you have a look." The woman closed her eyes briefly, opened them. "What look?" "The one," Lila said simply, as if this required no further elaboration from anyone. The woman looked at him again. This time, the careful composure had shifted slightly. Not falling, just no longer sitting perfectly in place, the way a mask shifts when the person wearing it gets tired. "Can we sit down?" she said. "This is the moment where you need to take a side." He crossed an ocean on a rumor, sat in an airport for hours, and missed his flight. All for a woman who walked out of his life 6 years ago without a single word. She built an entire life in his absence. And now they're standing 10 feet apart in a midnight terminal with a 5-year-old between them who has already decided how this ends. Who do you think carries more of the weight here? Who had the right to make the choices they made? Drop your position in the comments, because this conversation is going to be something. Subscribe if you believe the most complicated love stories are the ones most worth following. They found seats near the large windows at the far end of the concourse. Outside, the storm pushed rain in sheets across the glass. Runway lights dissolved and reformed in the wet. Somewhere in the dark, a plane was making its slow, patient way through the night, wing lights blinking red and white. Lila sat between them. She had pulled her turtle backpack into her lap and was hugging it against her chest, her eyes moving quietly between the two adults, like someone reading a book. They have been waiting, a long time to reach. The woman was looking at her hands. He was watching the window. "How did you find out I was here?" she asked. "A contact. Someone mentioned your name. And you came." "Yes," she exhaled. "From Seoul." "Yes." She nodded once, filing it away. "I called your number," he said, "when we were looking for you." Lila gave it to me. The woman looked at her daughter. You gave him my number." "He looked safe," Lila said again, with total unshakable confidence. The woman looked back at him, and something in her expression broke at the edges. "She's right," she said quietly. "You are. You always were. That was never the problem." "Then what was?" he said. Not a question. The quiet, final kind of statement that expects an answer. She looked at Lila. "Baby," she said softly, "can you take your suitcase and sit by that big window and count how many airplane lights you can see?" Lila looked at the window, then at her mother. "Will you still be here?" "I'm not going anywhere," she said. Lila slid off the seat, took her suitcase, walked to the window, pressed her forehead against the glass, and began to count. 1, 2. The woman turned to face him fully. "I left because I found out I was pregnant," she said. He said nothing. I sat with it for 3 days. Tried to think clearly and couldn't. Your world. The risk. Not of you. I knew you. I knew exactly how far you would go to protect something you loved. She paused. That was exactly what scared me. Not that you'd fail. That you'd succeed. I didn't want her to grow up in the middle of all of it. Even with your protection. Even if it held perfectly. She looked at her hands. I wanted her to have a life that was hers. Without the weight. He was quiet for a long moment. "You made that choice alone," he said. "Yes." "Without telling me." "Yes." "That wasn't yours to make alone." "I know." Her voice didn't flinch. "I've known that for 5 years. I don't have a defense for it. I made the choice I could make, at the time." She looked at him steadily. "And I have carried it every single day since." From the window, Lila's small voice drifted back. 7. 8. I see a big one. Neither of them looked away from each other. "She knows about you," the woman said before he could ask. "Not everything. Pieces. She knows someone helped me once. Someone who—" She stopped. "Someone I didn't stop thinking about." She said the last part quietly, like something being admitted after a long time under pressure. He let that sit. "What do you want to do?" he asked. She looked at him for a long time. "I want to stop running from the answer to that question," she said. "Then stop," he said. She looked at him the way people look when they want to believe something is as simple as it sounds, and know from experience that it isn't. "It's not just us," she said. "I know. There are people in your world who would look at her and see a leverage point. I know that too. So how? I'll handle it." He said. "That's exactly what I was afraid you'd say. Because it's true." "Because you believe it's true," she said. "And you've always believed it. That's not the same thing." He looked at her. "Has anything happened to you in 6 years? Anyone who found you? Who came for you? Who made you feel unsafe?" She paused. "No," she admitted. "Because I made sure of it," he said quietly. She stared at him. "You were watching," she said. It wasn't entirely a question. "I stopped looking for you after 2 years," he said. "I didn't stop making sure you were safe." The silence that followed was a different kind than all the others. Not the silence of absence, or accusation, or old pain. The silence of something being understood for the first time. At the window, Lila announced, 13. No, wait. 12. One of them is a car." Neither of them spoke for a moment. Then the woman said, very quietly, "Why?" He looked at her. "You know why," he said. She looked down at her hands again. When she looked back up, her eyes were bright. Not tears. Something more restrained than that. The specific brightness of a person who has been holding something for so long, they've forgotten what it feels like to put it down. "What happens now?" she asked. "That depends on what you're willing to do," he said. "I live in London," she said. I know. She blinked. Kensington, he said. The building with the green door. 3rd floor. She stared at him. You've known where I was, she said slowly. For 4 years. And you never came. You needed space, he said. I gave it to you. She was quiet for a long moment. He could see her reassembling something inside herself, taking information she had organized one way and having to organize it completely differently. You were waiting for me to come back, she said. I was waiting, he said, for you to be ready. She looked at him for a long time. Then she looked at Lila, who had turned from the window and was watching them both with ancient, careful eyes. Mommy, Lila called. I think the storm is stopping. The woman looked at the window. She was right. The rain had slowed. The glass was clearing. The runway lights held steady now, no longer dissolving. She looked back at him. She has your eyes, the woman said quietly. I've never said that out loud before. Something happened in his chest that he did not have a name for. Not the absence of feeling. The opposite of that. The specific sensation of something returning to a place it had been kept out of for so long that the return itself felt like pain and relief at exactly the same time. I want to know her, he said. The woman held his gaze. She already knows you, she said. She just didn't have a name for you yet. Lila stood up from the window seat, picked up her backpack and her suitcase, walked back to them, and climbed into the seat between them with the ease of someone who had always planned to be exactly here. She looked at him, then at her mother, then at the narrowed space between the two adults, which was measurably smaller than it had been when she'd left for the window. Are you still lost? She asked him. He looked at this child, at the woman beside her, at the rain-cleared glass and the steady runway lights, and the long night that still had hours left in it, and whatever came after the night. No, he said. Lila nodded once, satisfied, as if the entire evening had proceeded exactly according to a plan she had made in her head when she first walked up to a stranger and asked him a question that had no wrong answer. She leaned sideways against her mother. Her mother put one arm around her, and after a moment, without looking at him, the woman reached across Lila and placed her hand over his on the armrest. Not a gesture, not a statement, just a hand finding another hand in the dark. He turned his palm over and held on. Outside, the storm was gone, the first pale edge of something that wasn't yet dawn, but was the direction of it, sat low on the horizon beyond the runway. Somewhere in the terminal, a flight was being called. A gate was opening. The airport was slowly, quietly beginning its next chapter. And 3 people who had found each other in the most unlikely way, in the most unlikely place, on the most unlikely night, sat together near a window and breathed for the first time in a very long time. But here is what none of them knew yet. What was waiting on the other side of that night would test every single thing they had just chosen. Because the man in the black suit had a world. And that world had people in it. People who had been watching the same thread he followed to Chicago. People who understood, better than anyone, that the one way to reach a man who fears nothing is to find the thing he would give everything to protect. And somewhere in that airport, in the early hours of the morning, a phone was ringing in a jacket pocket that did not belong to him. And the person calling it knew exactly where he was. If you made it to the end of this first chapter, you already know this story is not finished. Not even close. There is a world waiting outside that airport. A world with enemies in it, with secrets that haven't surfaced yet, with a little girl who chose a stranger and changed 3 lives in one night. If this story reached somewhere in you, subscribe. Not as a reflex, as a choice. Because this channel is where people who have loved complicated things, lost them, and kept going anyway, come to feel seen. Drop a comment. Not a polite one. The real kind. Tell us what you felt in this first chapter. Tell us what you think is coming. We read every single one. Now let's dive into the next part. He almost didn't answer it. The phone had been vibrating in his inside jacket pocket for the past 40 seconds. He had felt it, counted the intervals, recognized the pattern. Not a random caller. Someone who knew his private number and was willing to call it 3 times in a row at 2 in the morning, which meant it was either an emergency or a provocation. In his world, those two things were often the same. He looked at the woman beside him. She had fallen into a light sleep against the window. Lila curled against her side. The little girl's yellow raincoat spread over both of them like a blanket someone had arranged with great care. Lila's mouth was slightly open. Her turtle backpack had fallen sideways on the seat. He had not slept. He had sat very still for the past hour and watched the two of them breathe and thought about things he did not yet have language for. He stood carefully, making sure not to disturb either of them, and walked 20 feet down the concourse before he answered. "You're in Chicago," the voice said. No greeting. No preamble. The voice of a man who had never once needed those things. He recognized it immediately. Low. Unhurried. The particular cadence of someone who had not raised his voice in 20 years because he had never needed to. Park Sung-jin, 61 years old. The closest thing he had to a mentor, and therefore the person he trusted least in the world. In his world, proximity and trust moved in opposite directions. "I'm traveling," he said. "You missed your flight," Park said. "You have never missed a flight, not in 14 years. So I'm asking myself why a man like you sits in an airport for 3 hours instead of boarding his plane." He said nothing. "And then I ask myself," Park continued pleasantly, "whether this has anything to do with a name I heard you say once, a long time ago, in a conversation you thought I wasn't listening to." The concourse was quiet at this hour. A cleaner moved slowly at the far end. Somewhere overhead, the ventilation system breathed. "What do you want, Sung-jin?" he said. "I want you in Seoul by Friday," Park said. "There's a situation. It can't wait, and it cannot be handled at a distance." A pause, the deliberate kind. "And I want to make sure that whatever you think you found tonight doesn't become a liability." The word landed the way Park intended it to, placed, not thrown. "I'll be in Seoul by Friday," he said. "Good." Another pause. "And the woman?" "Is not your concern." "Everything that affects you is my concern," Park said. "That's why you're still alive. Think carefully about what you're doing. A man in your position, with your profile. If someone finds out you have a weakness, they won't come for you. They'll come for her." The line went quiet. He stood in the concourse for a moment after the call ended, phone in his hand. Then he looked back down the terminal toward the window, where the woman and the child were sleeping. Park was not wrong about the risk. He was never wrong about the risk. That was what made him dangerous. He identified threats accurately and addressed them without sentiment, and the distance between identifying a threat and eliminating it was very short in his world. The question was whether Park saw the woman and the child as a threat to him, or as a threat to Park's own carefully maintained structure. He thought he knew the answer. He walked back to the seats and sat down. The woman stirred at his return, her eyes opening halfway. "What time is it?" she asked, her voice low with sleep. "Almost 4. She looked at Lila, still asleep against her. Something moved through her face. Something private and complete. The look of a mother watching her child sleep that belongs to no one else. Then she looked at him, and the look became more complicated. "You didn't sleep," she said. "I got a call." She was awake immediately. Not the slow kind of awake, the kind that had learned over years to arrive fast. "From your world," she said. "Yes." She looked at him carefully. "How bad?" "Not bad yet," he said. "But it's a signal. Someone is paying attention to the fact that I'm here." She absorbed this without visible alarm, which was one of the things about her that had always stopped him. This quality of receiving difficult information without performing a reaction to it. She processed underneath and showed you the result, not the processing. "What does that mean for tonight?" she asked. "It means I need to move carefully," he said. "It means that whatever we decide here, we decide it, knowing that my world is not a thing I can simply step out of. Not immediately. Possibly not ever completely." She looked at her hands. "I know that," she said. "I need you to know it differently now," he said. "Not theoretically, actually." She looked up. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you're both protected. But protection in my world is not a passive thing. It requires structure. It requires decisions. It requires you to trust that I know what I'm doing, even when I can't explain every step to you." She was quiet for a long moment. "That's what I couldn't do before," she said. "Trust what I couldn't see." "I know. And you're asking me to do it now." "I'm telling you," he said, "that I understand why you couldn't then. And I'm asking you to consider whether anything has changed." She looked at him steadily. "Has anything changed?" "Yes," he said. "I have." She searched his face. He let her look. He had nothing to hide tonight. "How?" she asked. He thought about how to say it honestly. He was not practiced at this. He was practiced at precision, at strategy, at language that did exactly the work required and nothing more. But this required something different. "I spent 6 years telling myself I had moved past it," he said. "I built things. I worked. I was efficient. I was effective. And none of it," he paused, "none of it felt like it was for anything. I didn't understand that until tonight. Until a 5-year-old sat down next to me and held my hand, and I couldn't think of a single reason to let go." The woman didn't move. "She does that," she said softly. "She finds the thing people need, and she just offers it. She's been doing it since she could walk." "Where does she get it?" he asked. The woman looked at him for a long moment. "Her father was the bravest person I ever met," she said, "and the loneliest. She got his courage and decided to use it differently." He went very still. Outside the window, the sky had thinned from black to a deep, dark blue. Not dawn yet, the suggestion of it. "She's mine," he said. He said it quietly, not as a question, not as an accusation, just as a fact being spoken aloud for the first time. "Yes," she said. "And you were going to—" "I don't know what I was going to do," she said, and her voice cracked slightly on it, the first crack of the whole night. "I told myself I was protecting her, and I was. I was also protecting myself from having to come back and face what I'd done, and face what I still felt, and face you standing in front of me like—" She stopped. "Like what?" he said. She looked at him. "Like someone I never stopped loving," she said, "even when I was furious at myself for it." The word sat between them in the quiet of the terminal, enormous and plain. He reached across and took her hand. Not a gesture, not a statement, just a hand finding another hand, the way his daughter had shown him it was done. Without ceremony, without condition, because the person beside you needs to know you are there. She looked down at their joined hands. Then she turned her palm over and held on. "Have you ever been so afraid of losing something that you destroyed it yourself, just to control the ending? Have you ever carried a choice for years that you knew was wrong and right at the same time, and had no idea how to put it down. If this moment is sitting somewhere in your chest right now, you're not alone in it. This community was built for the people who have loved at full cost. Subscribe if you've been here long enough to know that. And drop a comment, a real one, not polite, the kind you'd leave if no one was watching. We read every single one. They sat like that as the terminal slowly filled with the first sounds of the early morning. Gate agents arriving, luggage carts rolling, the lights brightening overhead as the airport shifted from its nighttime quiet into its daytime self. Lila woke at 5, with the immediate alert eyes of her father and the composure of her mother. Sat up, assessed the situation. Her mother's hand in the hand of the man from last night, her turtle backpack still present, her suitcase still standing, and nodded once as if confirming that things had proceeded as expected. "Are we getting breakfast?" she asked. The woman laughed. It was the real kind, the loud, unguarded kind, the kind that didn't ask permission, and it moved through the terminal like light through a window, and he felt it land somewhere in the center of his chest and stay there. They found the cafe that had just opened. Lila ordered eggs with the butter on the side with the authority of someone who had been burned before. The woman ordered coffee, and he ordered enough food for both of them, and she looked at the plate when it arrived, and then looked at him and said nothing, which was its own kind of surrender. They ate in the comfortable silence of people who have moved past the part that required words. Lila narrated quietly, the man asleep at his table, the woman with the enormous suitcase, the small, anxious dog in the carrier under the chair of a young man who kept checking his phone. "That dog knows something the man doesn't know yet," Lila said. "The dog is anxious about travel," the woman said. "No," Lila said firmly. "That's a different face." He looked at the dog. The dog looked back with the steady, mournful gaze of an animal who had seen too much. "She might be right," he said. The woman pointed her fork at him. "You have been here one night." "Long enough," he said. She fought the smile. Lost. He watched her lose it and felt something settle in him that had been unsettled for years. After breakfast, they walked back through the terminal, Lila a few steps ahead, narrating to her turtle backpack. He and the woman walked beside each other, close enough that their arms touched occasionally. "I have to go back to Seoul," he said. "I know. There are things I need to close out, decisions I need to make about how I operate going forward. It won't be immediate. It won't be simple." "I'm not asking you to dismantle your life overnight," she said. "But there are parts of it that have to change." "Yes," she said. "There are." "I need to know you understand what that process looks like," he said. "It's not clean. There will be moments where I have to do things you won't like in order to reach the outcome we both want." She was quiet for a moment. "Will you tell me the truth when I ask?" "Yes." "Even when it's difficult?" "Especially then," he said. She looked at him. "That's all I ever needed," she said. "Not perfection. Not a different life. Just the truth." "I know that now," he said. "I didn't know how to give it before." She held his gaze. Neither did I. Ahead of them, Lila had stopped and turned around, supervising their walking distance with visible concern. "You're too far apart again," she said. He looked at the woman. The woman looked at him. He held out his arm. She looked at it for exactly 1 second, the second of a person stepping off something they have been standing on for 6 years, and then she put her hand through his, and they walked to the gate together, while Lila watched with quiet, complete satisfaction, and then turned and led the way. At the gate, Lila fell asleep again almost instantly, her head in her mother's lap. The woman stroked her hair without looking at it. "She really does have your eyes," she said softly. He looked at the sleeping child. at the face he had not known for 5 years, and could not imagine not knowing now. "I want to be there," he said. "Not from a distance, actually there, for the things that matter." "School pickups," she said. "Weekend arguments about butter being on the side." "All of it," he said. She looked at him. "You understand what that means, what it looks like from the outside. People will find out." "Let them find out," he said. "Your people. My people will understand that she is protected," he said. "Not a vulnerability, not a leverage point. Protected. Anyone who thinks otherwise will be corrected." She heard the weight in the word corrected, and did not flinch from it. "And Park?" she asked. He looked at her. "You heard the name?" "I was half asleep," she said. "Not fully." He almost smiled. "Park is a problem I will handle before I arrive in London." She looked at him carefully. "Handle how?" "Carefully," he said. "And permanently." She was quiet. Then, "Promise me it won't come to our door." "It won't come to your door," he said. "I will make sure of it before I step onto that plane." She studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded once. The nod of someone who has decided to believe something, not because they have proof, but because they have chosen to. "When will you come?" she asked. 2 weeks, he said. "Maybe less." "Lila will ask every day." "Tell her 2 weeks," he said. "I'll try to make it less." She looked at him. "Don't try. Do it. She counts things. She'll hold you to it." "Good," he said. She looked surprised by that. "I need someone to hold me to things," he said. "I've spent 20 years with no one to answer to." She held his gaze. "How has that been?" "Efficient," he said, "and completely empty." The gate agent called the London flight. The woman woke Lila with the quiet, practiced motion of someone who had done it thousands of times. And Lila came back to herself in the way she always did. Immediately, completely, with zero transition. She found her backpack, checked her suitcase, stood up. Then she looked at him. "Are you coming?" she asked. "Not on this one," he said. She looked at him steadily. "But you're coming." "Yes." "To London." "To London." She thought about this for a moment. Then she reached into her turtle backpack and took out a piece of paper, folded many times, slightly crumpled, clearly important to her for some time. She unfolded it carefully with both hands. A crayon drawing. A small figure in yellow. A tall figure in dark. Between them, 2 hands connected. The hands were drawn in careful, deliberate strokes, slightly smudged, but clearly intentional. Clearly done more than once until they looked right. She held it out to him. He took it. "So you remember what we look like," she said. He looked at the drawing for a long moment. Something moved through him that had no name and didn't need one. He folded it carefully and placed it in his inside jacket pocket. "I won't forget," he said. She nodded, satisfied, and then took her mother's hand without ceremony and began walking toward the gate. The woman paused at the entrance. She turned back. She looked at him standing in the gate area with a child's crayon drawing in his pocket, and the morning coming through the windows behind him, and everything that had been impossible for 6 years, somehow arranged differently now. Not simple, not clean, but possible. Actually possible. 2 weeks, she said. "Less," he said. She held his gaze one last moment. Then she turned and walked through the gate. He watched until the door closed behind them. Then he sat down in the empty gate area and did something he had not done in longer than he could remember. He made a call that had nothing to do with strategy. He called his own lawyer, his personal one, not the firm's. He gave him instructions, specific ones, the kind that take years to prepare for and seconds to say, about a trust, about a name to be added to documents, about the kind of protection that exists on paper and therefore cannot be argued with. Then he made the second call. Park answered on the first ring. "I've been thinking about what you said," he told him. "Good," Park said. "You were right that having something to lose makes a man vulnerable," he said. "You were wrong about what to do about it." Silence. "I'm not removing the vulnerability," he said. "I'm making sure that anyone who looks at it understands that touching it is not a survivable decision." A long pause. "That's a significant shift," Park said. "Yes," he said, "it is. And if I told you I had concerns about the stability of that position, I would tell you," he said quietly, "that I have concerns about the stability of anyone who shares those concerns. Are we understanding each other?" Another pause. Longer. "Perfectly," Park said. "Good. I'll be in Seoul Thursday. We'll close out the situation and then I have somewhere to be." He ended the call. He sat for a moment in the quiet of the empty gate. Outside, the sun had fully risen now. The runway was lit and clear, and the morning was doing what mornings do, arriving without asking permission, making everything visible that the dark had covered. He took the crayon drawing out of his pocket, unfolded it, looked at it. A small figure in yellow, a tall figure in dark, 2 hands holding each other in the middle, done in the careful, deliberate strokes of a 5-year-old who had decided what the picture should look like and had not stopped until it was right. She had made this before tonight, before she walked up to a stranger in a terminal and asked him if he was lost. She had already drawn the ending. He folded it back carefully and put it away. Then he picked up his phone and rebooked his flight. Not Seoul direct. Seoul, then London. 10 days, not 2 weeks. He had things to close, a world to restructure from the inside, decisions that would take time and care, and the specific kind of precision that meant no loose ends, no exposure, nothing that could follow him through the door he was about to walk through. But the door existed now. It had a green frame and a 3rd-floor flat, and a little girl who counted things and held people's hands without asking, and had drawn a picture of an ending she believed in, before she had any reason to. He stood up. He walked through the terminal in the full morning light, past the cafe where they had eaten breakfast, past the gate where they had slept, past the spot in Terminal C where a small girl had rolled a pink suitcase up to a man in a black suit and asked him the question that had rearranged his entire life in the space of a single night. He did not look like a man who was lost. He looked like a man who knew exactly where he was going. And 9 days later, on a Tuesday morning in London, a black car stopped outside a building with a green door in Kensington. A man in a dark coat stepped out, carrying nothing except a small package and a crayon drawing folded in his inside pocket. He pressed the buzzer for the 3rd floor. A few seconds passed. Then a voice, small, immediate, completely unsurprised, came through the speaker. "I knew it would be less than 2 weeks," Lila said. He stood at the green door. "You counted," he said. "Every day," she said. The door buzzed open. He went in, and upstairs, on the 3rd floor, a woman stood in the hallway, with her arms folded and her eyes bright and her hair loose around her face. And beside her, a small girl in a yellow cardigan was bouncing slightly on her heels with the contained excitement of someone who has been waiting for something they were certain was coming. He stopped in the doorway. He looked at the woman. She looked at him. "You're early," she said. "I told you I'd try," he said. "You said less than 2 weeks." 9 days, he said. She held his gaze. Then her mouth curved. Slow. Real. The kind that started in the eyes first. 9 days, she said. Lila reached up and took his hand. He looked down at her. She looked up at him with those eyes, his eyes in her face clear and direct and entirely certain. "Come in," she said. "I'll show you my room." He stepped through the door. The woman closed it behind him. And outside, London carried on with its Tuesday morning, the traffic and the gray sky, and the particular light of an autumn day that cannot decide between clouds and sun, entirely unaware that inside a third-floor flat with a green door, 3 people were beginning something that had been a long time coming. Not perfect, not simple, but real and chosen. Fully, finally chosen. If you stayed until the end of this story, then you know that it was never really about an airport. It was about the things we abandon out of fear and spend years grieving quietly. About the children who see through every wall we build. About the love that survives our worst decisions and waits, not because it has no other choice, but because it knows something we haven't admitted yet. If this story reached something in you, subscribe. Not as a reflex, as a recognition. This channel is for people who understand that the most important arrivals are always the ones we almost didn't allow. Leave a comment and tell us what this story gave you. Tell us what it reminded you of. Tell us what you would have done differently. This community reads every word. And we will see you in the next story. The moment she stopped apologizing for her size was the moment her whole world tore open. Not slowly, all at once, like a sky splitting in two. And the man who thought he could use her body as a weapon against her had no idea that the most dangerous person in that mall was already watching. This story will remind you that healing does not always look gentle. Subscribe so you never miss a story that changes the way you see love. So fat a girl. Those words did not come out as a whisper, and they did not come out as a joke. They came out of Darren Cortez's mouth the way venom comes out of a snake, like it had been sitting there a long time, waiting. His hand was around her neck, not squeezing hard enough to leave a mark he couldn't explain. Just enough to remind her that he still believed he owned her. Selena Morgan did not scream. She had learned in 4 years of marriage to this man that screaming only made it worse. So she stood there in the middle of Galleria Crown Mall, a Saturday afternoon, people everywhere, pop music from a clothing store nearby, and she let him say it again. "Look at you. So fat. You really came out here looking like this?" She was wearing a yellow sundress. She had bought it 2 weeks after she signed the divorce papers. She had stood in that dressing room and cried a little when she saw herself. Not because she was ashamed, but because she had forgotten what it felt like to choose something for herself. She was still learning. Darren had spotted her from across the food court. She had been carrying 2 shopping bags and laughing at something her phone showed her, a meme her younger sister had sent. Real laughter, the kind she hadn't done in public in years. He had walked straight toward her like a man on a mission. "You think this is over?" he said, his grip on her neck just barely tightening. "You think you just walk away from me and that's it? You think anyone is going to want—" He stopped. He stopped because someone had taken hold of his wrist, not grabbed it, not yanked it, just held it. With a stillness so complete that Darren's whole body went quiet, the way a room goes quiet before thunder. Darren turned. The man standing there was not tall in the way that makes people notice from across a room. He was tall in the way that makes a room feel smaller. He was Korean, and somewhere in his mid-30s, with a face that looked like it had been built for patience and used for something harder. He wore a plain dark shirt and dark trousers, no flashy watch, no sunglasses, nothing that should have made Darren's mouth go dry. But Darren's mouth went dry. "Let go," the man said. Just those 2 words. His English was perfectly clear. Darren laughed, the nervous kind, the kind that's really a question. "Excuse me? Who are?" The man did not repeat himself. What he did was look at Darren's hand, the one still loosely at Selena's neck, and then look at Darren's face, and something in that look made Darren release her without deciding to. Selena stepped back. She rubbed her neck, not because it hurt, but because the ghost of his touch was still there. The man, she did not know his name yet, looked at her for 1 second. Just one. Like he was checking that she was standing. Then he looked back at Darren. "Your ring," he said. Darren blinked. "No, what? Take it off." Darren actually laughed this time. "Are you serious right now? I bought that ring, it's—" "You are divorced," the man said. It was not a question. Darren's laugh died. "How do you—" "Take it off." There was a pause that stretched like taffy. The food court noise kept going around them. Trays clattering, children running, someone calling an order number. But the three of them existed in a different kind of silence. Darren looked at the ring, a thick gold band. He had never taken it off even after the papers were signed. Selena had noticed that. She hadn't said anything about it. She had been afraid of what it meant. "I'm not taking off my—" The man reached out and took it off for him, not violently. That was the strangest part. He simply took Darren's hand, slid the ring off his finger, the way you'd help someone remove something that didn't belong to them, and held it between 2 fingers. Darren looked at his own bare hand, like he didn't recognize it. "Gosh, you will not speak to her again," the man said. "You will not come near her again. You will not—" He paused, and the pause was deliberate. "Think about her again." Darren opened his mouth. "I would not," the man said quietly. "Finish that sentence." Something in Darren Cortez, a man who had never in his life backed down from anything, a man who had once made a courtroom lawyer cry, decided that today was not the day. He looked at Selena once. Something complicated crossed his face. Then he walked away. Just like that. Selena stood there, her yellow dress, her 2 shopping bags, her heart doing something between falling and flying. The man turned to her. Up close, his eyes were dark brown and very calm, the kind of calm that comes from surviving things, not from avoiding them. "Are you hurt?" he asked. She almost laughed. In a strange, tilted way, she almost laughed. Because it had been so long since someone asked her, really asked her, that the words landed somewhere deep and old in her chest. "No," she said. "No, thank you." He nodded. He placed Darren's ring on a nearby empty table like it was trash and turned to leave. "Wait." The word jumped out of her before she decided to say it. He paused. "Who are you?" she asked. He looked at her for a moment. Something moved behind his eyes. Not quite a smile, but related to one. "Why, no one important," he said. And he walked away. She found out 3 days later that she was wrong. His name was Sung-Jin Bai, and he wasn't no one. He was, according to the very pale and very shaking man who showed up at her apartment door on a Tuesday morning. A man who introduced himself as an associate of Mr. Darren Cortez, the head of the Bay organization out of Ulsan. Selena stood in her doorway in her pajamas and her bonnet and said, "I'm sorry. The what organization?" The man, young, expensive suit, looking like he hadn't slept, said, We need to know your relationship with Sung-Jin Bai." "I don't have a relationship with him," she said. "He helped me in a mall 3 days ago. That's it." The man looked at her for a long moment, like he was trying to decide if she was lying or if she was genuinely this uninformed. "Ms. Morgan," he said carefully, "Sung-Jin Bai does not help people in malls. He doesn't. That's not something he—" The man stopped, collected himself. "He asked us to look into your ex-husband." Selena's hand tightened on the doorframe. "What?" "He asked us to look into Darren Cortez, his finances, his business associations, His activities. The man swallowed. We found things. What things? The man reached into his jacket and pulled out a thin folder. He held it out. She took it. Inside were photographs, documents, so a property deed with her name on it, except she had never signed it. A bank account she didn't know existed, draining money from the joint account they'd had during the marriage, routed somewhere she didn't recognize. She looked up. He was stealing from me? For approximately 3 years, the man said, before the divorce was finalized. The world tilted. Not dramatically, just quietly, the way a picture frame tilts on a wall, and you don't notice until the whole room looks wrong. For 3 years. While she was in that marriage, trying to hold it together, blaming herself for everything that was falling apart. He had been taking from her. Quietly. Systematically. Like she was a resource, not a person. Why, she said slowly, is Sungjin Bae looking into my ex-husband? The man in the doorway looked deeply uncomfortable. That's something you would have to ask him. Then set up a meeting. The man blinked. I'm sorry? A meeting, she said again, and her voice steadier than she expected. With Mr. Bae. Set it up. The restaurant he chose was not fancy. That surprised her. She had built a picture in her head of what the headquarters of a man like Sungjin Bae would look like. All dark glass and dangerous quiet. Instead, the address he had sent led her to a small Korean restaurant in a strip mall 40 minutes from her apartment. The kind of place with laminated menus and a fish tank by the door. She walked in wearing the same yellow dress. She wasn't sure why. Maybe because it was the dress she'd been wearing when her life changed. Maybe because wearing it again felt like refusing to let that moment belong to Darren. Sungjin Bae was already there, sitting in a corner booth, looking at his phone with the unhurried focus of a man who had nowhere else to be. He looked up when she came in. He stood, which she didn't expect, and gestured to the seat across from him. You came, he said. You helped me, she said. I wanted to understand why. They sat. A woman brought tea without being asked. Sungjin Bae looked at her with that same measuring calm from the mall. Not cold, not warm. Somewhere between them, like early morning before the day decides what it's going to be. Your ex-husband, he said, has business with a man named Kwang Soo. She didn't know that name. Kwang Soo, he continued, owes me a significant debt. For 3 years, he has been hiding money, using a series of shell companies. One of those companies, he paused, used your name. She felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. My name. Without your knowledge, your ex-husband introduced Kwang Soo to the arrangement. Darren Cortez has been profiting from it for 3 years, she said. The folder your associate showed me said 3 years. He nodded once. So, she said, working through it slowly. When you saw Darren at the mall, I recognized him, Sungjin said. I'd been looking for a connection to Kwang Soo for some time. I did not expect to find one in a food court. A pause. I certainly did not expect to find him with his hand on someone's neck. Something shifted in his expression when he said that. Something brief and controlled, like a flame behind glass. The ring, she said. Why the ring specifically? He looked at his tea. A man who keeps wearing a ring after a divorce is a man who has not accepted that the marriage is over. That is a man who will keep showing up. Keep reminding. He looked up. I have seen what that kind of man does. The way he said it, quiet and certain, and carrying something unspoken, made her not ask the follow-up question she had ready. Instead, she said, What do you want from me? Nothing. Mr. Bae. Sungjin, he said, and I mean it. I want nothing from you. The documents in that folder belong to you. The property deed can be contested. I have already had my legal team review it. You have a strong case. She stared at him. Why are you doing this? He didn't answer right away. He picked up his tea and held it without drinking. Because it was the right thing to do, he said finally. It was such a simple answer. So simple it almost didn't fit in the conversation they were having. She looked at this man, this apparently very dangerous man, who had walked into her crisis like it was nothing, taken a ring off her ex-husband's finger without raising his voice, so now sat across from her in a strip mall restaurant, offering her legal help and calling it nothing. I don't trust people easily, she said. You shouldn't, he said. I especially don't trust people who say they want nothing. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile, but something. That is also reasonable. She wrapped both hands around her tea. Tell me about Kwang-soo. He told her. Not everything. She could tell he was choosing what to share, drawing lines she couldn't see. But what he told her was enough to understand the shape of the danger she hadn't known she was standing in the middle of. Kwang-soo had been using her name, her signature, forged, on documents that connected her, on paper, to 3 businesses. One of those businesses had been investigated twice by federal authorities. If anyone had pulled that thread before Sung Jin's team got to it, Selena Morgan would have been the name at the center of it. She sat with that for a moment. How close was it? She asked. 2 weeks, he said. There was an inquiry starting. My team intercepted it. Intercepted it how? He looked at her steadily. You don't want the details. I do, actually. No, he said, gently but final. You want to know if you're safe. The answer is yes. The inquiry has been redirected. Your name has been removed from every document. It will look, to anyone who checks, like you were never involved. She should have felt relieved. She did feel relieved. But underneath it was something else. A slow, climbing anger at the fact that this had been happening to her without her knowing. That while she was rebuilding her life, fighting to trust herself again, learning to wear yellow dresses and laugh at memes, someone had been using her name to do things that could have destroyed everything. I want to meet Kwang-soo, she said. Sung Jin set down his tea. No, he used my name, I know. He and Darren together, I know. His voice was still calm, but there was something underneath it now, something careful. And it will be handled. But you meeting Kwang-soo, that is not something I will arrange. Why not? Because he is not someone you meet, he said. He is someone you avoid. The way he said it, not dramatic, not trying to frighten her, just stating a fact the way you'd state the weather, made her believe him completely. Okay, she said, but I want to know when it's handled. He considered her for a moment. I can do that. She nodded. She picked up her bag. Ms. Morgan, he said. She paused. The yellow dress, he said. It suits you. She didn't know what to do with that. So she just said, thank you, and left. She sat in her car for 4 minutes before she started the engine. You have been reading a story that is only just beginning to turn. Subscribe, because the next part will change everything you think you know about these two. Her sister Natty called that night. Natty was 3 years younger, infinitely louder, and currently living in another state for her graduate program. She had been the first person Selena called after the divorce. She had driven 14 hours to help her pack. So let me get this straight, Natty said over the phone. You ran into Darren at the mall. He grabbed your neck. And then a random Korean Mafia man appeared, took his ring off his finger, and now is trying to help you with your legal case. That's accurate, yes. Silence. Selena. I know. Selena. I know, Natty. You don't know, because if you knew, you'd be more excited. Girl, this is the most interesting thing that has happened to either of us in years, and you're describing it like you're reading a grocery list. I don't want to make it into something it isn't, Selena said. He has reasons for helping me. Business reasons. I'm connected to someone he's after. Yeah, okay, sure, Nady said, in the voice of someone who did not believe that for 1 second. He also complimented your dress. He said it suited me. That is a compliment, Selena. That is a man noticing you and choosing to say something kind. A pause. When did Darren last do that? Selena couldn't remember. She lay on her bed, looking at the ceiling, and couldn't remember a single time in 4 years that Darren had told her she looked nice without following it immediately with a but. I don't know him, she said quietly. You will, Nady said. Something tells me you will. Sung Jin's world was not built for gentleness. He had understood that from a young age. Growing up in Ulsan, watching his father run the Bai organization the way a surgeon runs an operating room. Precise, some bloodless on the surface, brutal in the details. He had inherited it at 26 when his father had a stroke that left him unable to speak. He had run it for 9 years since then. He was good at it. He was not always proud of it. He thought about that sometimes, in the early mornings before his team arrived, sitting in the small office above the restaurant that his team didn't know he thought of as a refuge. He kept it plain on purpose. No art on the walls. 1 chair. A desk. On a window that looked out at a parking lot. He thought about Selena Morgan more than he expected to. Not in the way his associates would have teased him for. He was careful about that distinction. Careful about keeping his thoughts where they belonged. But she had a quality he rarely encountered. She had been frightened, and she had not run. Most people, when they realize they are connected, even accidentally, to a man like Sung Jin Bai, they disappear. They take the help, and they don't ask questions, and they do not call his office and request meetings. She had requested a meeting. She had sat across from him and said, I want to know when it's handled with the matter-of-fact steadiness of someone used to handling things herself. He found that interesting. He was still thinking about it 5 days later, when his assistant, Mina, walked in and set a folder on his desk. Kwang-soo is moving, Mina said. Sung Jin looked up. Moving where? He's trying to leave the country. He's booked 3 different flights under 3 different names. He's also, she hesitated, been in contact with Darren Cortez. Sung Jin went still. What kind of contact? We're not sure yet. But Darren Cortez withdrew a significant amount of cash from an account yesterday. Not his main account. An account we hadn't flagged. Sung Jin leaned back in his chair. In his experience, when a frightened man like Kwang-soo started moving fast and started making calls, it meant one of 2 things. He was running, or he was trying to fix the problem himself. Fixing it himself meant making whoever stood between him and safety disappear. Sung Jin picked up his phone. He called Selena. She picked up on the 2nd ring. It was a Sunday morning, and she was, based on the sound in the background, watching something loud. Mr. Bae. Sung Jin, he corrected for the 2nd time. Right. Sung Jin, is something wrong? I need you to not be home for the next few days, he said. A pause. The background noise stopped. She had turned it off. Why? Her voice was different now. Alert. Kwang-soo is moving. He and Darren Cortez have made contact. I don't know yet what they're planning, but... You think they're planning something that involves me? I think it's possible. Another pause. He expected fear. He expected panic. And he had told people they were in danger before and knew the range of reactions. Tears. Yelling. Silence that fell apart into questions. Instead, she said, Can I come to you? He blinked. He was fairly certain that was the first time in 9 years someone had asked him that in that particular context. That would be, he started. Safe? Safer than my apartment? He thought about it honestly. Yes. Then I'm coming to you, she said. Give me 40 minutes. She arrived in 35 minutes. She had a small bag over one shoulder, and she was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, and her hair was in a high bun, and she looked, walking into his building, like someone who was afraid and had decided to be afraid here instead of alone at home. He met her in the lobby. "You didn't have to come yourself," she said. "I know," he said. He showed her to a room, a proper guest room, clean and simple, above the restaurant. His team was on the floor below. She would not be alone. "Tell me what's happening," she said, sitting on the edge of the bed, hands in her lap. So he told her more than he had at the restaurant. He told her about Kwang Soo's 3-flight bookings, about the cash, about the pattern he had seen before, a cornered man making desperate choices. She listened to all of it without interrupting. "Darren," she said when he finished, "what would he get out of helping Kwang Soo run?" "Money," Sung-jin said. "And possibly something else." "What's something else?" "Kwang Soo knows things about the arrangement that your name was used in. If he disappears before it's fully resolved, those documents could resurface. In that scenario, your name is still attached to them." He paused. "Darren Cortez benefits if you remain legally vulnerable." She looked at the floor. Something was working behind her eyes. Not distress, exactly. Something harder than distress. He wants to keep having power over me," she said quietly. Not to Sung-jin, to herself. "Yes." She looked up. "Then we stop him." Sung-jin looked at her for a moment. "We?" "I'm not," she said clearly. "Going to sit in a room and wait for someone else to fight my battle. I spent 4 years doing that. Tell me what I can do." He considered her for a long moment. Here is what he thought. In that moment, he had worked with difficult people his entire adult life. Calculated people, ruthless people, on people who wore their courage like a costume. This was different. This was someone who had been made small for a long time and was choosing, in real time, to be large. "There is one thing," he said slowly. "Tell me." The one thing was this. Kwang Soo's escape plan depended on a document, a signed release that cleared his financial obligations and, more importantly, cleared the shell companies that bore Selena's name. If that document was signed, it would activate a chain of transfers that would move Kwang Soo's money and allow him to leave clean. The document was being prepared by a lawyer named Gerald Finch, who had an office, who had, as of 2 days ago, received a phone call from Selena Morgan's ex-husband. Darren introduced Kwang Soo to Gerald Finch, Selena said slowly. "Yes, who is also the lawyer who handled our divorce." Sung-jin paused. "Yes." She closed her eyes for exactly 3 seconds, then opened them. Gerald Finch had access to everything during the divorce. My accounts, my signature, my... She stopped. "He's the one who forged my signature, isn't he?" It was not a question. "We believe so," Sung-jin said carefully. She sat with that. Her divorce lawyer. The man she had trusted to protect her through the hardest thing she'd ever been through had been the whole time working against her. With Darren. And with a criminal organization she hadn't known existed until 6 days ago. Okay," she said. Her voice was steady in a way that was almost alarming. "What do you need from me?" "Gerald Finch needs to believe," Sung-jin said, "that you are willing to sign. This story is moving faster than either of them expected. Subscribe right now. You cannot afford to miss what happens next." The meeting with Gerald Finch was arranged for Wednesday. Selena spent Tuesday night in the guest room above the restaurant, not sleeping much, organizing her thoughts the way she used to organize her classroom when she was still teaching, by what mattered most first. What mattered most, her name was being used. What mattered second, someone had trusted her enough to tell her the truth. What mattered third, she was not the same woman who had stood in a food court and not screamed. She was someone else now. Or maybe she was finally herself. Around midnight, there was a soft knock on the door. She opened it. Mo Sung-jin was standing there with 2 cups of something warm. He held one out. "Barley tea," he said. "You weren't sleeping." "How did you know?" He glanced at the light under the door. She almost smiled. She took the tea. They stood there in the doorway for a moment. 2 people from completely different worlds, connected by the worst choices of other people, holding warm cups in the middle of the night. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "Of Finch? Of any of it?" She thought about it honestly. "I'm afraid that it doesn't end even after it ends. That Darren will always find a way to." She stopped. "I'm afraid that some people just don't stop." Sung-jin was quiet for a moment. "Some don't," he said, "but they can be stopped." "You sound very sure." "I am very sure," he said simply. "About this one thing." She looked at him. This man who had walked into her crisis and stayed. Who had not made a single promise he hadn't kept. Who sat in plain restaurants and asked, "Are you hurt?" and brought barley tea at midnight. "Tell me something about yourself," she said. "Something real." He looked surprised, just for a moment. "I have a younger sister," he said. "She is a nurse. She thinks what I do is," he considered the word, "unfortunate." "Is she right?" "Yes," he said, without hesitation. They stood there a little longer. The barley tea was warm and slightly bitter. "Get some sleep," he said finally. "Tomorrow needs you ready." He walked back down the hall. She stood in the doorway after he was gone and felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Not quite safe. Safer than she had been, but also something else. Something that felt less like falling and more like standing on the edge of the rest of her life. Gerald Finch had a voice like someone who had practiced sounding trustworthy. Selena sat across from him in his very normal-looking office. Plaques on the wall, framed diplomas, and a plant that was slightly too healthy to be unattended, and watched him arrange his face into something like professional warmth. "Selena," he said, "it's good to see you. I have to say, when you called about reconsidering the documents, I was..." "Surprised," she said. "Relieved," he said smoothly. "I always believed the separation was handled too quickly." Darren is not why I'm here," she said, and Gerald blinked. "I'm here because of the shell companies," she said. "Well, the ones with my signature on them." The warmth on his face didn't exactly disappear. It just shifted, like a light changing color. "I'm not sure what your..." "Finch and Associates LLC," she said. "Clearwater Holdings. Morrow Bridge Capital." She set a folder on his desk, a copy of the one Sung-jin's team had prepared. "My signature, 3 times. On documents I never saw." Gerald looked at the folder. He looked at her. He looked at the folder again. "Selena, I think there may have been a..." "I'm not angry," she said. Which wasn't entirely true. But she'd learned from Sung-jin how to use calm the way some people use noise. "I'm here because I want to understand the full arrangement. The release document for Kwangsu, the one you're preparing." His face went very still. "I want to see it before it's signed." "I don't know what." "Gerald." She said his name the way her mother used to say hers when she was trying patience. "I know about Ulsan. I know about the 3 flights. I know about the cash withdrawal on Sunday morning." She paused. "I know about all of it." He stared at her. Something was working behind his eyes. The same kind of calculation she had watched Darren do 100 times when he was deciding which version of a lie to use. "What do you want?" he asked. Very quietly. "The original documents," she said. "Everything with my name on it. Every copy. And the release document unsigned." "And if I don't?" "Then," she said, the people who sent me here will have a different conversation with you." And I promise you, Gerald, that conversation is not one you want. He looked at her for a long time. She held his gaze. She thought about the girl in the food court in the yellow dress. She thought about a hand on her neck. She thought about 4 years of being made to feel like too much and not enough at the same time. She did not look away. Gerald Finch opened his desk drawer. He gave her a USB drive. "Nah, everything is on there," he said. His voice had lost all its practiced warmth. He just sounded tired now. The originals were scanned. All my communications with Darren. All of it. She took it. "The release document," she said. He pulled a thick folder from his drawer and slid it across the desk. "Unsigned, uncertified, useless without my notarization." She took that too. She stood. "Selena!" he called, and she waited. I want you to know that I didn't." He stopped. Started again. "When Darren first asked me to, I told myself it wouldn't affect you. You thought I wouldn't notice," she said. "Or that it didn't matter, because I'd never find out." He didn't answer. "I noticed," she said. "It mattered. And I found out." She picked up her bag. "Goodbye, Gerald." She walked out of his office, down the stairs, and through the glass doors of the building. Sung-jin's car was parked across the street. She could see him through the windshield, watching. She held up the folder. He got out of the car. They sat in the car in the parking lot, and she handed him the folder and the USB and told him everything Finch had said. He listened to all of it without moving, the way he always listened, with complete attention, like whatever she was saying was the only thing happening in the world. When she finished, he said, "You were remarkable." She looked at him. "In there," he clarified. "I was watching through the window before you went in. But you were," he seemed to be looking for the right word, "certain." "I was terrified," she said honestly. "Yes," he said, "and you were certain anyway. Those two things can exist at the same time." She looked at her hands. She was surprised to find they weren't shaking. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now," he said, "Kwang-soo has nothing. Without that document, he cannot move his money. Without his money, he cannot run. And without running, he is exposed," she said. "Yes." She nodded slowly. "And Darren?" A pause. "That is a different matter." "What kind of different matter?" He turned to look at her. There was something in his face she hadn't seen there before. Not exactly reluctance. More like care. The careful way you handle something you know is fragile. Not because it's weak, but because it's worth protecting. "Darren Cortez," he said slowly, "has been cooperating with Kwang-soo in a way that goes beyond the documents. There are things on that USB that will be very damaging for him." She felt her chest tighten. "Damaging how?" "The kind of damaging," Sung-jin said carefully, "that involves authorities." She sat with that. Darren going to prison. She thought she would feel satisfied by that idea. Instead, she felt heavy. Not sad for him. Not even close to sad for him. Just heavy with the knowledge of how long she had carried something this enormous without knowing it. He was never just controlling, she said quietly. He was never just cruel. He was doing this the whole time. Yes. While I was blaming myself for the marriage falling apart. Her voice was steady, but something underneath it was cracking in a controlled way, like ice that knows where the edge is. "I thought I was the problem." "You were not the problem," Sung-jin said. "I know that," she said. "I know that now. But I didn't then. And he knew I didn't know. And he counted on it." Sung-jin was quiet. "I want him to know," she said, "that it was me. I want him to know that I did this. Not you, not your organization. Me. I want him to understand that the person he thought he had broken was the person who finished him." Sung Jin looked at her for a long moment. "I can arrange that," he said. But that night, something happened that neither of them planned for. Selena's phone rang at 11:47 p.m., a number she didn't recognize. Not Sung Jin, not Nady, saw not anyone in her contacts. She answered. "Hello, Selena." Her blood went cold. It wasn't Darren. It was a voice she had never heard, low, unhurried, with an accent she couldn't quite place. "Who is this?" she asked. "Someone who is very interested," the voice said. "In the folder you took from Gerald Finch today." She gripped the phone. "How do you know about?" "I know about a great many things," the voice said pleasantly, "nigh including the fact that you are currently under the protection of Sung Jin Bai. Interesting arrangement." A pause. "Tell Mr. Bei that Kwang Su sends his regards, and tell him," another pause, longer, "that the game is not over." The call ended. She sat in the dark with the phone in her hand, and her heart doing something that was not quite panic, but was very close to it. She dialed Sung Jin. He picked up on the first ring. "Kwang Su just called me," she said. Silence. And then, "Where are you?" "In the guest room. Don't leave it." His voice was different now, still calm, but the calm had an edge to it. "I'm coming." He was at her door in 4 minutes. She opened it and he stepped inside, and for the first time since she'd known him, the careful distance he always kept was gone. He was standing close, looking at her face, checking, not for injury, but for something else, for the state of her. "What exactly did he say?" Sung Jin asked. She told him. What, word for word? She had a good memory. It was something she'd learned to develop in the marriage, because Darren always denied saying things, and she had learned to hold conversations in her mind like recordings. Sung Jin listened. His face stayed controlled, but there was something moving in his jaw. Tension. Measured and contained. "He's still in the country," Sung Jin said. "How do you know?" If he had left, he wouldn't be making calls. He'd want silence. He looked at her. "So he's trying to frighten you into returning the folder." "It worked a little," she admitted. "That is understandable," he said. "But I'm not giving it back." "No," he said. "You're not." He sat in the chair by the window. She sat on the edge of the bed. And they stayed like that, the window dark behind him, the city quiet outside. And she thought, "This is the strangest thing I have ever been part of, and somehow it feels more real than anything in the last 4 years." "Tell me about your sister," she said. He looked up. "Why?" "Because I need to think about something other than Kwang Su for 5 minutes, and you mentioned her once." She paused. "What's her name?" Something shifted in his face, softened almost. "Yeonju," he said. "She's a pediatric nurse. She thinks I take too many risks." "Does she know what you do?" "She knows enough," he said. "She does not ask for more than that. She sends me food. I insists I eat enough." A pause that had something fond in it. "She says I look like someone who forgets meals exist." Selena almost smiled. "She sounds smart." "She is the smartest person I know," he said simply. "Do you talk to her often?" "Every Sunday," he said, "without fail." She thought about Nady, the 14-hour drive, the boxes packed in the rain. "I have a sister like that, Nady. She is very loud about the way she loves you, but she shows up. Every time." "You told her about me," he said. It wasn't exactly a question. "I told her some things." "What did she say?" Selena looked at her hands. "She said she had a feeling I would know you better." The room was quiet. Sung Jin looked at her, really looked at her, the way he sometimes did when he thought she wasn't paying attention. And she was paying attention, and she let him look, and something passed between them that neither of them had names for yet. "Get some sleep," he said finally. I have people watching the building. You are safe. I know, she said. He stood to leave. Sung Jin. He paused at the door. Thank you, she said. Not for the legal stuff, not for the protection, just for treating me like I was worth protecting from the beginning, before you had any reason to. He stood there for a moment. Something moved across his face, complicated and brief, like weather. You are very easy to want to protect, he said quietly. That is not a compliment to your weakness. It is a statement about your worth. He closed the door softly behind him. She sat in the dark for a long time. At 3 a.m., Mina knocked on Sung Jin's office door. We found him, she said. Kwang Soo had been traced to a hotel 18 miles from the city. He had checked in under a third name they hadn't flagged, a name that appeared on a forged identity document they'd had no record of until Finch's USB produced it 20 minutes ago. He's in room 412, Mina said. He's not alone. He has 2 men with him. Sung Jin looked at the photo on Mina's tablet. Kwang Soo was a small man, with a neat haircut and very tired eyes, which surprised Selena when Sung Jin showed her, because she had built the voice on the phone into something more frightening than tired eyes. What's the plan? She asked. She had come into the office when the knock happened. Old habit, always wanting to know. We don't confront him directly, Sung Jin said. The USB gives us everything we need to deliver to the relevant authorities. We let the system that almost used my name to put me in federal trouble, she said. A pause. I want to be there, she said. When the authorities are called, I want to give the statement myself. I want my voice on record. Sung Jin looked at her. This ends with me in it, she said. Not behind it. Not protected behind you. In it. Do you understand? He was quiet for a long moment. Yes, he said. I understand. The morning came gray and fast. At 7:04 a.m., 2 federal agents arrived at room 412 of the hotel. The call had come from the law offices of a Ms. Selena Morgan, represented by a legal team that had, overnight, assembled a case document running 247 pages, including forged signature evidence, financial records, and a full accounting of the shell company arrangement. Kwang Soo opened his hotel room door in a bathrobe and found 2 agents, a case document, one standing slightly to the side, watching, a woman in a yellow dress. He recognized her from the documents. He had only ever known her as a name on paper. She looked at him the way someone looks at something they are done being afraid of. My name is Selena Morgan, she said. You used it without my permission. I want you to know who it belongs to. Kwang Soo looked at her, at the agents, at the document. He sat down on the hotel bed and put his head in his hands. Darren Cortez was arrested at 9:15 a.m. at his apartment. He came to the door in a suit, which Selena thought was strange, until she realized he had probably been awake all night waiting. For something, he just hadn't known what. When he saw the agents, he looked past them, all the way to the car parked at the curb, where Selena sat in the passenger seat watching. Their eyes met. She didn't wave. She didn't smile. She just looked at him with the same steadiness that had learned to live in her bones over the past 8 days. And she let him see, really see, that she was the one who had done this. The recognition on his face was not anger, exactly. It was something older and uglier than anger. It was the expression of a man who had built his power on someone's smallness, and was watching that smallness become architecture he couldn't enter. The agents moved between them, and Selena looked away first, but not because she had to, because she was done, because she had nothing left to prove to that face, and the car smelled like Sung Jin's barley tea from that morning, and the sun was coming through the window, warm and ordinary, and she was remarkably okay. This story is not over. The most unexpected turn is still coming in the final event. Subscribe right now. The next chapter of Selena and Sungjin's story will arrive, and you do not want to be the person who missed it. 6 weeks later, Selena went back to work. She was a curriculum designer now. She had left teaching 2 years ago during the marriage because Darren had made it difficult to maintain a schedule that didn't center around him. She had gone back to it after the divorce and found, to her deep relief, that she still loved it, and still loved the work of building structures that helped people learn. She was in her home office on a Tuesday afternoon, headphones on, when her doorbell rang. She opened the door. Sungjin was standing there. He was holding a container of food. Not restaurant food. Something that smelled like it had been made in an actual kitchen. He looked, for the first time since she'd known him, slightly uncertain. "Hyunju sent this," he said. "She heard about you. She wanted you to have her doenjang jjigae." Selena stared at him. "Your sister sent me food." "She sends food to everyone she considers important." He paused. "I may have mentioned you. You told your sister about me. I told her a small amount." "How small?" He looked at the container. "Enough that she made 2 portions." Selena's mouth tried not to smile and lost. She stepped back and held the door open. He came inside. It had been 6 weeks of a strange and a careful thing between them. Phone calls that started as updates about the case and became something else entirely. Text messages that began with logistics and ended with questions about each other's days. A lunch that was supposed to be a debrief and lasted 4 hours. Neither of them had named it. She thought about that, about how they had both lived in worlds where things were named too quickly or not at all, and how they were both, perhaps, learning a different pace. They sat at her kitchen table with the jjigae, and Sungjin told her that Kwang-soo had pleaded guilty and that Gerald Finch was cooperating fully with federal investigators, and that Darren Cortez's trial date had been set for the spring. "I'll have to testify," she said. "Yes. I'm not afraid of that." "I know," he said. She looked at him across her kitchen table. This man who had appeared in her life like weather, sudden and total and completely real, whose sister made him food and called him every Sunday, who kept his office plain on purpose, who had never once, in all the weeks she had known him, tried to make her feel small. "I want to ask you something," she said. "Ask," he said. "When you saw Darren with his hand on my neck, when you walked over, was any part of that about the case, about Kwang-soo?" He looked at her directly. "No." "Then why?" He was quiet for a moment. The kitchen was warm and ordinary, and outside the window, a bird was doing something specific and insistent in a tree. "Because," he said, "I watched someone treat another person like they were nothing. And he paused, "I have spent a long time in a world that does that. That treats people like they are tools or problems or obstacles. And I have been part of that world. I have not always stopped it when I could." He looked at his hands on the table. "That day," he said, "I could stop it. So I did." She looked at him for a long moment, at the careful, guarded, genuinely decent person living inside the complicated life he had inherited. "The ring," she said softly. "Yes." "That wasn't about the case either." "No," he said. "It wasn't." She reached across the table and put her hand over his, not dramatically, not with speeches, just her hand, warm and steady on top of his. He looked at it. Then he looked at her. And something in his face, that careful, controlled, a 9 years of hard decisions face, changed, like something had been held for a very long time and was, at last, being put down. He turned his hand over. He held hers. Later, much later, when the jjigae was finished and the afternoon had gone golden long, Natty called. Selena stepped away to answer, walking to the window with the phone. "So?" Nady demanded, before she could even speak. "How are things? He's here," Selena said, low. Silence. He's there?" His sister sent food. Another silence. Then a sound that was something between a scream and a laugh, muffled, as if Nady had pressed her face into a pillow. "His sister sent food, Selena. Do you know what that means? In basically every culture on Earth, when someone's family starts, Nady. Sending you food, that means Nady." "What?" Selena looked back into the kitchen, where Sung Jin was washing the dishes without being asked, while moving around her kitchen like someone who planned to know it better. "I know what it means," she said softly. She heard Nady smile through the phone. 3 months after that Tuesday, Hyun-ju flew in for a weekend. She was smaller than Selena expected, with her brother's calm eyes and absolutely none of his reserve. She hugged Selena within 30 seconds of meeting her, which made Sung Jin look at the ceiling in a way that was definitely fond. They sat in Selena's living room, so all three of them, eating and talking. Hyun-ju told stories about Sung Jin as a teenager. Apparently, he had once spent an entire month learning to bake bread because their father said it was a waste of time, purely out of principle. And Sung Jin bore it with the patience of someone who had accepted that this was the cost of family. Selena watched him laugh at something Hyun-ju said. It was the first time she had seen him laugh. Really laugh, unguarded and uncontrolled, head back, on the thing taking him completely over. And she thought, there you are. There is the person under all of it. She thought about the food court, the yellow dress, the hand she hadn't expected. She thought about how life sometimes changes, not gradually, but all at once, in a moment, in a mall, between one sentence and the next. She thought, I am so glad I wore yellow. 6 months after the arrest, Darren Cortez's trial began. Selena testified on a Thursday morning in a dark blue blazer and her hair down. She answered every question clearly and completely. She did not look at Darren, but she was aware of him. The way you're aware of something you used to be afraid of, that no longer has the same teeth. Afterward, outside the courthouse, Sung Jin was waiting. He had not come inside. She had not wanted him to, and he had understood why. This was hers to do alone. So he understood that some things needed to be carried solo for them to fully belong to you. But he was there when she came out. She walked down the steps and stopped in front of him. The sun was doing something specific and warm on the courthouse steps. "How are you?" he asked. "Good," she said. And she meant it. All the way down, not just the surface of it. He looked at her for a moment with all that quiet attention she had come to know so well. He looked old, she said. Darren. In there. And he looked like a small, old, tired man. She paused. I wasted 4 years on a small, tired man. You did not waste them, Sung Jin said. You survived them. That is different. She looked at him. How are you so sure about things? I'm not, he said. About most things. About this one. A pause. I have data. She laughed. Out loud, in the sun, on the courthouse steps. A real laugh. The kind she'd been learning to have again. He watched her laugh with an expression that was entirely, or completely unguarded. Sung Jin, she said, when the laugh settled. I'm glad it was you. In the mall. I'm glad it was specifically you. He was quiet for a moment. So am I, he said. Very simply. The way he said the truest things. She took his hand. In public. On the steps. In the sun. And he held it. And they walked toward the car. And the city went on around them doing what cities do. Indifferent and loud and beautiful. And somewhere across town, in a kitchen, she had made her own. Now on a counter next to a yellow dress hanging on a hook by the door, there was a container. A new one. arrived that morning by courier from Ulsan, because Hyunju sent food every week now without fail, and it smelled like warmth and home and the very particular miracle of beginning again. The first time Sungjin met Nadi, he did not know he was being interviewed. He thought he was attending a casual dinner at Selena's apartment, the three of them. Simple food, relaxed evening. When what he did not know was that Nadi had flown in 2 days early and had spent those 2 days building a list of questions she fully intended to ask him. He arrived with flowers, not a large bouquet, nothing theatrical. Just a small bunch of yellow ones he had spotted at a corner store and not been able to walk past. Nadi opened the door before he could knock. She looked at the flowers. She looked at him. She looked at the flowers again. She said, stepping aside to let him in. Selena appeared from the kitchen wiping her hands on a dish towel, saw the flowers, and went very still for exactly 1 second before saying, "You didn't have to." "I know," he said. Nadi was watching all of this with the focused attention of a scientist who had just observed a very interesting reaction in a Petri dish. They ate jollof rice that Selena had been perfecting for a week. She hadn't told him that, but Nadi announced it loudly within the first 5 minutes, earning a look that could have started a small fire. "She made it 3 times, Nadi said cheerfully. "The first time she called me and said it was too salty. The second time she said the tomatoes were wrong. The third, Nadi. She said she thought she finally had it, and I could hear that she was nervous. Nadi. About someone specifically eating it." Sungjin kept his expression very neutral and took another spoonful of rice. "It is perfect," he said. "This is the third version?" Selena gave up and laughed. "Yes." "Then the first 2 were necessary," he said. "Nothing worth eating comes right on the first try." Nadi pointed her fork at him. "I like him," she said to Selena. "He's a keeper." Selena covered her face with both hands. Nadi's interview happened after dinner, when Selena was in the kitchen doing dishes, a thing she did when she needed a moment to herself, and Nadi and Sungjin sat at the table with the remaining cups of tea. Nadi looked at him. "You know who I am to her," Nadi said. It was not a question. "Her person," Sungjin said. "The first call she makes. The one who drives 14 hours without being asked." Nadi blinked. She had not expected him to say it like that. Like he had learned it the way you learned something important, on purpose. "She told you about the move," Nadi said. "She tells me things," he said simply. Nadi turned her cup in her hands. "She was very broken," she said quietly. "After Darren. Not broken like she couldn't function. She functioned. She went to work. She smiled. She did everything. But inside she was. She had stopped trusting herself. She kept asking me if she was making good decisions, about small things, about what to eat, what to wear, whether it was okay to feel good on a given day." She looked at him. "Do you understand what that man took from her?" "Yes," he said. "Then you understand," she said, "why I'm sitting here looking at you like this. You want to know if I'm going to take anything else from her," he said. "Or give her something she'll have to recover from," Nadi said, "because she will love you. She probably already does, knowing her, and she will do it completely. And if you, I know," he said. He said it quietly and with such total weight that Nadi stopped. He looked at his tea. "I know what it is," he said, "to be in a world that takes from people. I have watched it happen. I have, at times, not prevented it when I could have. I have spent a significant amount of the last several years trying to understand what I owe to the people around me, what it means to be worthy of the space you occupy." He paused. "Your sister is the first person in a long time who has made me feel like the answer to that question might be something I am capable of." The kitchen sounds had stopped. Nadi looked at him. She's listening, Nady said. I know, he said again. From the kitchen doorway, Selena appeared, dish towel still in her hands, eyes doing something complicated. Nady looked between them. She picked up her tea. She stood. I'm going to go take a very long shower, she announced. A very loud one, that no one will be able to hear through. She walked down the hall. 45 minutes minimum. The door clicked. Selena stood in the doorway. Sung-jin looked at her. How long were you standing there? He asked. Long enough, she said. The habit started small. Every Sunday, Sung-jin called Hyun-ju. He had done this for years, but somewhere around the third month, Selena started appearing in those calls, first in the background, answering a question Hyun-ju asked through the speaker, then sitting next to him, then eventually holding the phone herself while Sung-jin went to make tea, and the two women talked entirely without him for 20 minutes. He would come back to find them laughing about something he had missed, and feel, this was the word he discovered, that fit the feeling exactly. Full. Hyun-ju started sending packages addressed to both of them. One Sunday, the package contained 2 matching mugs, plain white, no design, except for tiny text on each one. His said forgets to eat. Hers said makes him remember. Selena put hers on the shelf immediately. Sung-jin looked at his for a long time. Then he put it next to hers. He learned, over months, the geography of her happiness. She was happiest in the mornings, not the very start, when she was still gathering herself, but mid-morning, when the coffee was made, and the light was coming in sideways, and she was reading or working at her desk with her headphones around her neck. Not on, just resting there like a suggestion. She laughed the most when she was surprised. Not startled. Surprised. When something turned out better than she expected, or when he said something that landed differently than she'd anticipated. She had a way of pressing her lips together right before she laughed, like she was trying to hold it in and failing. She got quiet when she was processing something big. Not cold quiet, present quiet. She would sit with both hands around something warm and look at the middle distance and work through whatever it was. And she didn't need him to fill the silence. And he was, he realized, one of the very few people in his life who understood that about silence, that it was not empty. He learned that she kept a journal, physical, with a pen, not a phone, and that she wrote in it in the kitchen late at night when she couldn't sleep. He had seen it without meaning to and never mentioned it. It was hers. She learned in return the geography of him. He was most relaxed, she discovered, in plain places. Not stripped down or bare, just uncomplicated. A restaurant with laminated menus, a park bench, her kitchen table on a Tuesday with no occasion. The more elaborate a setting, the more he watched the edges of it. In simple places, he just sat. He worked too early in the mornings, and if she texted him before 7 a.m., he would always respond within 2 minutes, which meant he'd been awake for some time, which she eventually addressed directly by arriving at his building at 6:30 on a Saturday with 2 cups of coffee and saying, "You're eating breakfast today. Non-negotiable." He had looked at her on his doorstep at 6:30 a.m. and said, "Hyun-ju put you up to this." Hyun-ju provided moral support, Selena said. This was my idea. He stepped back and let her in. She made eggs. He ate them. He looked, she thought, like someone who had forgotten that mornings could belong to something other than work. After that, Saturday breakfast became a thing. Not every Saturday, but most. Taking turns with whose kitchen, or taking turns choosing what to make, occasionally making something neither of them had tried before, and consulting a video together with the chaotic focus of 2 people who were both, it turned out, entirely too competitive about learning new things. He made fufu once, badly, and was so precise about wanting to understand where he went wrong that she laughed for 4 minutes without stopping. He watched her laugh with complete, undisguised delight. There was an afternoon in the early spring, before the trial concluded, after Kwang Soo had been sentenced, in that in-between time when the danger was technically over, but the exhale was still happening, when they drove out of the city. No plan. She had said on a Friday evening, "I need to see trees," and he had said, "Okay." And the next morning, they were in his car heading somewhere that had trees. They found a state park 2 hours away. Parked. Walked without a specific trail, just into it. The soft, late March light coming through the branches in pieces. They walked in comfortable silence for a while. The kind of silence that is actually full of things. Companionship packed into the quiet. "I used to be afraid of doing nothing," she said eventually. "What do you mean?" "When I was with Darren, if I wasn't productive, if I wasn't useful in some way, I felt this panic." She stepped over a root. "Like I had to justify taking up space. Like if I wasn't doing something, I didn't have a right to be wherever I was." She paused. "I still catch myself doing it sometimes." "What happens when you catch it?" She thought about it. "I ask myself, what am I enjoying right now? Just that. What is currently good?" She looked at the trees. "And there's always something. Even when things are hard, there's always one thing." "What is the thing right now?" he asked. She looked at him sideways. "The trees," she said. And the company." He looked straight ahead, but something at the corner of his mouth moved. "You?" she asked. "The same," he said. They walked until the light started to angle lower and gold, and they were both a little tired and entirely at peace. And on the way back to the car, she was a few steps ahead of him on the path, and she turned around to say something. She couldn't even remember later what it was. And he was looking at her with an expression so open and so entirely his that whatever she had been about to say disappeared completely. "What?" she said. "Nothing," he said. "Keep going." She turned back around. She was smiling to herself, and she let herself, completely. The closure came quietly, the way the best closures do. It was an evening in late spring. Selena had just returned from the final day of Darren's trial. The verdict delivered, the gavel coming down, the whole long chapter reaching its last sentence. She had called Nady from the courthouse steps. She had cried a little in the car, not sad crying, the other kind. The kind that is really just a release valve for everything you've been holding at the right temperature for too long. She got home. She sat on her couch, and she looked at her apartment, hers entirely, with the yellow dress on the hook and the 2 mugs on the shelf and the journal on the kitchen counter and the curriculum work spread on her desk and a potted plant Hyunju had mailed her that had, against all odds, survived. And she felt the specific, quiet, enormous thing that is a life that belongs to you. Sungjin arrived an hour later. He had let himself in. She had given him a key 3 weeks ago. I placed it in his hand on a Sunday without ceremony, and he had looked at it, and then at her, and said thank you, like it was the most significant word he owned. He sat next to her on the couch. He didn't ask how she was right away. He just arrived, the way he did. After a while, she said, "It's done." "Yes," he said. "I thought I'd feel bigger," she said, "like a fireworks kind of feeling. But it's more like quiet," he said. "Yes, like quiet." She looked at her hands. "Is that normal?" "I think," he uttered carefully, "that the loudest battles end the quietest, because you have spent so much of yourself getting there." She leaned her head back against the couch, looked at the ceiling. "I'm tired." "You're allowed to be," he said. "I'm also—" She turned her head to look at him. Genuinely, actually happy. Like underneath the tired. Like a light that's on in a room you just haven't walked into yet. He looked at her. "I know that room," he said. "Yeah? I have been," Finding my way toward it, he said. For some time. She looked at him for a long moment. All the months between the food court and now were in that look. The barley tea at midnight, the courthouse steps, the Saturday breakfasts, the walks, the mugs, the Sunday calls. We're pretty different, she said. Very, he agreed. This shouldn't work as well as it does. No, he said. It shouldn't. And yet, she said. And yet, he chorused with a wide smile of victory. Outside, the spring evening was doing what spring evenings do, softening everything, making the world smell like it had remembered something it had lost and found it again. A bird somewhere, traffic distant and indifferent, the whole ordinary, irreplaceable texture of a life going on. Selena looked at this man who had appeared in her life like an answer to a question she hadn't known she was asking, and she thought, here. This is where the story goes from surviving to living. This is the room with the light. Stay for dinner? She said. Yes, he said, without hesitating, without calculating, just yes. She stood up. She went to the kitchen. She started pulling things out of the refrigerator. No recipe, no plan, just what was there. He came to stand at the counter without being asked, and she handed him a knife and a cutting board and a set of vegetables. When they worked side by side in her small kitchen, with the mugs on the shelf and the yellow dress on the hook and the evening going gold through the window. No storms, no danger. No one taking anything from anyone. Just two people, different and deliberate and quietly, completely certain, making dinner in the spring. Every person who has ever been made to feel too small for the love they deserved needed this story. And someone in your life needs it too. Share this with them right now, because healing this real, this earned, this full does not come along often. Subscribe and stay close, because the stories we tell here are the ones that remind you who you actually are. Naledi Malefe scrubbed the marble counter for the third time that morning. Her hands moved in circles, steady and practiced. The kitchen gleamed already, but she needed to look busy. That was the trick to being invisible. Stay moving, stay quiet, disappear into the walls. Mama, I finished the book, Luazi whispered from under the breakfast table. Naledi's heart jumped. She knelt quickly and found her 7-year-old son tucked between the chair legs, a thick book about Korean history spread across his lap. Luazi, baby, I told you to stay in our room when Mr. Yoon is home. But he left already. I heard the car. Smart boy. Too smart sometimes. Naledi gently pulled him out and brushed the dust off his shirt. His big brown eyes looked up at her with that curious expression he always wore, like the whole world was a puzzle waiting to be solved. Even when he's gone, we follow the rules. Okay? Okay, Mama. She kissed his forehead and sent him back to the small room they shared, behind the kitchen. Their whole life fit in that space now. One bed they shared, a small desk where Luazi studied at night, and 3 boxes of everything else they owned. 2 years ago in Cape Town, Naledi had an office at the university. She taught mathematics to students who actually thought numbers were boring. Can you imagine? She made them see patterns in everything, showed them how the world spoke in equations if you just listened right. Then Thabo died. Her husband had worked at the mining company, just keeping records. Nothing dangerous. But he found something in those records. Numbers that didn't match. Money disappearing. Workers getting sick, and the company hiding reports. He told her about it one night, excited like he'd solved a big problem. We have to report this, Naledi. People are dying. 3 days later, Thabo's car went off a cliff. Police called it an accident. But Naledi knew numbers, and the numbers didn't lie. The brake lines were cut. Her husband was murdered. She ran, took Loazi and whatever money she had saved, and ran before they decided she knew too much, too. A friend helped them get to South Korea. False papers, new identity, just disappear and stay alive. Now she cleaned floors. A PhD in mathematics, and she cleaned floors. Before you think this is just another sad story, wait. Just wait. Because sometimes life puts you exactly where you need to be, even when it looks all wrong. If you want to see how a maid and her son changed everything for a powerful man, hit that subscribe button. You won't believe what happens next. The front door opened around 8 that evening. Naledi was preparing Mr. Yoon's dinner. Nothing fancy, just the way he liked it. Simple rice, grilled fish, and kimchi. He never asked for special meals or complicated dishes. Actually, he barely spoke to her at all. Yoon Si-woo walked into the kitchen and stopped. He always stopped, just for a second, when he saw her there. Like he forgot she existed and had to remember all over again. "Good evening, Mr. Yoon," Naledi said, bowing slightly like she'd learned. He nodded. That was their whole conversation most days. But tonight, his eyes moved past her to the corner where Loazi sat at the small kitchen stool, working on math problems Naledi had written out. "Your son," Si-woo said. It wasn't a question, but Naledi answered anyway. "Yes, sir. I apologize. He'll go to our room now. He's doing mathematics." "Yes, sir." Advanced calculus. Naledi's stomach tightened. She'd gotten sloppy. Let Loazi work out here because the light was better. Now her boss knew her 7-year-old was solving university-level problems. Smart children attracted attention. Attention got you killed. "He likes numbers," she said carefully. Si-woo moved closer and looked at Loazi's paper. Her son kept writing, completely focused, not even noticing the tall man standing over him. "Where does he go to school?" "I teach him at home, sir." "You teach him this?" "Yes." Si-woo stared at her for a long moment. His face never showed much, always calm, always controlled. People probably thought that made him cold. Naledi thought it made him tired, like showing feelings was just too much work. "What did you do before?" he asked. "Before you came here." Every lie has to stay close to the truth, or you'll forget it. "I was a teacher, sir." "In South Africa?" "Yes, sir." He looked back at Loazi, who had finally noticed them watching, and sat very still, eyes wide. "It's fine," Si-woo said, and walked out of the kitchen. Naledi let out a breath she'd been holding. Loazi looked up at her. "Is he angry, Mama?" "No, baby. But maybe do your work in our room from now on, yes?" That night, Naledi couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about the way Si-woo had looked at those math problems. Curious, interested. That was dangerous. They needed to stay invisible. At 3 in the morning, she got up to get water. The house was dark except for one light coming from Mr. Yoon's office. She tried to walk quietly, but the floorboard creaked. The office door opened. "Can't sleep?" Si-woo asked. He looked different without his work clothes, just a regular shirt and pants. Almost normal. Almost like he wasn't one of the most powerful men in Seoul. "I was just getting water, sir. I didn't mean to disturb you." "You didn't." He leaned against the doorframe. "I don't sleep well anyway." They stood there in the dark hallway, 2 people awake when the world was sleeping. "Your son is special," Si-woo said. "He's just a boy. A boy solving problems most adults can't do." Naledi chose her words carefully. "Smart children become targets, Mr. Yoon. I prefer him to be safe than special." Something shifted in his expression. Understanding, maybe. "You're protecting him." "Always." He nodded slowly. "Get your water." "Good night, Mrs. Molefe." It was the first time he'd used her name. Over the next few weeks, something strange started happening. Siwoo began leaving papers on the kitchen counter. Business problems, logistics equations, complicated schedules that needed organizing. He never asked Naledi to solve them, just left them there. The first time, she ignored it. The second time, she walked past. The third time, Luwazi picked one up. "Mama, this is wrong. Look, if he changes this number here and moves this here, it works better." Naledi looked at the paper. Her son was right. The shipping schedule Siwoo was working with had inefficiencies all over it. She could fix it in 10 minutes. She took the paper to her room, made notes in pencil on a separate sheet, and left it next to the original. The next morning, the papers were gone. That evening, Siwoo came home with a book. He set it on the kitchen counter. "For Luwazi," he said. "Advanced geometry. I thought he might like it." Naledi stared at the book. "Mr. Yoon, you don't have to." "I know." He walked away before she could say more. Luwazi loved the book. He carried it everywhere, reading about shapes and angles and theorems. One night, he looked up at Naledi with shining eyes. "Mr. Yoon must be very smart to know I'd like this." "Yes, baby, he's very observant." "Do you think he's lonely, Mama? He's always here by himself." Out of the mouths of children, right? Her 7-year-old saw what most people missed. Yoon Siwoo had money, power, a beautiful home, and absolutely nobody to share it with. "Maybe he is," Naledi admitted. "We should make him less lonely." "Luwazi, that's not our job." "Why not? He gave me a book. We should give him something back." The next day, Luwazi drew a picture. He wasn't very good at art, but he tried hard. It showed 3 stick figures, one tall, one medium, one small. They were standing together. At the top, he wrote in careful letters, "Thank you for the book, Mr. Yoon." He left it on the kitchen counter. Naledi found it that evening, folded carefully and tucked into Siwoo's jacket pocket. He'd kept it. Something was shifting in this house. Naledi felt it like a change in the air before rain comes. She just didn't know if that was good or bad yet. Things got complicated on a Tuesday. Siwoo came home with 4 other men, all dressed sharp, all wearing expressions that said they were important and knew it. Business meeting. "I'll need the sitting room," Siwoo told Naledi. "Tea for 5. "Yes, sir." She prepared everything perfectly and brought it in on a tray. The men were speaking in low voices, switching between Korean and English. Naledi understood both, but pretended she didn't. That was another rule. Know everything, show nothing. She was pouring tea when one of the men, older with silver hair, looked at her with eyes that made her skin crawl. "Pretty help you have, Yoon. Where'd you find this one?" Siwoo's voice went cold. "She works for me. That's all you need to know." The man laughed, but stopped asking questions. Naledi finished pouring and left, quickly. But as she reached the door, she heard Luwazi. "Mama?" No, her son stood in the doorway, holding his geometry book, completely unaware he'd just walked into a room full of dangerous men. "Luwazi, go back," Naledi said firmly. But the silver-haired man was already smiling. "Well, who's this little scholar?" Luwazi, polite like Naledi taught him, bowed slightly. "Good evening, sir." "Smart kid, is he yours?" "Yes," Naledi said, moving to take Luwazi's hand. "I apologize for the interruption." "Wait," another man said, pointing at the book. "That's advanced geometry. Can he even read that?" Luwazi looked up at Naledi, asking permission with his eyes. She wanted to say no, wanted to grab him and run. But that would make them more curious. She nodded slightly. "I like the patterns," Luwazi said simply. "Numbers make sense. They don't lie." The room went quiet. The men looked at this 7-year-old boy like they were seeing something unusual. Siwoo stood up. "Mrs. Molefe, Please take Luwazi to the kitchen. Gentlemen, shall we continue? His voice was pleasant but firm. The meeting was more important than a child. Naledi practically pulled Luwazi out of there. Her hands were shaking. Did I do something wrong, Mama? Luwazi whispered. No, baby. But we need to stay out of sight when Mr. Yoon has guests. It's very important. That night, after the men left, Si-woo came to the kitchen. Naledi was cleaning up, and Luwazi was already asleep in their room. I'm very sorry about earlier, sir, she started. He held up a hand. One of those men, the older one with silver hair, his name is Kong. If you ever see him near this house when I'm not here, take Luwazi and lock yourselves in your room. Call me immediately. Naledi's blood went cold. Is he dangerous? Yes. Just that. Yes. No explanation, no softening it. Why are you telling me this? She asked. Si-woo looked at her directly. Because Luwazi is special, and special things attract the wrong attention. I know you're trying to keep him safe. I'm trying to help you do that. Why would you help us? He was quiet for a moment. I'm not sure yet, but I am. He left her standing there, heart pounding, wondering what they'd just walked into. Want to know what happens when those dangerous men come back? When everything Naledi built to keep her son safe starts falling apart? Keep watching, and don't forget to subscribe because this story is just getting started. The next few weeks were calm, too calm. Naledi kept waiting for something bad to happen, but life just continued. She cleaned, cooked, and taught Luwazi at night. Si-woo came and went, sometimes nodding at them, sometimes stopping to see what Luwazi was reading. It was almost normal. Then one night, Naledi woke up to voices. She checked the clock, 3:30 in the morning. Someone was in the house. She crept to the door and listened. Men talking. Angry. Luwazi stirred. Mama. Sure, baby, stay quiet. She heard Si-woo's voice, calm and level. You need to leave. Now. We're not done discussing this. That was Kong, the silver-haired man. Yes, we are. Get out of my house. You're making a mistake, Yoon. Probably. But it's my mistake to make. Footsteps. The front door opening and closing. Silence. Naledi waited 5 full minutes before opening her door just a crack. Si-woo stood in the hallway, running his hands through his hair. He looked tired. More than tired. Exhausted. He must have sensed her watching because he turned. You heard, he said. Are you all right, sir? That's what you ask? If I'm all right? Yes. He almost smiled. Almost. Kang wanted me to partner with him on a business deal. I said no. He doesn't like that word. Will there be trouble? Probably. That word again. Honest. Si-woo never lied to make things sound better. Should we leave? Naledi asked quietly. Luwazi and me, if we're making things complicated for you. No, his voice was firm. You're not the complication. He stopped, seemed to be looking for words. You're the first thing in this house that feels right. Stay. Before Naledi could respond, he walked to his room and closed the door. She stood in the dark hallway, her heart doing something strange in her chest, something she hadn't felt in 2 years. Since Thabo died, she'd locked that part of herself away. Feelings were dangerous. Feelings made you weak. But Yoon Si-woo had just asked them to stay. Not ordered. Asked. The next morning, everything changed again. Naledi was making breakfast when Si-woo came into the kitchen, dressed more formally than usual. Behind him was a woman in business clothes carrying a tablet. Mrs. Molefe, Si-woo said. This is Miss Park. She handles HR for my company. I have a proposition for you. Naledi's hands went still. Sir? I need a consultant, someone who understands complex logistics and scheduling, someone with advanced mathematics training. You have people for that, surely. I have people who went to expensive schools and still can't solve problems as efficiently as you do. He pulled out the papers she'd marked up weeks ago. You fixed this in minutes. My team spent 3 days on it and got it wrong. Mr. Yoon, I'm not qualified for. You have a PhD in mathematics from the University of Cape Town. You published 2 papers on optimization theory. You taught for 4 years before. He paused carefully. Before you came here. You're overqualified if anything. The room tilted. He knew. He'd investigated her, found out everything. Naledi's first instinct was to grab Lwazi and run. But Siwoo's expression wasn't threatening. It was patient. I also know your husband died in suspicious circumstances, he continued quietly. I know you're hiding. I know Lwazi can't go to regular school because records are dangerous. And I know you're working as my maid because invisible people are safe people. Miss Park looked uncomfortable, like she wasn't supposed to be hearing this. Siwoo kept talking. I'm offering you a job using your actual skills. Better pay. Better hours. And Lwazi can stay here with tutors I trust, people who won't ask questions or keep records. You'll have your own apartment in the building, not a room behind the kitchen. You can stop being invisible. Why? Naledi asked. Her voice came out whisper soft. Why would you do this? Because wasting your brain on cleaning my floors is stupid, and I don't like stupid things. It was so blunt, so completely honest, that Naledi almost laughed. No pretty speech about helping people or being kind. Just, it's stupid to waste resources. What if I say no? She asked. Then nothing changes. You keep your job as you have it. I don't force people, Mrs. Molefe. Lwazi appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Mama? What's happening? Siwoo looked at her son, then back at her. Think about it. You don't have to decide now. He left with Miss Park, leaving Naledi standing in the kitchen with her mind spinning. Lwazi tugged her sleeve. Mama, you look scared. I'm not scared, baby. You do the thing with your hands, the twisting. You only do that when you're scared. She looked down. He was right. She was wringing her hands without realizing it. Mr. Yoon offered Mama a different job, a better one. That's good, right? Was it? Better pay meant stability. Meant maybe one day they could stop hiding. But it also meant getting closer to Siwoo's world, and his world had men like Kong in it. I don't know yet, baby. That afternoon, while Lwazi napped, Naledi did something she hadn't done in months. She prayed. Not in a church or formally, just sat quietly and talked to God, like he was sitting right there. I don't know what to do, Lord. I want to keep Lwazi safe. But I also want to stop being scared all the time. Is this an opportunity from you? Or is it a test? I need wisdom. Please. No thundering voice answered. But when she opened her eyes, she felt calmer, clearer. That evening, she found Siwoo in his office. I have 3 conditions, she said. He looked up, interested. Go on. 1. Lwazi's identity stays completely protected. No records, no paper trails, nothing. Agreed. 2. I won't do anything illegal. I don't care how good the pay is. My consulting firm is completely legitimate. You'll be working on supply chain optimization, scheduling, and efficiency models. All legal. 3. If I ever want to leave, for any reason we can go. No strings, no obligations. This one he thought about longer. That's hard for me, he admitted. I don't like losing valuable people. That's my condition. All right. Agreed. Naledi took a breath. Then I accept. Siwoo stood and extended his hand. She shook it. His grip was firm. Warm. Welcome to the team, Dr. Molefe. It was the first time anyone had called her doctor in 2 years. She'd forgotten how good it felt to be seen as more than just hands that cleaned. The move to the new apartment took 1 day, because they barely owned anything. Miss Park helped, cheerful and efficient. The apartment was small but bright, with 2 bedrooms, a real kitchen, and windows that showed the city. Loazi ran from room to room, amazed. "Mama, I have my own room, my own bed." He'd never had that. Even before they ran, they'd lived in a tiny flat where he slept on the couch. That night, Naledi tucked him into his new bed, and he looked up at her with serious eyes. "Mr. Yoon is a good man, isn't he, Mama?" "I think he's trying to be," she said honestly. "He has sad eyes, though, like he's missing something." "Maybe he is, baby. What do people miss when they have everything?" Naledi kissed his forehead. "Connection, Loazi. You can have all the things in the world and still be lonely. Then we should be as friends. Friends make loneliness go away." If only it were that simple. But maybe, just maybe, her son was onto something. The consulting job was harder than Naledi expected, not because the work was difficult, but because Siwoo's business world was complicated in ways she hadn't imagined. Her first week, she sat in meetings with men in expensive watches who talked about expansion and market domination like they were playing a game. Siwoo ran the meetings calm and controlled, making decisions fast, shutting down arguments with just a look. Naledi mostly listened and took notes. But during the 3rd meeting, when they were discussing shipping routes, she noticed something. "Excuse me," she said quietly. Everyone turned. They still weren't used to her being there. "The route through Busan you're considering. It saves 2 days on paper. But you're not accounting for the port delays during the monsoon season. We're heading into that now. You'll actually lose 4 days and pay premium fees for rushed processing." The logistics manager frowned at his papers. "I didn't calculate weather patterns." "You should. Route it through Incheon instead and use the smaller port. Adds 1 day normally, but during monsoon season, you'll still come out 3 days ahead." Siwoo leaned back in his chair. "Check her numbers." They did. She was right. After the meeting, Siwoo stopped her in the hallway. "You just saved the company 200 million won. "I just did mathematics, Mr. Yoon." "Keep doing mathematics, then?" He almost smiled. Almost. Word spread fast. The new consultant, the quiet woman from South Africa, she knew her stuff. People started bringing Naledi their problems. She solved them. It felt good, using her brain again, being valued for what she could do instead of invisible. But it also meant spending more time around Siwoo, and that was becoming complicated. He wasn't like other powerful men she'd met. He didn't yell or throw things when stressed. Didn't demand people agree with him. He listened, really listened, then made choices. And if he was wrong, he admitted it and changed course. "You're staring," he said one evening. They were alone in the office, going over quarterly reports. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. Naledi blinked. "Sorry, I was thinking." "About?" "You're different than I expected." "Different how?" She chose words carefully. "The men you do business with, they respect you, but they're also afraid of you. I'm trying to understand why." Siwoo set down his pen and looked at her directly. "You want the truth?" "Always." "I've done things I'm not proud of. Built this company using methods that weren't always clean. Made deals with people who hurt others. I told myself it was business, just survival in a competitive world. But that's an excuse." He paused. "The fear you see, I earned it. Not always in good ways. Most people would have sugar-coated that. Made excuses. He just laid it out plain." "Why are you telling me this?" Naledi asked. "Because you asked. And because you should know who you're working for." "Are you trying to scare me away?" "No. I'm trying to be honest. You value that, I think." He was right. She did. Lies had killed her husband. Honesty, even ugly honesty, she could respect. "I appreciate you telling me," she said. They went back to work, but something had shifted between them. A new understanding, fragile and strange. Luwazi was thriving with the tutors Siwoo arranged. Older teachers, retired, who taught for love of it, not for records or reports. They discovered her son wasn't just good at math. He had what they called pattern recognition, could see connections between things that seemed unrelated. One of the tutors, an elderly woman named Mrs. Kim, pulled Naledi aside one day. "Your son is extraordinary. His brain works differently, sees the world in layers most people miss." "Is that bad?" Naledi asked, worried. "Bad? No, it's beautiful. But you need to protect him. Gifts like his, people will want to use them." "I know. That's why we're careful." Mrs. Kim patted her hand. "Mr. Yoon chose well with us. We're old. We don't gossip. And we love teaching special children. Luwazi is safe with us." That fear, always sitting in Naledi's chest, eased just a little. Things were stable for almost 2 months. Then the Nakamura deal started. Siwoo called a major meeting, brought in consultants from Japan, set up negotiations for a massive merger. His company would combine operations with the Nakamura Group, expanding into international markets. Naledi reviewed the contracts. Everything looked solid. The numbers worked. The timeline made sense. It was a good deal. But something bothered her. She couldn't pinpoint what. "You look concerned," Siwoo said. They were in his office late again. That was becoming normal, the two of them working after everyone left. "I'm not sure," Naledi admitted. "The math is right, but something feels off." "Trust your instinct." "What specifically?" "The Nakamura representatives, they agreed to your terms too easily. Men like that always negotiate harder." Siwoo considered this. Maybe they need this deal more than they're letting on. Maybe. Or maybe they want something else. Like what? "I don't know yet." He trusted her enough to delay signing and pushed the meeting back a week. His team was frustrated, but he held firm. "Dr. Molefe has concerns. We address them first." That trust, it meant something. Made Naledi work harder to figure out what was wrong. She went through every page of the contract again. Checked background on the Nakamura Group. Everything seemed legitimate. Then Luwazi solved it. It was a Saturday. Siwoo had invited them to his house for dinner, something he'd started doing on weekends. Naledi told herself it was just kindness, just him being friendly. She ignored how her heart beat faster when he smiled at something Luwazi said. They were eating when Luwazi asked, "Mr. Yoon, what's that picture on your wall?" He pointed to a frame in the hallway, visible from the dining room. "That's a very old seal," Siwoo explained. "It belonged to my mentor, the man who taught me business. He died 10 years ago." "What kind of seal?" "A chop, we call it, for signing important documents. See the butterfly design? That was his symbol." Luwazi got up to look closer. Naledi started to call him back, but Siwoo waved her off. "Let him look." Her son studied the seal with that intense focus he got. "It has 7 lines on each wing. That's unusual. Most butterflies have 6. "He had it made custom," Siwoo said. 7 is a lucky number in Korean culture. They finished dinner. Luwazi played with a puzzle. The adults talked about nothing important, just an easy conversation. It was nice, dangerously nice. Then Siwoo mentioned the Nakamura meeting was scheduled for Tuesday. "I couldn't find anything wrong," Naledi admitted. "Maybe I'm being paranoid. Or maybe you see something everyone else missed. Either way, I value your input." That's when it happened. Siwoo's head of security brought in the Nakamura contract for final review, set it on the table with all the official seals and signatures ready. Luwazi glanced at it, then looked again, then got up and walked over, staring at the Nakamura seal stamped on the papers. "Luazi, don't bother Mr. Yoon's work," Naledi said, but her son's face had gone serious. "Mama, the butterfly is wrong." "What do you mean, baby?" "Look." He pointed at the Nakamura seal, then back at the frame in the hallway. Mr. Yoon's teacher had 7 lines. This one only has 6. The room went very still. Si-woo stood up slowly and looked at the seal on the contract. His face didn't change, but Naledi saw his jaw tighten. "You're sure?" he asked Luazi. 7 versus 6? "Yes, sir." I counted 3 times. Si-woo pulled out his phone and made a call. "Get me everything on the Nakamura delegation. Now. I want backgrounds, photos, and verification of identities. Everything." He hung up and looked at Naledi. His eyes were different, sharp and dangerous. "If that seal is wrong," he said quietly, "then those aren't Nakamura representatives." Naledi's stomach dropped. "Who are they?" "People who want me dead." If you think your heart is racing now, just wait. The next part is going to blow your mind. Make sure you're subscribed, because you do not want to miss what happens when Si-woo figures out who's really behind this deal. The security team worked through the night. Naledi took Luazi home but couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about her son, her brilliant boy, who might have just saved Si-woo's life by noticing butterfly wings. At 6 in the morning, her phone rang. "Si-woo. Can you come to the office? Bring Luazi. I need him to verify something." They arrived to find Si-woo's office full of people, computer screens everywhere, photos spread across the table. Luazi held Naledi's hand tightly. "Are we in trouble, Mama?" "No, baby. You did something. Very good." Si-woo saw them and came over. He knelt down to Luazi's level. "You might have saved a lot of people yesterday," he said seriously. "I need you to look at some pictures and tell me if you recognize anyone. Can you do that?" Luazi nodded. Si-woo showed him photos of the Nakamura delegation. "These are the men who came to meet with me. Do any of them look familiar? Maybe from when you've been at my house." Luazi studied each picture carefully. Then he pointed. "This one. He was at your house before. The night Mama told me to stay in our room because you had guests. He has a mark on his hand, see? Right there. Same mark." The security chief leaned in. "That's Kong's lieutenant. We couldn't confirm it was him because he had surgery to change his face. But the birthmark, that doesn't change." Si-woo stood up, his expression ice cold. "So Kong sent imposters pretending to be Nakamura. The plan was what? Kill me during the signing? Probably. The contract has a clause that, transfers operational control immediately upon your signature. They'd take over the company, then eliminate you. Make it look like an accident." Naledi felt sick. They'd been this close to signing. If Luazi hadn't noticed those butterfly wings. Si-woo touched her elbow gently. "Step outside with me." They went into the hallway. Luazi stayed with the security team, who were showing him pictures of butterflies now to keep him occupied. "Your son just saved my life," Si-woo said. "He noticed a pattern. That's what he does." "It's more than that. He's extraordinary." Si-woo ran a hand through his hair. "Which means I just put a target on his back." "What do you mean?" "Kong's people were in that room when Luazi walked in, remember? They saw how smart he is. Now they know he's the reason their plan failed." He looked at her with something like pain in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Naledi. I brought danger to you." It was the first time he'd used her first name. She barely noticed because fear was climbing up her throat. "What do we do?" she whispered. "We protect him. Both of you. I have a safe house, completely secure. You'll stay there until I handle this situation." "Handle it how?" His expression went hard. "However necessary." "No." Naledi grabbed his arm. "Don't do something that makes you into what they are. Please." He looked down at her hand on his arm, then at her face. They tried to kill me, and now they're threatening your son. You want me to just let that go? I want you to be smart about it. You're better than them, Siwoo. Don't prove me wrong." Using his first name just slipped out, but it made him pause, softened something in his face. "What do you suggest, then?" he asked. "You have evidence now, real evidence. Use it. Go to the authorities, expose them. Let the law handle it." "The law doesn't always work against men like Kang." "Then make it work. You have resources, connections. Fight them the right way." He studied her for a long moment. "You still believe people can be good, after everything you've been through?" "I believe you can be good. I've seen it." Something passed between them in that quiet hallway, something neither of them was ready to name yet. "All right," Siwoo said finally. "We do it your way. But you and Luazi still go to the safe house until this is over. That's not negotiable." She nodded. "Okay." The safe house was actually a penthouse apartment in a building Siwoo owned. Top floor, private elevator, security cameras everywhere. "This is your idea of a safe house?" Naledi asked, looking around at the expensive furniture. "I don't do anything halfway," Siwoo said. "My head of security lives 2 floors down. There are guards in the lobby. No one gets up here without clearance." Luazi was already exploring, amazed by the space. Siwoo's phone rang constantly. He answered in short, clipped sentences, setting things in motion. That evening, he sat down with Naledi and explained the plan. He'd contacted both Korean authorities and international agencies, provided evidence of Kang's organization, the fake identities, the attempted fraud. They were building a case. "How long?" Naledi asked. "Could be weeks, maybe a month. We just stay here that whole time? Is that a problem?" "Luazi needs routine. He needs his tutors. I'll bring them here." "Siwoo, you can't just upend your whole life for us." He looked at her steadily. "Watch me." The first week was strange. Siwoo came every evening after work. At first, Naledi thought he was just checking security, but he'd stay. Eat dinner with them. Help Luazi with puzzles. Just be there. "Don't you have other places to be?" she asked one night. They were alone in the kitchen. Luazi had fallen asleep on the couch. "Probably," Siwoo admitted. "But I'd rather be here." "Why?" "You really have to ask?" Her heart did that jumping thing again. "Siwoo, I know, it's complicated. You work for me. You're hiding from people who want to hurt you. I come with my own set of dangerous complications." He moved closer. "But being around you and Luazi, it's the first time in years I've felt like a person instead of just a businessman." "We're not your redemption project," Naledi said softly. "I know that too. You're real. You call me out when I'm wrong. You make me think about who I want to be instead of who I've been. And Luazi, he looks at me like I could be someone good." "You are someone good." "I'm trying to be. That's different." They stood close in the quiet kitchen. Naledi knew she should step back, keep distance, stay professional. But she didn't want to. "This is a bad idea," she whispered. "Probably the worst I've had in a while. We should be sensible. Absolutely should." Neither of them moved away. Then Luazi called out from the couch, half asleep. "Mama?" The moment broke. Naledi went to her son, and Siwoo left quietly. But something had started. Something neither of them could ignore anymore. The investigation into Kang moved forward. Siwoo kept Naledi updated on everything. Authorities had raided multiple locations, frozen accounts, arrested key members of the organization. But Kang himself had disappeared. "That's bad, isn't it?" Naledi asked. "It means he knows we're coming. He's gone to ground." "Will he give up?" Siwoo's expression was grim. "Men like Kang don't give up. They get desperate. And desperate is dangerous." He increased security, added more guards, barely slept. Naledi watched him run himself into exhaustion and finally confronted him. "You're going to collapse if you keep this pace." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're surviving on coffee and stubbornness." He almost smiled. "That's been my survival strategy for years." "Well, it's a terrible strategy. Sit down, eat something real, sleep for more than 3 hours." "Are you ordering me around, Dr. Molefe?" "Yes, someone has to." This time he did smile, tired, but real. "All right, but only because you're very bossy when you want to be." She made him proper food, not the takeout he'd been living on. Watched him eat. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For food? For caring? People don't usually." "Don't usually what?" He shrugged. "Care about me as a person. They care about what I can do for them, what I'm worth. But you yell at me for not sleeping. That's different." Naledi's heart hurt for him, this powerful man who had everything except people who saw him. "You're worth caring about, Siwoo. As a person, not a business asset." He looked at her with an expression she couldn't read, vulnerable and hopeful and scared all at once. "Naledi, he started. Luwazi walked in. "Mama, I had a bad dream." Perfect timing, as always. She went to comfort her son, and when she looked back, Siwoo was gone. That night, lying in bed, Naledi had to face the truth. She was falling for Yoon Siwoo, maybe had been since the first time he'd looked at Luwazi's math homework with interest instead of dismissal. Since he'd offered her a job using her real skills. Since he'd knelt down to her son's level and spoken to him with respect. But falling for him was complicated. He lived in a dangerous world. She was still hiding from her past, and Luwazi had to come first, always. Still, her heart didn't care about logical arguments. It just kept reaching toward this man who was trying so hard to be better than he'd been. The break in the case came 2 weeks later. One of Kang's associates, facing serious charges, made a deal. Gave up locations, bank accounts, everything, including Kang's hideout. The authorities moved in fast, arrested him, and what was left of his organization. It was over. Siwoo came to the penthouse that evening looking lighter than Naledi had ever seen him. "It's done," he said. "Kang's in custody. The whole network is dismantled. You're safe." Luwazi cheered. "Does this mean we can go home?" "You can go anywhere you want," Siwoo said. But he was looking at Naledi when he said it. That night, after Luwazi went to bed, they sat together on the balcony. The city stretched out below them, lights everywhere. "What happens now?" Naledi asked. "That depends on what you want." "What I want is complicated. Most good things are." She took a breath. "I want Luwazi to be safe. I want to use my skills doing work that matters. I want... what else? I want to see where this goes. You and me. But I'm scared." "Me too," Siwoo admitted. "I'm terrible at relationships. I work too much. I have a past that's messy. And I still don't know how to be the kind of man you and Luwazi deserve. Maybe you don't have to be perfect. Maybe you just have to be present." He reached over and took her hand, just held it, gentle and careful. "I can do present," he said. They sat like that, hands linked, looking at the city, not rushing into anything, just being. Inside, Luwazi slept peacefully, safe and loved. Outside, the world kept turning, and between them, something new was growing, something real, something worth protecting. The next few months were the happiest Naledi could remember since Thabo died. She and Luwazi moved back to their apartment in Siwoo's building. She returned to her consulting work. Life found a rhythm, but the rhythm now included Siwoo in ways that felt natural and right. He started joining them for breakfast before work. Luwazi would chatter about whatever book he was reading, and Siwoo would listen like it was the most important thing he'd heard all day. "Did you know," Luwazi said one morning, "that butterfly wings have tiny scales that reflect light? That's why they're so colorful. It's not paint, it's physics. I didn't know that, Si-woo said seriously. That's fascinating. You saved your own life by noticing butterfly wings, Luozi continued. So maybe butterflies are lucky for you. Naledi and Si-woo exchanged looks across the table. Her son had no idea how right he was. At work, Naledi had become essential to the company. Si-woo's team brought her their hardest problems. She solved them. The business grew. But more than that, she watched Si-woo change how he operated. He cut ties with questionable partners, refused deals that smelled wrong, even if they were profitable. Started building the kind of company that didn't require looking over your shoulder. You're going straight, one of his old associates said during a meeting. Going soft. No, Si-woo replied calmly. I'm going sustainable. There's a difference. Naledi smiled from her seat at the table. There's a difference. He was learning. One evening, about 4 months after the Kong situation ended, Si-woo asked Naledi to dinner, just the two of them. What about Luozi? She asked. Mrs. Kim offered to watch him. She's teaching him to make Korean dumplings. You planned this. I did. Is that okay? Her heart fluttered. Yes, it's okay. The restaurant was small and quiet, the kind of place locals knew, but tourists didn't find. They sat across from each other, and for a moment neither spoke. I'm nervous, Si-woo admitted. You? Nervous? You negotiate million-dollar deals without blinking. Those are easy. This matters. Naledi reached across the table and took his hand. It matters to me, too. They talked through dinner about everything and nothing. He told her about growing up, about his mentor who'd taught him business, about the loneliness of building an empire with no one to share it with. She told him about Thabo, about the pain of losing him, about the fear of running with a small child to a country where she didn't speak the language. You're the bravest person I know, Si-woo said. I'm not brave. I was just trying to keep my son alive. That's what makes it brave. You didn't have a choice, but you kept going anyway. After dinner, they walked through a park. Spring was starting, trees budding with new leaves. Naledi, Si-woo said, stopping on the path. I need to tell you something. Her stomach tightened. Okay. I'm falling in love with you. Probably already have fallen. And I know it's complicated, and maybe too soon. And you might not feel the same way. But I needed you to know. She looked up at this man, this powerful, dangerous, surprisingly gentle man, and felt her own truth rising up. It's not too soon, she said softly. And I do feel the same way. I fought it for a long time because falling for you seemed impossible and scary and inevitable. Like numbers adding up to the only answer that makes sense. He smiled, really smiled, bright and unguarded. Then he cupped her face gently. Can I kiss you? He asked. Yes, he did. Soft and careful, like she was precious, like he'd been waiting forever for this moment. When they pulled apart, Naledi was smiling too. Well, she said, that was worth waiting for. We should probably talk about what this means, Si-woo said. I don't want to rush you or pressure you or... Si-woo. Yes, stop overthinking. We figure it out as we go. Together. Together. I like that word. They walked back hand in hand, and Naledi felt something she hadn't felt in years. Hope. Real hope for a future that wasn't just survival. Telling Luozi was easier than expected. Kids notice everything anyway. So Mr. Yoon is your boyfriend now? He asked Naledi the next morning. She blinked. How did you? You smile differently. And he smiles differently. And you hold hands now. Si-woo, who was there for breakfast as usual, looked amused. Nothing gets past you, does it? Nope, Luozi said cheerfully. Are you going to be my dad? The question hung in the air. Naledi started to say something about taking things slow, not rushing, but Siwoo spoke first. "Would you want me to be?" he asked Luwazi seriously. Luwazi thought about it with his usual careful consideration. "My first dad died. I don't remember him much, but Mama says he was good and smart and brave." "He was all those things," Naledi said softly. "You don't have to replace him," Luwazi continued, looking at Siwoo. "But you could be my second dad, if you want. I think you'd be good at it." Siwoo's eyes got shiny. Naledi had never seen him close to tears before. "I'd be honored," he said, voice rough. "I'm not perfect, and I'll probably mess up sometimes. But I promise to always try my best." "That's all anybody can do," Luwazi said wisely. Then he went back to his cereal like he hadn't just rearranged all their lives. Naledi met Siwoo's eyes across the table. He looked overwhelmed, happy and terrified. She mouthed, "You okay?" He nodded, mouthed back, "Best morning of my life." They settled into being a family slowly, carefully. Siwoo didn't move in or change everything at once. He just became part of their routine. Breakfast together, dinner several times a week, weekends at his house where Luwazi could run around the big garden. He was surprisingly good with her son. Patient, when Luwazi got obsessed with a topic and talked about it for hours. Encouraging when he struggled with something. Present in ways that mattered. "You're a natural at this," Naledi told him one evening. They were cleaning up after dinner while Luwazi did homework. Domestic, normal, and perfect. "I'm terrified every day I'll do it wrong," Siwoo admitted. "That's how you know you care. Bad parents don't worry about messing up." He dried a dish thoughtfully. "My father wasn't around much. Work always came first. I promised myself if I ever had kids, I'd be different." "You are different. You show up, Siwoo. That's what matters." He kissed her temple. "We show up. You've been doing this alone for years. I'm just trying to catch up." About 6 months into their relationship, things got complicated in a new way. News broke about the mining company in South Africa, the one responsible for Thabo's death. International journalists had exposed everything. The corruption, the cover-ups, the workers who died because the company cut safety corners for profit. Criminal charges were being filed. Naledi watched the news with shaking hands. Justice. Finally justice for Thabo and all the others. "They want me to testify," she told Siwoo. "The prosecutors reached out. They found me somehow." "Will you go?" "I don't know. Going back means being visible. What if there are still people who want to silence witnesses?" Siwoo sat beside her. "I can't make this choice for you, but I can tell you that you'll be protected. I'll make sure of it. And whatever you decide, we're with you." It would mean taking Luwazi back to South Africa. "So we go to South Africa." "We? You think I'm letting you do this alone? We're a team now, remember?" Naledi leaned against him. "It's scary, going back. Most important things are. But you're the bravest person I know, remember?" She thought about Thabo, about the justice he deserved, about the other families who'd lost people. "I'll do it," she decided. "I'll testify." The trip to South Africa was planned carefully. Security, safe accommodations, everything thought through. But Naledi was still nervous the whole flight. Luwazi, however, was excited. "I get to see where I was born, and meet Gogo." Naledi's mother still lived in Cape Town. They'd talked on the phone, but hadn't seen each other in 2 years. Too dangerous before. But now, with the company's crimes exposed and Siwoo's resources protecting them, it was possible. Her mother cried when she saw them at the airport, held Naledi and Luwazi, and cried, "My babies, my babies, you're home." Then she saw Siwoo standing back politely and stopped crying. "Mama, this is Yoon Siwoo," Naledi said. I'm her partner, Siwoo said in careful English. It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Naledi's mother, all 5 feet of her, looked him up and down. You're the Korean man my daughter told me about, the one who's been taking care of my grandson. Yes, ma'am. Good. Come here. She hugged him too, fierce and tight. Siwoo looked startled, but hugged back. You protect my girl, she said firmly. You protect them both. With my life, Siwoo promised. Then you're welcome in this family. Just like that, he was accepted. The days in Cape Town were emotional. Naledi visited Thabo's grave with Lwazi. She told her son stories about his first father, made sure he knew he'd been loved. I wish I remembered him, Lwazi said softly. You were so little when he died, but he loved you so much, and he'd be proud of who you're becoming. Do you think he'd like that Siwoo as my dad now, too? Naledi thought about Thabo, about his kind heart and generous spirit. Yes, baby. I think he'd be happy you have someone who loves you. Siwoo kept a respectful distance during these moments, never tried to insert himself or compete with Thabo's memory, just supported from the sidelines. Thank you, Naledi told him later, for understanding. He was your husband, Lwazi's father. He deserves to be remembered and honored. I'm not threatened by that. She loved him more for saying it. The testimony was hard. Naledi had to recount everything Thabo had told her, everything she'd seen in the records he'd shown her. Face the lawyers who tried to discredit her. But she held firm, told the truth clearly and completely. When it was over, the prosecutor thanked her. Your testimony was crucial. We couldn't have built this case without witnesses willing to come forward. Outside the courthouse, reporters shouted questions. Siwoo's security team kept them back, but Naledi stopped. I want to say something, she told Siwoo. Are you sure? Yes. She turned to the cameras and spoke clearly. My husband Thabo Malefe died because he tried to do the right thing. He tried to protect workers who were being hurt by corporate greed. They killed him for it. Today I spoke his truth. Justice is finally happening. For him, for all the families who lost people, this is just the beginning. The story ran internationally. Naledi became the face of the case. It was scary being visible again, but also freeing. No more hiding. They stayed in South Africa for 2 weeks. Lwazi got to know his grandmother. Siwoo met Naledi's extended family and navigated the cultural differences with surprising grace. One evening, at a family dinner, Naledi's uncle asked Siwoo, "What are your intentions with my niece?" The room went quiet. Siwoo didn't hesitate. I intend to love her for the rest of my life, if she'll let me. Support her dreams. Be the best father I can to Lwazi. Build a life together that's honest and good. The uncle grunted. Good answer. Later, alone in their hotel room, Naledi teased him. Very smooth with my uncle. I meant every word. I know you did. That's why it worked. He pulled her close. Naledi, I want to ask you something. Not now, but someday. Soon. When the time is right. Her heart knew what he meant. Someday, soon sounds good. They flew back to Seoul as a unit, a family in all the ways that mattered. The trial concluded 3 months later. The mining company executives were found guilty, prison sentences handed down. Real accountability. Naledi watched the verdict from Seoul and cried. Relief, grief, justice, all mixed together. Siwoo held her. Lwazi hugged her. They sat together until the tears stopped. It's over, she whispered. Really over. The hard part is, Siwoo agreed. Now comes the good part. He was right. With the trial done and Kong's organization dismantled, they were finally, truly safe. Free to just live. Siwoo restructured his company completely, exited all the gray areas, focused on legitimate business. It meant less profit, but he didn't care. "Money's useless if I can't sleep at night," he said. "I want to build something I'm proud of, something Lwazi can be proud of." Naledi watched him become the man he'd always had the potential to be. It was beautiful. 1 year after that first dinner, Siwoo planned something special. He told Naledi they were going out to celebrate her birthday. "But my birthday's not for 2 months," she said. "Just come. Trust me." They drove to his house, the one where she'd worked as a maid years ago. So much had changed since then. The garden was decorated with lights, a small table set for 3. "3?" Naledi asked. "Lwazi needs to be here for this." Her son came running out, grinning. "Mama, look how pretty!" They sat down to dinner under the stars. Simple food, nothing fancy, just family. After they ate, Siwoo stood up. He looked nervous. "I had a whole speech planned," he said. "Practiced it for weeks. But I'm just going to say this simply." He knelt down and pulled out a small box. Naledi's hands flew to her mouth. "Naledi Molefe, you walked into my life when I was lost. You and Lwazi showed me what matters. Family, honesty, love, being good instead of just being powerful." He opened the box. "I want to spend the rest of my life with you, officially, legally, completely. Will you marry me?" Tears ran down her face, happy tears this time. "Yes," she said. "Yes, absolutely, yes." He slid the ring on her finger, and she pulled him up to kiss him. Lwazi cheered. "Does this mean we'll all have the same last name?" her son asked. "If you want," Siwoo said. "We can all be Yuns, or all be Molefes, or keep our names, whatever feels right." Lwazi thought about it. "Can I be Lwazi Molefe Yun? Keep both?" "Perfect solution," Naledi said, laughing and crying. They stood together in the garden, the 3 of them, and Naledi thought about how far they'd come. From that terrifying day when Lwazi had said, "Daddy, don't sign that," to this moment, choosing each other completely. The wedding was small. Naledi's family flew in from South Africa. Siwoo's few trusted friends attended. Mrs. Kim cried through the whole ceremony. Lwazi was the ring bearer and took his job very seriously. He walked down the aisle with the rings on a pillow, concentrating hard. When the officiant asked if anyone objected, Lwazi said loudly, "I think it's great!" Everyone laughed. Siwoo and Naledi exchanged vows they wrote themselves. "I promise to love you in the simple ways," Siwoo said. "Showing up, listening, being present, making you laugh, supporting your dreams, being the man you and Lwazi deserve." Naledi's vows were just as simple. "I promise to be your partner in everything. To call you out when you're wrong and celebrate when you're right. To build a life with you that's honest and good and full of love." They kissed as husband and wife, and the small crowd cheered. At the reception, Lwazi gave a speech. He'd insisted on it. "My first dad died when I was little," he said into the microphone. "Someone had to lift him up to reach it. I don't remember him, but Mama says he was good. Now I have a second dad who's also good. Some kids have 1 dad. I have 2. 1 in my heart and 1 here with me. I'm very lucky." There wasn't a dry eye in the room. Life after the wedding was beautifully normal. They moved into Siwoo's house together. Lwazi got his own room and decorated it with books and puzzles. Naledi set up a home office where she could work. Siwoo cut back his hours at the company, promoted people he trusted to leadership positions, made space in his life for what mattered. Breakfast together every morning, dinner as a family every night, weekends exploring Seoul or just staying home. Simple routines that meant everything. One evening, about 6 months after the wedding, they were all in the living room, Lwazi doing homework, Siwoo reading reports, Naledi working on a consulting project. Lwazi looked up suddenly. "We're happy, aren't we?" Naledi smiled. Yes, baby. We're very happy. Good. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew. Siwoo set down his papers and went to sit by Luozi. You know what? We should celebrate being happy. How? Ice cream run. Right now. All of us. It's 8 o'clock on a Tuesday, Naledi pointed out. Exactly. Breaking the rules for ice cream. Come on. They piled into the car and drove to Luozi's favorite ice cream place, got cones, and walked around the neighborhood, laughing about nothing important. This was it, Naledi thought. This was the life she'd dreamed of when she was running, scared with a small child. Safety, love, family, joy. They'd fought hard to get here, through danger and fear and uncertainty. But they'd made it. That night, after Luozi was asleep, Naledi and Siwoo sat in their room talking. Do you ever think about having more kids? Siwoo asked. Sometimes. Do you want more? I think I'd like Luozi to have a sibling, but only if you want that too. Naledi considered it. Let's see what happens. No pressure, no plans. Just be open to it. I like that approach. She curled against him. We're really doing this, aren't we? The whole life together thing. We really are. Having second thoughts? Not even a little bit. He kissed her head. Good, because you're stuck with me now. Best decision I ever made. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, safe and loved. The story could end here, with everyone happy and settled. But life keeps going, doesn't it? There's always more. 2 years later, Naledi gave birth to a daughter. They named her Thanduwe, which means beloved. She had Naledi's eyes and Siwoo's serious expression. Luozi, now 11, was obsessed with his baby sister. He read to her constantly, showed her his books, and explained mathematics like she could understand. She's going to be so smart, he declared. I'm teaching her everything. Siwoo's company became a leader in ethical business practices. Other corporations studied how he'd transitioned from questionable methods to complete legitimacy, without losing competitiveness. He was invited to speak at conferences and share his story. He always gave the same message. Change is possible. It's hard and sometimes costly, but possible. And it's worth it. Naledi ran her own consulting firm now, helped companies optimize their operations, and taught mathematics online to students all over the world. She'd found a way to use her gifts that mattered. Sometimes, late at night, she'd think about how it all started. Her working as a maid, invisible and scared. Luozi noticed his butterfly wings, everything that came after. What are you thinking about? Siwoo would ask. How one sentence changed everything. Daddy, don't sign that. Best sentence anyone ever said to me. Luozi saved your life. No. You both saved my life, just in different ways. 5 years after the wedding, they went back to South Africa for a visit. Showed Thanduwe where her mama came from. Visited Thabo's grave so Luozi could tell his first dad about his life. Naledi's mother was older now, but still fierce. She spoiled both grandchildren terribly. You did good, she told Naledi. Built a beautiful life from terrible circumstances. I got lucky. Luck nothing. You were brave. You fought for your son. You stayed strong. Don't diminish that. Maybe her mother was right. Maybe it was both. Bravery and luck and love all mixed together. The trial had led to reforms, new safety regulations for mining companies, better protections for workers. Thabo's death had meant something, changed things. He'd be proud of you, Siwoo said at the grave. I hope so. He would be. You honored his sacrifice by fighting for justice, and you built a good life for Luozi. That's what any parent wants. They stood there together, paying respects to the man who'd come before, who'd made it possible for Luozi to exist. Before you go, I need you to do something. If this story touched you, If you felt something real, hit that subscribe button. Right now. Share this with someone who needs to hear that second chances are real, that families come in all forms, that love can grow in the most unexpected places. Don't just watch, be part of this community. Subscribe, and let's share more stories that matter. Back in Seoul, life continued its beautiful routine. Loazi started high school, brilliant as ever, but also learning to be a regular kid. Made friends, played sports badly but enthusiastically, had crushes he told his mama about. Thandiwe grew into a curious, fearless little girl who kept everyone on their toes. And Siwoo and Naledi grew together, through challenges and joys and the ordinary moments that make up a life.